The world is always changing. It's just that some people can accept this change and some people can't. Just like the figure shown on the screen, the red and blue uniform with spider web patterns has told everyone the identity of that guy, Spider-Man. A Spider-Man who has been training in this city for a long time. Although he has long been a good neighbor admired and loved by most people in this city, there are still some guys who don't have much feeling for this good neighbor. For example, as a police officer on the front line of security in New York City, some guys naturally have no feelings for him. Although they know that Spider-Man is a good person, but out of their own responsibilities, they still have to pay attention to and fear Spider-Man. Of course, sometimes not only the world is changing, but people are also changing. At least in this world, he is the only one who likes to stand on the dripping stone beast on the top of the Fisk building like Spider-Man. Now, there is one more. Wayne looked at the city under his feet, obviously lost in thought. The iconic building has already told Wayne the name of this place. New York, Big Apple. The Spider-Man news on the screen shows what kind of surprising events are happening in the world now. A dangerous yet fascinating world. Raising his hand, Wayne just quietly looked at the equipment on his body. The dark armor was firmly locked on the forearm, and the 3 barb-like armor plates on the outside of the armor carried a strong, violent style. The battle suit made of gray and black Kevlar fibers protected his fragile body, and the pitch-black cloak rippled darkly in the howling wind from the tall buildings. He was born to be one with the darkness. His style of painting seems naturally inconsistent with this world. Gloom and darkness flowed in every corner of his body. Clenching his fist, Wayne felt the power filling his body. Possesses a body with plenty of strength, but it has not exceeded the limit that he can know. And the head that keeps rationality almost all the time has already shown that the current Wayne is no longer an ordinary person at all. The emphasized logo on his chest further illustrates his current identity. Batman, a Batman who comes to a world with Spider-Man. It's nothing like Gotham. Before Wayne said anything, a voice had already explained his views on the world. I've never seen anything like this in Gotham. It was a vicissitudes of voice, as if he had already been overwhelmed by the burden on his body. The appearance of this voice surprised Wayne, but there was no other reaction. He just accepted everything that happened quite calmly, even if the voice is ringing in his own brain. So I'm schizophrenic. With the help of the voice changer, Wayne's voice became low, hoarse, with a strong sense of oppression. No, boy, you might as well say that I live in your head. The voice contradicted Wayne's words. Wayne closed his eyes and immersed himself in his thoughts. It should have been difficult to do, but for Wayne now, everything is as natural as breathing. When he opened his eyes again, there was no sight of New York City in front of him, only the 2 rows of cages on the left and right. Wayne walked towards the first cage on his left. The cage was filled with darkness and a cloud of black mist shrouded it. He didn't want Wayne to see clearly what was inside. Turning around and looking at the cage on the other side, it was the same. Obviously not wanting him to see anything clearly, he understood that this should be something like his own special ability. But it seems that the answers are not revealed one by one in the order of the cages. However, since there is no one in the first cage, where is the owner of the voice? You came. Contrary to what Wayne thought, the owner of the previous voice was not in the first cell of any row of cages at his hand. Instead, the previous voice came from the second cell on the right. Wayne walked over. This cell is obviously different from the cell Wayne observed before. There was no such thick black mist, and there was no such thing as a darkness where you couldn't see your fingers. What was just a normal prison cell. But the people held here are not normal guys. The jet black outfit and the bat logo on the chest all prove that the criminal imprisoned here is also a variant of Batman among many. It's just that this Batman, whether it's the background color of the bat logo on the chest or the belt used to carry various items, is all bright red like blood. Wayne really doesn't know much about Batman, but he does know which period in another American comic world the Batman in this suit comes from. This Batman is not called Bruce Wayne, his name is Thomas Wayne. In the alley, it was no longer Batman's parents who died, but Thomas's son. In the ephemeral world, Bruce Wayne's life ended when he was 8 years old. Unable to accept the death of her son, Martha Wayne became a madman after the accident. She cut the corners of her mouth and became a clown in another world. Thomas Wayne became the Batman his son should have been. Compared with the style of Batman in the main world, Thomas Wayne's style of Batman can be said to be extremely cruel. He never cares about the lives of criminals, nor does he care about whether those guys have so-called human rights. He prefers to use guns to solve everything, and is more keen to take the lives of all those who dare to commit crimes in Gotham. This Batman had no way to bring his son back to life, so he used another way to commemorate his son, which is to make Gotham clean again. You are a little different from what I imagined. Thomas stood up and walked to the cell door, looking through the cell door at Wayne, who was now in front of him. Wayne did not speak, a pair of blue eyes looking at Thomas calmly. Seeing Wayne in this state, Thomas worked hard to maintain his composure. Even if he knew that what appeared in front of him would definitely not be his grown-up son. As he said before, New York and Gotham are completely different, and the Wayne and Bruce in front of them are even further apart, even if they might have the same face. You can observe the world through my eyes and get the information you want. Wayne started. The first sentence he spoke was to judge the way Thomas observed the outside world. Nodding his head, Thomas did not deny Wayne's statement, but he still said, "Maybe the world you see is directly reflected in my mind. This matter can continue to be verified in the future." Wayne was not in a hurry to judge whether what Thomas said was true or false. In Wayne's eyes, since he has been able to travel through the world, it is not an exaggeration to see some other strange things happen. "Maybe you can help me become a person worthy of the name of Batman." After leaving these words, Wayne turned and walked out. Thomas stood there for a while. In the end, he shook his head and sat back on his simple bed. It was not as luxurious and comfortable as the bed he had slept in, but what Thomas could feel here was unparalleled tranquility. Not to mention that he might grow up with a Wayne. When Wayne's consciousness returned to his body, the busy pedestrians in the city below him suddenly stopped. A news item is being played on a screen hanging from a high-rise building. Insert a special message. Sad news that our hero Spider-Man passed away today. His death is related to another mysterious seismic event in Brooklyn today. Confirmed by multiple sources, Peter Parker. On the first day and hour of coming to this world, Spider-Man died. The death of Spider-Man made a lot of people sad, but it also made a lot of people happy. For example, the gangsters who were dealing in contraband in the alley were obviously no longer as nervous as before. Even the voice was already several degrees higher. "Ha ha ha, that guy who wandered above the city every day is finally dead." In the alley, he looked at the news message pushed to him on his phone. A gangster spoke happily to his companion. If it weren't for the lack of beer in their hands now, Wayne has no doubt that they will raise their glasses and drink happily in the next second. "Okay, the spider is gone, other guys. I don't know if they will come out and do something." The other guy who made the deal was obviously calmer. He still didn't relax his vigilance and kept using his peripheral vision to see if there were any other street heroes around him. Once one appears, it will definitely interfere with their transactions. It's better to end the transaction early and nothing happens. Everyone can go home early and sleep well. What are you afraid of? Now there are no heroes who will come out to control us. I guess they all went to pay homage to that spider. The gangster who spoke before was obviously unscrupulous. He even looked up thinking the alley was looking directly above. No way. Just as the gangster was about to say something, a figure appeared in his sight. That is Bat. The shadow of the Bat flashed past, and then all he saw was a specially reinforced combat boot. Wayne jumped down from the air, and the black cloak behind him was like a bat spreading its wings, the first time Wayne jumped out, slowing down Wayne's speed. But the following cloak has followed Newton's laws, and it rattles with Wayne's rapid landing. Boom! A heavy kick from Wayne made the gangster feel no pain at all and fell into a deep sleep. I have to say that it is really good to be young. When you want to sleep, you can always fall asleep. The other gangster had no intention of drawing a gun. His first choice was to turn around and flee. Years of criminal experience have already made the current gangsters understand a truth when facing these masked bastards. Don't think about fighting them, let alone talking to them. The only thing you can do is to surrender or run away. If you're lucky, you might be able to escape the masked freak. Where do you want to go? A deep devil-like voice rang in the gangster's ear. He hit Wayne head-on. Under the impact, Wayne didn't retreat at all, but the gangster fell directly to the ground. He raised his head to look at Wayne and backed away with all his hands and feet. He couldn't understand how he could appear directly in front of him now, even though the guy from before was still behind him. In this dark alley, he couldn't see the expression in Wayne's eyes at all. Wayne's eyes were scanning the things in the hands of the gangster in front of him. He hated these guys who traded contraband. Very annoying. Wayne walked forward, approaching the bastard. The fear of a dark figure is doubled for a gangster. Every time Wayne took a step forward, the fear in the gangster's heart was aggravated. The gangster couldn't accept this situation anymore, so he took out the pistol on his waist. It's a pity that the gangster's movements are too slow in Wayne's eyes. Before the gangster could point the gun at him, Wayne had already shot a batarang. The sharp bat dart was not aimed at the gun in the gangster's hand, but aimed at the gangster's wrist. "Ah, my hand." The gangster pinched his right wrist and yelled. A batarang had pierced.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
His forearm. Wayne just looked at all this indifferently. The bat dart didn't hurt any important part of your forearm, it just hurts. Wayne didn't care about the gangsters wailing at all. He just seemed to be talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Maybe it's because the current Wayne has all the abilities from a certain Batman. When Wayne saw the gangster, he had already instinctively analyzed the position on the gangster that could be subdued but not fatal. In Wayne's eyes, the gangster was no different from a corpse that had been dissected layer by layer. "You are a devil." The gangster snarled at Wayne with snot and tears, but Wayne didn't care at all. He walked up to the gangster, lifted the guy up with one hand and smashed it directly against the wall. "Now let me ask and you answer." Wayne put his face close to the gangster, keeping the angry bat mask. In the eyes of the gangster, it may be more terrifying than anything else. "I said, don't suck my blood dry." The gangster was full of fear and nodded repeatedly, probably because he was afraid of Wayne in front of him, and sucked all the blood from his body. Before Wayne could say anything, a thread of spider silk had already clung to the gangster's body, pulling him directly into the middle of the alley. When a man who was able to lift a grown man with one hand and dressed like a bat demon tortured him with an extremely frightening voice, who would believe that a man like a bat is a good person? At least this is too recognizable for another guy who just came to this world. Sometimes, superheroes aren't the only ones who wear masks. Supervillains also cover their faces to make themselves appear more intimidating. Wayne now pretty much fits this Spider-Man's judgment of a supervillain. "It's really tough, man." Spider-Man looked at the bat dart that pierced through the gangster's forearm. "I know you're a big Batman fan, but Batman wouldn't do something like this. Let's not do evil in the alleys." Looking carefully at this Spider-Man, who was obviously a bit down, Wayne really didn't want to think about this Spider-Man's situation in the most difficult direction. But who made him not even have a pair of shoes? Even, "I have a little belly." Perhaps aware of Wayne's gaze on his stomach, the Spider-Man waved his hand relatively indifferently. "It may be caused by some spatial fluctuation. I used to have a pretty perfect body." Slowly walking 5 meters in front of the Spider-Man, Wayne spoke softly. "You smell like pizza, bacon, and cheese." Huh? Wayne's words made Spider-Man start to smell his body in an instant, but he didn't think he smelled of pizza. You're kidding me, dude." Spider-Man shook his finger, indicating that Wayne was joking. "The guy next to you sells contraband, holds illegal weapons, and even has human life on his body." Wayne didn't get entangled in the issue of what Spider-Man had for dinner. He just shifted his gaze to the bastard over there who dared not move at all. Spider-Man also set his sights on that bastard. The gangster quickly nodded to the down-and-out Spider-Man, saying that Wayne was right. At least the gangsters know that when they can't escape the pursuit of masked freaks, the best choice is to find Spider-Man and let him take them to the police station. That way, they can save their lives. However, facing a guy like Wayne who didn't know the details at all, he even put his trading partner into a deep sleep as soon as he made a move. He really didn't dare to bet on whether Wayne would kill someone. "It seems that I blamed you wrongly." Spider-Man turned his head and wanted to apologize to Wayne. "The question is, where is the shadow of Wayne? I hate this kind of thing." The gangster was tied up with spider silk, and the bleeding was stopped at the place where the gangster was shot through by the bat dart. Spider-Man had already called the police through the gangster's mobile phone, then disappeared in front of the gangster. Due to the intrusion of a certain guy, now Wayne needs to find a target again to bulge his pockets. The bat dart should be taken back. Wayne frowned, thinking of the bat dart he hadn't brought back. Now he doesn't have a Batcave as his logistics base. Every batarang is considered a non-renewable resource. "Precious, I think you forgot something." A slightly awed voice rang in Wayne's ear. Spider-Man followed. He still had the bat dart that Wayne had used before. Spider-Man obviously wears a mask, but people can always feel his current expression. For example, what Wayne feels in his face now is a playful emotion. It may be because of his huge eyes on the mask that people can more clearly feel the feeling from the spider. Compared with Spider-Man's rich expression, Wayne's bat mask can bring people only fear and anger from the person under the mask. Even if there was a smile on the corner of the mouth of the person under the mask, it would only make the person facing Wayne feel a little ironic. Likewise, few people can see Batman's smiling face. Most of what they can see is just Batman's disapproving gaze. That's it. Wayne didn't say anything. He calmly took his bat dart back from Spider-Man's hand. Hey, won't you say thank you? Wayne's calm expression obviously made the Spider-Man a little uncomfortable. Even if he helped an old lady, he would be able to get a thank you. Now he took Batman's bat dart back, but there is nothing. When he said this, Wayne, who was walking in front, stopped and turned to look at the Spider-Man. What material is your spider silk made of? With this kind of toughness and tensile strength, I think it will automatically dissolve in a short time. A device like a bracelet suddenly appeared in Wayne's hand. Wayne himself was actually a little surprised. This kind of ability to take other people's things without anyone noticing is really hard to guard against. With this skill, anyone in Gotham might be able to cultivate a peerless thief. What? Spider-Man himself was stunned. He probably never thought that one day he would be quietly taken away from his spider web launcher. How did you do it? Spider-Man said to Wayne excitedly after he realized it. He has never seen this kind of thing develop. Moreover, his spider silk launcher was placed in his battle suit, so how was it taken away? You're distracted. Wayne threw the web launcher directly at the Spider-Man, who obviously had a small belly. Regarding this matter, the current Spider-Man really doesn't know what to say. Even if the years are a butcher's knife, he didn't exercise seriously, but at least Spider-Man can be sure that he has never been so-called distracted. Wayne didn't care about Spider-Man's current depression. He just turned around and walked towards his established goal. He needs something. Hey, why can't you have a good conversation with people? Seeing that Wayne was leaving, Spider-Man hurriedly ran towards Wayne. The Spider-Man in this world has just died, and you, the Spider-Man with a belly, has already appeared. Wayne didn't even turn his head and just walked forward. I can judge that you are involved in a rather troublesome matter. I'm not going to get involved. Wayne's calm words made Spider-Man look helpless. He had never seen such a guy who basically didn't have any emotional ups and downs when he spoke. But haven't you been involved in this matter now? Spider-Man still followed Wayne and had no intention of leaving Wayne at all. Wayne didn't speak. He just stood on the roof of this tall building, carefully looking at what happened around him. Obviously, he was able to complete his plan just now, but was disturbed by an unexpected guest. That guy has been by his side all the time. Hey, I knew you were a die-hard fan of Batman. Why are you looking for the next criminal? Spider-Man is indeed a talker, and he has been constantly harassing Wayne by his side. There are words in the mouth. I hate this guy. Thomas in Wayne's mind could naturally hear Spider-Man talking, and he couldn't accept Spider-Man's chatterbox. In his world, there is no one who can be as smooth-talking as Spider-Man. He kept talking in one breath, no need to even drink saliva. Wayne didn't say anything, but he did agree with Thomas. Everything about Spider-Man is good except for that mouth. You keep refusing to talk to me like this, which always makes me feel embarrassed that you are talking about a one-man show. How about you give me a response? Spider-Man suddenly swayed his spider web and came to Wayne. Wayne reached out and pushed Spider-Man away and continued with his actions. The biggest difference between bats and spiders is that bats need money. Bats without money may not even be able to build bat darts. You really broke my heart, man. And I think, man, you'd be better off being a Spider-Man fan, don't you? Spider-Man never knew what it meant to give up. He absolutely has his own confidence. Everyone's favorite Spider-Man can't be compared to the gloomy bat. You're talking about a Spider-Man with a midlife crisis, a stomach, and a spider suit without shoes. Wayne looked up and down the person in front of him. Spider-Man looked down at his bare calves and his toes, which were digging the ground in embarrassment. It's all a small problem. Looking up again, there was no sign of Wayne in front of him. All that's left is a figure that's already swinging into another building with a hook gun. In some ways, we're pretty similar. Spider-Man smiled. Wayne has found his target, so he must not care about a Spider-Man talking to himself. All he has to do now is make money. By the way, make an identity for yourself. Even if he doesn't know how long he will stay in this world, it is naturally best to have a legal identity. It allows Wayne to get away from the interruptions from PDNY a lot of the time. As for having money, the purpose is very simple. Some things are always done with money, such as equipment. Maybe it's because Spider-Man has been confirmed dead, and now everyone, big or small, has come out to make trouble. The whole of New York has become like the state before Spider-Man appeared, with demons dancing wildly. The chaotic city, the dark corners, and now New York are familiar to Thomas in Wayne's mind. A city in this state is the state he once was in Gotham. All order is nothing in the eyes of those guys. Except bats frame everything. Like the previous session of contraband trading, Wayne's target was still the member who was obviously selling contraband to those around him. Often, these guys have enough cash to support some of Wayne's activities. What's more, Wayne didn't intend to get it from those individuals only, he also had to deal with the stronghold of contraband. This is yours. Holding a small packet of powder in his hand, the black guy was looking at the man in front of him who was obviously addicted with a smile on his face. Thank you. The man handed the cash in his hand to the black guy and directly reached out to get the bag of powder. When the man was about to touch the bag of powder, the black guy directly raised his hand so that the man couldn't touch it at all. Hey, 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 the black guy stretched out a finger and shook his finger. Sometimes money may not be able to buy goods, you still need a little effort. Sir, what can I do? The man now no longer knew what he was talking about, he just wanted to get what the black guy had. Hearing his satisfactory answer, the black guy smiled and sent the bag of powder in his hand to the man. As long as you can bring your wife, I will give you something new that will make you happy. No problem. A man doesn't care what the black guy says, he just wants that bag of powder now. He reached out to the black guy. The black guy also nodded, quite satisfied. I recorded your words, don't forget. Forgot what? A cold voice sounded from behind the black guy. What? Before the black guy could react, a strong knee bump had already pushed the black guy against the wall. Stomach churned, the black guy felt like he was about to spit out his dinner. The entire abdomen is already kinked together. Wayne looked indifferently at the man who was lying on the ground looking for the bag of powder that the black guy dropped. Wayne would never feel sorry for this kind of person. In particular, he intends to exchange his relatives for his so-called happy guy. Wayne walked up to the man. At this time, the man finally found the bag of powder that the black guy had lost before, and just when he wanted to feel the bliss in his head, a foot stepped on his head and hit the ground. Blood slowly flowed out from the man's forehead. Son of a bitch. When Wayne was dealing with the poisonous insect, the black guy who was unable to move due to severe pain finally recovered. He took out his gun without saying a word and shot Wayne without hesitation. But he missed his mark. A spider's thread had caught his hand that held the gun. What? The spider silk wrapped around his hand obviously made the black guy a little confused. Isn't Spider-Man dead? Wayne didn't care whether Spider-Man would appear directly. He directly cut off the spider's thread with a knife and punched the black guy in the abdomen. The black guy had already suffered a heavy blow to his abdomen, and he couldn't stand it any longer under this punch. He spat out blood and his eyes were full of fear. Wow, Spider-Man landed next to them at this time, seeing the miserable condition of the black guy and the man whose life and death were unknown. Spider-Man obviously couldn't bear it. This doesn't quite fit Batman's personality. Now I ask you answer. Wayne ignored Spider-Man's presence. He held the black guy's collar with both hands and spoke to the black guy word by word. Every pattern on the pitch-black bat mask in front of him seems to be telling the fear coming from deep within the human heart. Spider-Man lowered his hand helplessly. The black guy didn't want to continue like this. He nodded repeatedly. Who made the masked freak in front of him completely indifferent to the damage he caused. Pick up address. I only know that the goods came from Hell's Kitchen, and the location of each transaction is notified by them shortly. Time to pick up the goods. Take it in 2 days and I'll take it tomorrow. Even though the black guy still had blood in his mouth, he still didn't dare to explain clearly to Wayne, where do you keep your cash? My safe at home, the password is ***, and the address is 303 on the 3rd floor of the apartment building 2 stops away. Letting go of his hand, the black guy slowly slid down the wall. Watching Wayne turn around, the black guy may have felt that he had escaped. Just as he was about to take a breath, Wayne, who had already turned around and hit him with an elbow without any warning. Hit the black guy in the face. Blood splattered everywhere and the flying teeth could even be seen with the help of light. After doing all this, Wayne just took out the cash from that black guy indifferently and stuffed it into his pocket. There was also a car key, which was also accepted by Wayne. Are you really a die-hard fan of Batman? Why do I think you are more like the Punisher? Looking at what Wayne is doing now, Spider-Man really can't see Batman's style at all. The man on the ground, Spider-Man, has been checked. At least that guy has a severe concussion. If it is more serious, he may be in a vegetable state. As for the black guy who was directly elbowed by Wayne, Spider-Man can guarantee that that guy is definitely a vegetable. Without timely treatment, Spider-Man would have no way of knowing whether the black guy would survive. Didn't you see that the back of the black guy's head has started to ooze blood? But now the Thomas in Wayne's mind has some complaints about what Wayne has done. Instead of condemning Wayne's behavior and saying that he was too harsh, he felt that Wayne's behavior was a bit too light. If Thomas were to take action against this kind of social pleasure, Thomas could guarantee that neither of these two people would survive. "I'll have to go to hell and report to Satan. I think you're a little too gentle." Thomas spoke to Wayne in a tone of hatred. "Forgive me, I can't take someone's life directly, and I can't do it without any psychological burden." Wayne dealt with Thomas flatly. "This is already the most harm I can do." Thomas couldn't say anything about Wayne's words. He also knew that it would be difficult for Wayne to be like him directly. Without speaking again, Thomas retreated back into his cell. Wayne had already walked towards the parking lot not far away with the car keys, pressed the unlock button, and a Ford pickup lighted up. "It's a nice car, I like it." Spider-Man's annoying voice sounded again. Wayne ignored the middle-aged Spider-Man. When he opened the door and got in, a red and blue figure sat in the passenger seat quite naturally. "Can I say that you are stealing a car?" Of course, it is very likely that the kid earned this car by selling medicine powder, but no matter what, it is still a kind of theft. Spider-Man sat down, his mouth twitched. "It has stopped." "Of course, I won't send you to the police station, otherwise I think both of us might be arrested." Spider-Man said with dancing, "You're a car thief, and I'm a spider in poor quality clothes. A homeless man in a suit." Wayne really had nothing to say about Spider-Man's familiar behavior. "I can only hope that the look in my eyes can make this Spider-Man understand that I don't like him following him very much. Hey, don't show that kind of disapproving look, okay? I think you need an assistant, just like Robin." Speaking of which, Spider-Man made a very dangerous one with his big eyes. Eyes, deliberately used to imitate the rather dangerous eyes of the Bat family. Seeing the disapproving eyes from Wayne, Spider-Man could only restore his eyes. "Think about it, I definitely have more advantages than disadvantages." Spider-Man flexes his biceps to show that he's definitely a helper. "Robin doesn't talk as much as you do, and besides, I don't need Robin." Wayne didn't intend to continue arguing with Spider-Man and drove the pickup directly. "You don't need Robin? You definitely don't like Batman in the main world in the comics, do you? Let me think about it. Should you like the old man in Flashpoint, or something else?" Spider-Man thought hard. To be honest, he is quite familiar with Batman in DC Comics. But after he became Spider-Man himself, he didn't have much time to read those comics carefully. He can still remember some quite famous Batmans, which is considered a good memory for him. Listening to Spider-Man chattering on the side, Wayne felt for the first time that sometimes women are not necessarily equivalent to 300 ducks, and men may also be equivalent to 300 or even 600 ducks. And Spider-Man is equivalent to 1,000. Thinking of the Spider-Men who got together later, Wayne's head felt a little big. Of the 6 Spider-Mans, although 2 or 3 do not like to talk much, there is always someone who maintains his or her own persona and becomes a guy who talks too much. Shoot up. Wayne finally chose to step on the brakes. Okay, I'm a little scared by your appearance." Even though this Spider-Man was already trying his best to avoid speaking, he still had no choice but to say a few more words. "Get off." Wayne didn't want to be in the same space with this guy anymore, so he coldly issued his eviction order to Spider-Man. "Are you asking me to get out of the car?" Spider-Man pointed at his mask in disbelief. He never imagined that one day he would be rejected by others. When he met Wayne's eyes, he knew that Wayne was telling the truth. He could only shrug. "Okay, you are the boss, of course I will listen to you." As he spoke, he opened the car door and left his seat. But after getting out of the car, Spider-Man wanted to say something to Wayne, but the only answer he got was the roar of the car's engine and the exhaust fumes. "Don't forget to come back and pick me up." He's really a guy who doesn't want to listen to what others say. Spider-Man felt helpless and shot out his own webbing, pulling himself to the roof of a building and observing Wayne carefully. Direction of travel. He still wasn't too worried about that die-hard Batman fan. When acting with that die-hard fan, his spider sense always gave a faint reminder. Wayne didn't regard him as someone who could be trusted at all. Always be on guard against yourself. Let's see what you can do. Spider-Man felt the cold roof under his feet and turned his head. Of course, it's better to get a pair of shoes for our friendly neighbor Spider. While Spider-Man was looking for shoes that fit his size, Wayne now really felt that letting the guy get off was a pretty good choice. The whole world is clean. Finally, I can start taking action on my own. But Wayne also knows that it is completely impossible to really get rid of Spider-Man. New York is much more familiar to others than to myself. It is estimated that when he found Hell's Kitchen, Spider should have already arrived at that place one step ahead. I just don't know if there is a blind lawyer who stays here every day in this world to fight against evil. Thanks to the driving skills from Batman, Wayne is now fully capable of driving to the highest speed within the specified range. As for why not speed directly? The pickup that Wayne is sitting on now may not be able to escape from PDNY's hands. According to what the guy said, he comes to Hell's Kitchen once every 2 days. Although the location is not the same place, it is probably in the same area. While driving the vehicle, Wayne checked the car's automatic turn signal record. Select the 2 groups with the highest repetition rate, and after doing a lot of simulations in his mind, Wayne already knows the approximate area he should go to. Before Wayne could get close to Hell's Kitchen, someone had already observed the pickup truck. As a frequent visitor to Hell's Kitchen, this car is indeed quite familiar to Hell's Kitchen's gatekeepers, but they didn't relax their vigilance just because they were familiar with it. They knew very well that today was not the agreed time to pick up the goods. Even if that kid has sold out all his goods, they can't let him into Hell's Kitchen. No one can violate the rules of Hell's Kitchen. Hey kid, this is not the day. Before the guy shouting to the pickup truck could finish his words, he saw a figure jumping out of the truck. The pickup truck showed no signs of slowing down and rushed straight towards Hell's Kitchen. Oh shit. All these 2 guys could do was avoid the collision of the pickup truck and save their lives. But after the 2 of them swore never let them meet that black guy again. Otherwise, he would definitely break out all his teeth. It was already night tonight, but what he was sure of was that he had definitely seen someone jump off that pickup truck before. Most likely it was the damn black guy. Motherfucker, Gavel, are you okay over there? The person who first shouted to the pickup slowly stood up, patted the dust on himself and shouted to his partner. The question was, where was the answer? The only answer was the sound of a short circuit in the pickup truck that crashed into the wall not far away. You weren't hit by an out-of-control car, were you? This abnormality made him immediately pull out the pistol from his waist and walk towards the other side. Hey brother, say something back to me. When he really touched Gavel's side, he found that his brother had been completely knocked unconscious. Just as he was about to check Gavel's vital signs, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The jet-black mask and angry expression made him feel weak in his legs for a moment, and he even forgot to raise his gun. While he was still in a daze, Wayne directly pinched the hand holding the gun and used his joint skills without any hassle, directly breaking the man's elbow joint. Before the guy could cry out due to the severe pain, his head had already hit a nearby building under Wayne's control. The violent impact caused him to lose consciousness instantly. The voice that was about to shout out was also suppressed by this move. After taking the pistol out of the guy's hand, Wayne was quite skilled at dismantling the pistol into its parts, and threw the small parts directly into the sewer. At least 1 or 2 missing parts makes the chances of this gun being picked up by a homeless person and restored pretty low. Raising his hand, he fired the hook gun into the sky above the building, and Wayne disappeared. The sound of the car accident was obvious, drawing the surrounding attention. What Wayne needs to do now is simple: check where they all converge here. A small car accident is unlikely to attract all the people around, but at least it can let people know what Hell's Kitchen looks like now. Chaos or order? The chaotic Hell's Kitchen is more beneficial and orderly than it will take some time to solve it. Not everything goes the best way Wayne thought, and the car accident really caught the attention of those guys, already starting to move. However, it is an organized move. They even sent a small team to patrol the surrounding area to ensure that no one would suddenly attack. Then he dared to ask people to check what happened around him. Our janitor was knocked unconscious. The person going to the door looked at the 2 people who fell on the ground. After judging that they still had a small life, they reported through the intercom, "The condition is very bad. Do we have a hospital?" The other end of the intercom said coldly, "Got it." The guy who reported the situation was quite concise and fired at the 2 unconscious gatekeepers without blinking. "Find out who is working against us." After saying this, the person over there had already hung up the phone. Obviously, there is no one on the other end of the intercom, but the guy is still responding to the other end. "Yes, it looks like we're going to get busy again." The guy who seemed to have a good relationship with the leader came over. Wayne sees all of this, and Hell's Kitchen has obviously become one. It is no longer a chaotic neighborhood. Standing up, Wayne watched those guys take their hands away, leaving no one here at all. It seems that Hell's Kitchen here is different from the one in my world. Spider-Man also saw all this. In his world, the largest force in Hell's Kitchen is Jin Bin, but no one force has completely integrated this place into one. This world has been completely changed and has become the back garden of a powerful force. "I found out why you seemed so calm about my arrival." Spider-Man suddenly realized that his behavior, which clearly wanted to scare Batman fans, failed to attract any attention from Wayne. "But I don't think your reckless way of breaking into Hell's Kitchen will have any good results." Spider-Man never thought that a guy who seemed so calm and rational would choose to use a car accident to enter Hell's Kitchen's sphere of influence. I believe that the sudden appearance of Spider-Man will make the people of Hell's Kitchen quite happy. Originally, Spider-Man had already fought, and Wayne would not answer him any psychological preparations. But Wayne's sudden words surprised Spider-Man. But what does it mean that the sudden appearance of Spider-Man will make the people of Hell's Kitchen happy? Everyone in Hell's Kitchen can't wait to tear themselves into pieces. Another Spider-Man appears right here. Wayne used his voice changer to change his voice. He changed it to the voice of a minion he heard before. The loud voice broke through Hell's Kitchen in an instant, and the night returned to peace. When did Spider-Man suffer such a thing? And Batman directly exposed him to the underground sphere of influence of Hell's Kitchen. Just as Spider-Man was about to say something, Wayne had already set off a miniature smoke bomb, which not only covered his body but also reminded those guys of Spider-Man's location. After Spider-Man passed through the smoke, where was Wayne's shadow still seen? No, it's the same thing again. Now Spider-Man really doesn't think this guy is a fan of Batman. Instead, he always feels that this guy is Batman himself who came to New York City. This elusive way of traveling, as well as the way of doing things without saying anything, is simply a replica of Batman. Although Wayne's plan still has loopholes, Wayne himself is not sure who the guy he pretended to be with is now. But Wayne just needs to draw their attention here. Moreover, the smoke bombs thrown by Wayne before also gave those guys a clear sign. Where? Someone with a sharp eye has spotted the red and blue Spider-Man on the roof. Without saying anything, he just raised his gun and started shooting. The sound of gunfire broke the silence completely. They have already received the news of Spider-Man's death, but they still will not take it lightly, not to mention dressing up as Spider-Man in Hell's Kitchen itself is a provocation to them. If I had known, I would never have followed. Now Spider-Man can only dodge quickly to avoid being hit by the bullets fired by those guys. Wayne squatted quietly on top of a water tank, watching all this happen. Today's Hell's Kitchen has obviously become lively due to the sound of gunfire, but there is still one place where there is no movement. If Wayne's calculations were correct, that should be where they store their goods and cash flow. The hook gun fired, and the bat was swinging towards its target. Crouching opposite the unusually guarded building, Wayne could now clearly see the criminals patrolling carefully inside. The criminals outside the building were very careful to explore any possible hiding place. Even on the rooftop of the building, there are snipers closely watching everyone's movements. This is no longer a behavior that normal gangs can do, but I believe that it would be difficult for a normal gang to integrate the entire Hell's Kitchen into one piece. It would be quite difficult for Wayne to enter the building normally and obtain the supplies he needs, but Wayne didn't intend to politely knock on the door and enter the building from the very beginning. Isn't night the perfect time for bat hunting? Is there any problem? The sniper on the roof listened to the voice on the intercom and spoke to the other end quite calmly. Nothing, not even a ghost. We can't take it lightly, otherwise the boss will skin us. The other end of the intercom was obviously more relaxed. Stay in your monitoring room and eat your hamburger. The sniper chewed his own gum and pulled off his earphones. The guy's laughter came from the monitoring room. Ha ha ha, damn bastard. The sniper felt a little uncomfortable. He was exposed to the wind and rain here, but the other one could stay indoors and eat. However, there is nothing he can do who makes this world always have unfair things. He held his breath again and focused his gaze on the sight in front of him, observing the surrounding area. In the small field of vision, a black shadow suddenly flashed. The sniper glanced around with his sniper scope in an instant, trying to find the figure that flashed by. But there was nothing around it. It seemed like it was just an illusion. The sniper took his eyes off the scope and shook his head. Sometimes even the best sniper in the world will have hallucinations. He smiled and shook his head. Sometimes what you see is not an illusion. A deep and terrifying voice sounded behind the sniper. The sniper's body, which was still warm, suddenly fell into an ice cellar. He couldn't be sure whether the person behind him was a human or a ghost. What are you? The sniper tried to talk to the guy behind him. Wayne stood calmly behind him, watching the guy make some small movements. A criminal. Wayne leaned over and directly covered the sniper's mouth and nose, controlled his head, and smashed it against the edge of the roof. After muffled, there wasn't any sound of pain, just a body slowly relaxing. The sniper has lost his consciousness. The sniper's position was indeed a good place to observe all positions, but it was of little use to Wayne. And behind him, there is a skylight that can see the top floor of the building. There were a few guys laughing and pushing each other's drinks. One of them hugged a girl with a good face and a hot body. On the coffee table between them, stacks of US dollars were placed, and not far away was a safe for storing more cash. Wayne had found what he was looking for. Why these guys leave the cash just like that is simple. In the eyes of these guys selling illegal drugs, money is not the most important thing. The most important thing is their goods. But in Wayne's eyes, goods need to be destroyed, and US dollars need to be used to build one's own base. Looking down at the debauch scene below, Wayne needed a moment for them all to relax. When one begins the most primal activity, the second is not far behind. After the guy below inhaled the white powder in front of him into his nose, he breathed a sigh of relief and leaned on his sofa. The woman next to me squatted down quite skillfully. Tilda hahaha, this is the life we should live. The guy obviously became a little deranged because of the contraband. He laughed. No one around him would laugh at him, because other people feel the same way. What Spider-Man, what superhero? It's just a soft bastard who doesn't dare to kill people, hahaha. It's okay this time, I was directly killed by the boss. The man holding the whiskey glass was already quite calm about what was happening in front of him. If those guys weren't so annoying, we'd already be living our best lives. Perhaps when talking about Spider-Man, he got angry, and a guy pulled the woman next to him over. When they raised their heads and waited for the woman to serve, they found a figure on the skylight looking at them quietly. Look at what? The guy pulled out his gun and was just about to let the guy do his job honestly. Wayne moved. Jumping high, the cloak behind him blocked the moonlight, revealing a very real bat logo. Boom. The sound of breaking glass made those who were not high yet tremble. The brightest lights were shot by bat darts as soon as Wayne came down. The remaining lights are dim and weak, making this space extremely ambiguous. And when Wayne fell directly, it was already doomed that tonight could not be a night that would make them happy. Son, the man under Wayne's direct control wanted to say something cruel, but only the iron fist from Wayne ushered in. With one punch, a man may have to live on liquid food for the rest of his life. Scarlet blood was already all over the whole face, and there were a few blood-stained teeth here and there. It looks like dead dog. Except for the guy who was already high, everyone woke up instantly. They all took out their pistols and pointed them at Wayne. Before they could shoot, Wayne had already pulled the trigger of his hook gun. The sharp barb pierced the thigh of one of the men. What? The man's cry had no effect on Wayne. Wayne unceremoniously used the man as his weapon and threw him up, knocking over all the people around him. Pulling the trigger again pulled the man in front of him. Wayne punched the man in the chest and sent him flying. Without giving them a chance to react, Wayne has already arrived in front of one of the guys with his own speed. The speed and strength were fully displayed at this moment, and he hugged the guy's body with one hand and fell heavily over his shoulder. Under Wayne's display, that guy directly smashed the sofa beside him. And the guy who was high before was still smiling crazily there, completely ignoring that there were no guys he was familiar with around. He even waved to Wayne. Let's go together, I like threesomes. Wayne's response to him was quite concise and powerful, punching the man's face after punching until he couldn't see the guy's appearance at all. But Wayne was sure that the guy wasn't dead. Sorry, I hate it. Wayne straightened up. Here, except for those women who had been drugged by those scum long ago, there is no longer a guy who can stand normally. Wayne didn't think they could say anything about those crazy women who looked like demons dancing around. Their brains may have been completely destroyed long ago. Wayne pressed the miniature explosives on the intact safe and directly blasted the safe door open. In this regard, Wayne can only admire Batman. A belt really has everything. What was revealed in the safe were rolls of dollar bills, as well as large quantities of rough diamonds and gold. The Batman used to be quite indifferent when facing these things, but unfortunately it is Wayne who is facing these things now. But even if Wayne was excited for a moment, he was suppressed by his own reason. Pulling down the curtains on the side, Wayne emptied all the items in the safe. But Wayne didn't touch a penny of the dollar bills scattered in the hall. Wayne wasn't sure if there was anything wrong with the money. The hook gun was fired, and Wayne disappeared on the top floor carrying his curtain wrapped with a large amount of cash and precious metals. But that doesn't mean Wayne gave up their goods so easily. So you sold me just to get your own starting capital. Spider-Man looked at Wayne, who was carrying large bags and small rolls, and his big white eyes widened. He simply couldn't believe that Wayne had abandoned himself there just for the things he was carrying. Dude, you really hurt my heart by doing this. Spider-Man covered his chest and narrowed his big eyes again, as if he was telling his grievances. Look at them, I'll be back later. Wayne handed the big bag to Spider-Man and then returned to the building again. Spider-Man couldn't believe his ears. He was afraid he had heard wrong. If he didn't have a problem, it was just Batman who asked him to watch things for him. He was clearly sold directly by this person just now, and now that bat wants him to do things for him. Spider-Man really wanted to shout son of bitch directly to Batman. But in the end, his good upbringing made him take back his swear words, and he sat honestly on the rooftop water tank, looking at the package of things thrown by the bat. Having done what he needed most, Wayne's choice this time was direct and decisive. Oh. The back door, which was not very strong, was directly knocked open by a figure. Gang members with guns rolled on the ground in pain. Before anyone could walk over and ask what happened, Wayne's figure had already appeared in front of them. Wayne's approach to these gang members was quite direct. The iron fist belonging to Batman hit their faces directly with a force of up to 1,000 pounds, which could instantly make them unconscious. Such a violent movement naturally attracted the attention of other gang members, and they didn't know what was going on at the back door. But here is related to their wealth and life. We must go and have a look. No one knows whether the consequences of the commotion at the back door will lead to their boss taking their lives directly. But when they finally arrived at the back door, there were only fainting gang members left on the ground, and there was no sign of anyone. What happened, brother? Help up a gang member who looks like he should be able to wake up. The man shook him wildly, trying to get some information about the attacker out of his mouth. Today's Hell's Kitchen is too lively, and Spider-Man, who has just been confirmed dead, appeared on their sight. Now another guy popped up out of nowhere and went straight into their lair. While watching someone asking about specific matters, other gang members nervously raised their guns and looked around for any outsiders. Wayne watched silently over their heads at all the precautions they were taking. Lightly stepping on the wall, Wayne gave up the idea of continuing to stay on the ceiling and directly hit the back of a gun-wielding thug with both knees. The moment his knees fell, the guy already vomited blood and fell to the ground completely. Before the two guys beside that man could react, one of them fell to the ground with a knife in his hand. The moment he turned around, he had already hooked the neck of the gang member who wanted to inquire about Wayne's whereabouts with the bend of his leg. Now I ask you answer, go to hell you freak. I have to say that this guy still has some courage. Even when facing Wayne, he can still say such words clearly. What happened at the back door? Did someone break in? Suddenly the guy's intercom rang. Even if that guy really wants to tell them now that there has been a big problem here, there is no way. Wayne's legs bent tightly around his neck, and even breathing made him feel a little difficult now. After taking the guy's intercom, Wayne performed some operations on his armor and then spoke into the intercom. Everything is safe, just two guys having some fun. MD, I will find people to do something, tell them to stay in their positions, and if something goes wrong, I will take their skin off. It is obvious that the person on the other side of the conversation has a higher position and came over to check there are many people. I know. Turning off the intercom, Wayne stared at the man with a red face. After relaxing his own pressure a little bit, Zio Luo breathed in the air that he never cherished before. Tell me why no one pays attention to the top. Wayne was actually quite curious. It was obvious that he had made a big deal at the top level, but still, no one went up to check it out. Maybe it was because of the threat of imminent death that this guy was really afraid. He stopped talking bluntly but said directly to Wayne, the people above are all important customers. No matter what happens above, we can't disturb them. This answer surprised Wayne. He had previously thought that it was just some middle-level and high-level leaders who gathered there to have a carnival, but now he did not expect that they would be customers of gangs like them. Where is your pharmacy? Wayne quickly asked his next question. Wayne needs time now, but the sniper who was already in a coma before obviously won't give him much time. According to calculations, the next round of interrogation is probably coming soon. As long as they find out that the sniper has lost contact, they will naturally find that something is wrong. It's downstairs, just go through that entrance. Minion reluctantly raised his hand, pointing towards the entrance of the corridor beside him. Anyone else? Nothing. After getting an answer from no one below, Wayne punched this guy on the head, his face still full of peach blossoms. I guess he is also young, able to sleep when he wants to in such a difficult environment. Loosen the bend of his legs, let the guy fall directly to the ground, and then Wayne took out 2 miniature incendiary bombs from his universal belt. After pressing the detonation button, Wayne returned the same way he had come in. The bat lightly landed on the roof of the building, looking at Spider-Man squatting board on one side and the package that was safely on the other side. Oh, our great bat is finally back. With his sensitive hearing, Spider-Man naturally noticed the sound of Wayne retracting the hook when he came back. Just when Spider-Man was about to ask Wayne where he was and what he was doing, he saw a raging fire burning under a building in the distance. It's really a big deal, Spider-Man said with a sigh. Are you going to stay here or leave together? Wayne paid no attention to the raging fire in the building behind him. He was quite aware of the power of the incendiary bomb he threw. As long as the contraband factory down there is like that guy said, there's no one left. Then this fire is doomed to cause no fatalities. Only the contraband below that was destroyed. To be honest, I'm a little unclear. Where are we going next? Spider-Man spoke to Wayne quite indifferently. Find a suitable place and settle our current identities. When Wayne spoke, he had already started his own actions. Okay, you are the boss now, listen to you. Spider-Man didn't want to continue to consume his brain cells in this way. Today's work intensity has indeed reached its own standard. Wait, you mean giving false testimony? But after leaving with Bat, Spider-Man figured out what Wayne meant. What does it mean to get your current identity? Isn't that just false testimony? That's a crime, man. Suddenly, Spider-Man jumped in front of the Bat. He spoke to Wayne seriously. Wayne squinted at Spider-Man in front of him. We've always been criminals, haven't we? How is it possible? With this power, shouldn't we assume our responsibilities? Isn't it our mission to stop those guys from continuing to commit crimes? Spider-Man is so excited that he disagrees with what the Bat is saying. He only knew that if he knew what the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility is after possessing this power, he would not be able to lose his Uncle Ben. Are you a policeman? Wayne spoke indifferently. Spider-Man shook his head. No, it's not. Are you an enforcer? No. Then what do you think you're doing? Wayne didn't want to say anything more. Once again disappeared in front of Spider-Man. Spider-Man wants to stop Wayne from leaving, but now he needs to think about what Wayne said before. What the Bat said really shocked Spider-Man's mentality. He needs to be quiet now. Best not to follow the Bat for a short period of time. At least after reorganizing all the words that can refute the Bat, find this stinky Bat and talk about it. Shooting out the spider silk again, Spider-Man now needs to find a place to relax. But he didn't see that as soon as he left there, Wayne had already appeared in the fire escape downstairs, calmly watching Spider-Man leave. What you just said was a big blow to that gossip. Thomas' words came to Wayne's mind. Aren't we always criminals? Wayne didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. Besides, if this kind of words can hit a mature Spider-Man, then he doesn't deserve to be called Spider-Man. When Wayne said this, he highlighted a ruthlessness. By the way, what is Spider-Man? You seem to be somewhat familiar with this world, but not much. Before that, Thomas wanted to ask Wayne what he had experienced. He is obviously dressed as Batman, but he has an understanding of a world that he has never seen before. You can think of this as a replica of the universe of heroes. Wayne jumped down from the fire escape, and the cloak behind him suddenly unfolded just as Wayne was about to fall to the ground, slowing down his falling speed. From Wayne's words, Thomas didn't think his world was a so-called heroic universe. He only thinks that his world is a paradise for lunatics with superpowers. Amazon and Atlantis are at war, flooding half of Europe. A biochemical cyborg spends his days thinking about recruiting himself into a so-called resistance army. All of this did not make Thomas feel that there was anyone above him who was a hero. Not even himself. He was like Wayne said he was. They are all criminals, he is even a murderer. In the eyes of some people in this universe, your approach may be quite in line with his concept. Thomas didn't say anything, but Wayne did. Is it? It's just that that guy is more extreme. Wayne walked towards the vehicle in front of him. Fortunately, Wayne did find a set of casual clothes that allowed him to take off his battle suit. As an apology for taking his clothes, Wayne put down a wad of dollar bills. Taking off his mask, Wayne used the rearview mirror of the vehicle to clearly see his appearance in this world. To be honest, Wayne at this moment may understand why the clown in the comics has such a high evaluation of the appearance of the Bat. Even in the mouth of a lunatic, it can be judged as perfect. Meticulously carved, with a well-defined and perfect appearance, perhaps in the aesthetics of women, the current Wayne can definitely be called sexy. Especially those pair of blue melancholy eyes. No matter who looks into those eyes, there is no way to easily look away. The face is not bad. After Wayne praised his face, he began to change his clothes. The only fly in the ointment is that the original owner of this suit may be a fat man who ate too many hamburgers. Even in Wayne's figure, which is like a marble sculpture, he is still a little too fat. However, it is perfect as a transition. Wayne even found a travel backpack in his compartment, which at least allowed him to replace his current baggage, which looked like a robbery, put on a baseball cap, button up a hoodie, and pack a backpack full of greenbacks. Wayne is out of here. A man in ill-fitting clothes walks down the street, and no one thinks there is anything wrong with it. There are so many homeless people in New York that it's hard to see them. He reached out and gestured towards the taxi that was still working outside. A yellow taxi had already stopped in front of Wayne. New York University. Wayne, who got into the taxi, didn't wait for the driver to say anything before he spoke first. No problem. The driver didn't say anything nonsense and drove the taxi directly. But let's say it first, if you don't have money, I will beat you up. The driver looked at Wayne, who was sitting in the back seat while driving. An extremely ill-fitting set of clothes, although there is no strange smell, but the driver still directly planned it as a group of homeless people. Wayne just picked up the newspaper from the back of the taxi and began to have a comprehensive understanding of the world. For him, only by understanding most of the state of this world can he make an identity that best suits this world. Okay, it looks like you're a boring gourd. Seeing that Wayne didn't intend to talk to him, the taxi driver could only put all the rest of his words back in his stomach. He had some hope that Wayne would really have no way to pay the fare after arriving at the station. That way, he could at least give this stinky guy a good beating to vent his anger. There was no talking all the way when finally arrived at New York University. When the driver was about to turn back and ask Wayne to pay, there was no sign of Wayne in the back seat. All that was left was $100 bill and a slight breeze. Oh my God, Tilda, the driver looked at all this blankly. Maybe it's because New York is still grieving the loss of a good friend. Even the security personnel of New York University are a little decadent, swiping the phone constantly, watching everything about Spider-Man. He couldn't help but muttered in his mouth, "He used to help me." So much so that he didn't notice a figure and had already entered the building through a rather incredible method. Wayne understood their nostalgia for Spider-Man and that respect. But that has nothing to do with Wayne. What Wayne needs to do is to use the computer here to get himself a perfect identity. Pulling his hood, Wayne obviously had never been to New York University, but he was still able to dodge all the cameras lightly. Wayne has found where he found in the shortest of events. The computer room at New York University. It's just that the computer room is now closed, and the electronic lock at the door is telling everyone who wants to enter that it is not just a decoration. It is obvious that some energetic students are not wanted to enter here to study hard at night, especially coming into Christmas. In this regard, Wayne just calmly took out a gadget from the universal belt. Pressing the little thing on it, the electronic lock was completely unlocked without even making Wayne wait for a long time. Looking around, Wayne went straight into the computer room, flowing clouds and water. After confirming that there is no student trapped here because of oversleeping in the current computer room, Wayne has already started his own actions. Even if the computer here is not particularly good, it is still enough for Wayne to create an identity with no flaws at all. In the dark computer room, only the computer in front of Wayne shone light, but the baseball cap and the hat from the hoodie completely hid Wayne's face from the camera. The only sound echoing in the computer room was the clicking of the keyboard. When the sun rose again, Wayne had already taken care of everything he needed. Wayne really refreshed his perception of his current body once again. Even if he didn't close his eyes all night, he was still full of energy. And this night, Wayne has made all the preparations. A legal identity, a legal driver's license, a legal bank account, and even a social security number. It was even possible to find out the tax records that Wayne handed over every year at the IRS. I'm really grateful that Mr. Kane chose our bank. You will always be our best customer. The bank manager smiled and extended his hand to Wayne. Then see you next time. Wayne shook the manager's hand, then turned around and left here, and after Wayne left, there were always tellers who were happily discussing this handsome guy. A good-looking, even sexy man, wearing the most inappropriate clothes is dramatic no matter how you look at it. The tellers didn't stop their discussion until the bank manager sent Wayne out. Although the bank manager was somewhat resistant to Wayne's cash in American society, only a few people used cash in large quantities. But those guys are obviously not characters who can walk in the sun normally. But everything Wayne showed proved that this guy was a real normal person. Even if the bank manager does have doubts, he will not refuse such an ordinary person to deposit money in their bank. By the time Wayne walked out of the last bank, he had completely ceased to be a bat wandering around with millions of dollars on his back. But a millionaire Bruce Wayne, Wayne's next step is fairly clear, that is to put on suitable clothes for yourself. Standing on Gucci's measuring table, Wayne is being measured and asked by the tailor, "Sir, is this set for a formal occasion or a social event?" Social contact. "Is it daytime or nighttime? I want a day set and an evening set. What style? Italian. How many buttons? 2. Since Wayne doesn't have a fixed address now, he can only pick it up by himself in 2 days. But even so, Wayne still changed from head to toe. The fit three-piece suit makes Wayne completely new now. Looking at the memorial service for Spider-Man in the distance and the speeches of Spider-Man's family, Wayne just walked in the opposite direction of the crowd without saying a word. He already knew what the world he was in was like. Speaking of which, he has also seen movies in this world. After all, there are multiple Spider-Man worlds, which makes people curious anyway. He used to be one of them. In particular, Gwen Stacy, who later became a public wife, appeared in it. That's even more memorable. But all of this has nothing to do with him now. Now he needs to settle all his affairs in this world as soon as possible. Obviously, he is not a guy with special abilities, and it is probably impossible to leave this world again. All he can do now is start his own life in this world. Already like this, what he can do is quite limited. Isn't it a little small? Thomas said this with a frown as he looked at the house Wayne had chosen through Wayne's eyes. If I inherited your property, Wayne, do you think I would live here? Wayne was quite satisfied with the small single-family building in front of him. Although if you want to make your own Batcave in the future, it will be a somewhat huge project. Thomas didn't know what to say. Also, even if he did no longer care about Wayne Group, he still lived in Wayne Manor. Naturally, you will feel that this house is a little too small. At least I now have a place to live. After parking his newly purchased car, Wayne walked on the lawn in front of his house and looked into the distance. Even if this residence may be different from the trouble is quite near. There were several people who put the items in their hands at the door of the resident. Sometimes, the things you want to avoid the most often bump into them. Wayne is indeed trying his best to avoid colliding with Spider-Man, but the problem is that he can find a place that suits him, can move in with his bags, and will not affect his daily expenses. Only here. A single-family house meters away from Spider-Man's home. Now Wayne could already see the white-haired old woman being helped back. Who else but Spider-Man's Aunt May? Do you really not need me to accompany you by your side? Mary Jane looked worriedly at Aunt May, who already had gray hair. She was really worried about Aunt May's mental state. It must not be a good feeling for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person. Don't worry, I can still bear it. May lightly patted Mary Jane's shoulder, said that he had absolutely no problem. Seeing this strong old man walk into the house step by step, even if Mary Jane wanted to say something comforting, she was already at a loss for words. She could only stare deeply at Aunt May's door. Finally, he walked to the door and said against the door, "If there is anything, I hope you can call me. We are still a family, aren't we?" There was no sound in the room, but Mary Jane believed that Aunt May must have heard her own words. "I'll come back to see you, Aunt May." After leaving such a sentence, Mary Jane turned around and left here feeling a little disappointed. As for whether May heard Mary Jane's words, she certainly did. But she was even more surprised by the figures that appeared in front of her now. My God, May covered her mouth trying not to shout out of surprise. "I'm sorry I came in without permission." One of the guys who was only in black and white took off his hat. Private Marseille, a cute-looking little girl, spoke to Aunt May cautiously. When the little girl spoke, the robot-like thing behind her made a rather humane expression of guilt. "I don't know if it's normal for animals to talk in this world, but it's still nice to meet you." If it hadn't been for this voice, May might not have been able to find a small figure on her coffee table. Wait. May was really startled by this kind of thing. She had indeed known for a long time that her nephew was Spider-Man, but he never said that he has so many companions. At most it was said about Captain America or something. Today at the memorial service, May also met those famous superheroes. Apparently it's all about Spider-Man. Guess it's probably not my nephew's friend. May tried her best to calm herself down. There are too many surprising things she encountered today. Her nephew died in an earthquake for unknown reasons. Of course, May believed that Peter died at the hands of a certain villain. How could an unknown earthquake kill Spider-Man? Although I can't accept it until now, this is not our universe. We came here through space due to some accident. The black and white figure spoke of his judgment quite cautiously. And I think the reason for us to come to this universe should be the source of the death of Spider-Man in this universe. The little girl who looked like she was only in her teens was the fastest to figure out the reason why all this happened. It seems that they have already made it clear. Right after the small doll-like figure finished speaking, they immediately seemed a little alert. The spider sensor told them that a group of people had arrived at the door of the house. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and they immediately made preparations for battle. May directly pulled out a baseball bat from one side and slowly approached the gate. "You hide, I will solve it." It was really inappropriate for a white-haired woman to be exposed to an unknown danger, but the way May proposed is indeed the best. It's better for them not to show their faces now. When they came to May's place, they had already noticed that there were a few guys around who were staring at this place with malicious intentions. It is a simple matter to avoid those guys' surveillance, but if they appear outside now, they really have no way to determine what unknowable consequences will be brought about. They hid themselves as fast as they could. When May opened the door, she put down the baseball bat in her hand. It was just a few kids with Spider-Man memorabilia in hand. There were also adults who accompanied the children. "I'm very sorry, can I put this here?" The little girl handed out the Spider-Man doll in her hand, with a small card hanging on it. The immature handwriting clearly shows that this card contains everything the child wants to say to Spider-Man. "It's okay, kid." May knelt down and stroked the hair of the kid in front of her. "He is a good man." Looking at what was happening outside, the spiders hiding in the house unanimously gave such comments to the Spider-Man they had never seen before. Of course, it wasn't just the spiders watching this scene. A bat also watched the scene from his attic. Wayne didn't think it was any surprise that fans would come here directly to give gifts. The existence of Spider-Man is like the existence of the Flash. For people in the two universes, these two are the bottom line of conscience in their respective universes. Excluding those universes that are eye-popping, at least in other universes that are going on normally, they tend to play the bottom line of the team. But in Bat's eyes, those adults who seem to be accompanying the children couldn't possibly be simple guys. Posture when standing, alertness when walking. All have fully demonstrated the professional training they have received. This kind of guy is either a government employee or a mercenary who has experienced many battles. But obviously they are more likely to be the latter. If it is the American government personnel, there is no need to be on guard all the time when facing a superhero's relatives. If there were no tricks on these guys, Wayne would dare to twist his head off and use it as a ball. "I really care about this place." Wayne could tell that there were at least 5 guys around who were sent to monitor. Really worried about people to the extreme. Even if people have already died in his hands, do you still worry that someone will come over? No wonder that guy Kingpin ended up where he is in this world. This kind of caution has made him naturally less likely to fall into the disadvantage caused by arrogance, although his opponent is that Spider-Man, but he still has his own obsession. Kingpin of the main universe once discovered that Vanessa was his weak spot and decisively dealt with Vanessa. Addresses its own weaknesses on its own. Ensure that you will meet all possible challenges with the most impeccable posture. In this universe, Jin Bing's Vanessa has completely become a nightmare in his sleep, and it is also his lingering obsession. Wayne touched his chin. Although he now has a place to settle down, there is obviously a big gap between him and the genuine Bat. Perhaps the next development will be his chance to completely turn himself into a real Bat. Jin Bin. Wayne took his bat dart and carefully looked at the sharp edge of the dart in his hand. According to Wayne's understanding, Osborn Technology, which could have been regarded as a top technology company in the world, has long been completely swallowed up by Jin Bin's company. Norman Osborn has even become one of Kingpin's lackeys. As long as Wayne can get the company he currently owns in Kingpin's hands, he can have a super company that, although it can't catch up with Wayne Group, is still one of the best. Also, now that Peter Parker is dead, then that little black spider is about to go online. After all, there can only be one Spider-Man in a universe, that's the rule. Even in the back, the little black spider fights side by side with the Spider-Man of the main universe, because the little black spider does not belong to the Spider-Man of the main universe. It seems that tonight will still be a sleepless night. Taking a deep breath, Wayne tried to keep himself calm. He stayed up all night for 2 consecutive days, but Wayne, a normal person, felt that his current mental state might be abnormal. But thinking that he is now a half-Batman, everything seems to be normal again. Said to be the limit of human beings. But Wayne has never seen any human being able to survive for half a minute in the vacuum of the universe without any equipment. If this is considered human, it may only be compared to those teammates around him who are either Kryptonians or demigods. Picking up the hood next to him, Wayne looked at the pattern representing Bruce's inner fear and anger. He clenched his fists involuntarily. With bats, it should be more interesting. When Wayne reappeared, he had changed into a full bat suit. Moving his shoulders, Wayne disappeared into his house in the next second. If it is a rainy night, it is definitely the most suitable time for bats to come out. "It's so boring. By the way, the boss didn't say when we can leave here. I don't want to continue to monitor an old woman." Obviously, someone is a little dissatisfied with this matter. He could have spent this cold night with a girl, but now he was forced to spy on a gray-haired old woman. The companion who was drinking hot coffee on the other side was obviously immune to that guy's complaints. Is there anything special? He ruthlessly rejected the guy's complaint against him, and enjoy your leisure time quietly with your eyes closed, but the other didn't reply him anything. Is there anything special? He repeated his words again, but unfortunately he still didn't get any answer. Speak. He finally opened his eyes impatiently. Before he could say anything, he could still feel that he was directly lifted up into the air by someone strangling his neck. He finally hit the wall behind him. The severe pain caused his brain, which had been a little dazed after being watched for a long time, to wake up in an instant. Who? He managed to open his eyes and take a good look at who could have done such a thing. A pitch-black mask that kept an angry expression was in front of his eyes. What kind of monster are you? He subconsciously regarded Wayne in front of him as a mutant freak who was not much different from Spider-Man. That's the kind of guy who wanders around late at night in a Halloween costume. Although the man was frightened by Wayne's current costume, he still did not give up his resistance. He wouldn't care what the guy in front of him was. Even if he's a freak like Spider-Man, so what? You're still afraid of guns, aren't you? His hand has already touched the pistol on his waist. As long as he is given a chance, he can shoot the guy in front of him into a sieve. Small movements are indeed very subtle, but there is no way to escape the eyes of bats. What's more, at night, bats don't use eyes. With his free hand, Wayne grabbed the guy's wrist that was making small movements, clamped his arm, and exerted force. Click tilde. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Before the pain made him cry out, Wayne was already pinching his neck with more strength. All possibility of making a sound has been strangled. Cough, cough, cough. In the end, the pain can only be turned into constant coughing and painful cold sweat. Who is your boss? Wayne didn't think he could get anything about Jin Bin from such a guy, but if you go a little further, you may be able to get some news. Among Jin Bing's subordinates, Prowler is obviously a solo master. Dr. Octopus in this world, who can be called Octopus Mother, has an entire research institute as his base camp. Scorpion, I don't know which gutter to stay in. The only person who could be their head is the Tombstone. But even after roughly guessing whose subordinate it was, Wayne was still not at ease. Seeing this guy gritting his teeth, not saying a word. Even if you beat me to death, I won't reveal anything, it's too familiar. Aha. When Wayne threw the guy directly to the edge of the rooftop in the next second, the huge force even caused a mouthful of blood to well up when he hit the low wall of the rooftop. PFFT tilde. Blood spurted from his mouth, and the guy looked at Wayne walking towards him with a look of horror. The hand wrapped in the black glove grabbed his neck again. A burly man weighing kilograms was picked up by Wayne with one hand just like that. There was nothing under his feet. He was hung by Wayne outside the roof of this apartment building. I'm an ordinary person, and I don't have the power of Spider-Man, so I get tired easily and let go. Wayne spoke the language that made that guy fear the most in the calmest mood. I think you should know what it's like to fall from the third floor. When your legs fall to the ground, you will be paralyzed and your head. As Wayne spoke, he took another step forward. Now tell me, who is your superior? What is your address? The man may still want to hide it, but the problem is that the masked monster in front of him seems to be unable to support himself. He could already feel Wayne's hands shaking slightly. In the next moment, he might just let go and let him have a free soul. I only know that he lives in a high-end apartment in Manhattan. I don't know anything else. He directly grabbed Wayne's arm with his intact left hand. He really didn't want to just fall to his death here. It's really a strange universe. A scoundrel can live in a crowded Manhattan. Wayne let go of his hand the next moment as he spoke. What? This time no one gagged him. Boom tilde. Wayne didn't even think about looking down. In his calculations, he could only become a paraplegic villain. But come to think of it, no one will let him continue to be a bad guy. Even at night, the sound of heavy objects falling and people's painful wailing are always conspicuous enough. A silent community where people took time out from their own business to see what was going on. Jin Bing's people were even more mixed in with these spectators. Seeing that it was their own person, they just turned their heads and left indifferently. Apparently someone is taking action against them now. The question is, what kind of person would have such courage? Spider-Man has already died in their hands. Who would dare to provoke them now? Those little guys who used to hang out with Spider-Man, but no matter who they are, they want to tell other people that they are being targeted by someone else. Boss, we have a brother who was thrown from the upstairs by someone. Although he is not dead, he should be disabled. The younger brother who was assigned to monitor Spider-Man's family here immediately began his report. No one knew what was the response on the other end of the phone, but the little brother looked back before leaving. The guy who was disabled by Wayne, his eyes were full of pity. His fate was already sealed. The spiders heard the sound just as clearly. But he didn't choose to go out directly. When he arrived here, as the only Spider-Man here who had always been a detective and a superhero, the black and white shadow spider had already stopped others who wanted to rush out. There are spies around who don't know who they are. If they went out, wouldn't they just fall into the hands of those guys? So all they can do now is wait and see. As gangsters who have dealt with superheroes for a long time, they know best that usually at this time, those plainclothes freaks have already left. But he still walked to the other end very cautiously and waited there quietly. As for Wayne, he didn't listen to what the little guy said at all. He quietly waited for the guy he wanted to see to appear here. What a high-end apartment in Manhattan. It is impossible for Wayne to easily inspect all the high-end apartments in Manhattan Island in 3 days. But there are some things that are destined to be brought up by the bosses who are watching the Parker family around here. Wayne has been hanging far behind those little guys like a ghost, not only to ensure that I can see their actions clearly, but also to ensure that those guys have no way to find themselves. Even this distance is definitely suitable for Wayne. As long as that person appears for a moment, Wayne can guarantee that he has arrived in front of them. What Wayne thought was indeed right. When the younger brother called that person, that guy had already decided that he wanted to come and have a look. Mainly, it is too sensitive here. Spider-Man had just died, and his surveillance staff had already been taken care of. No matter which direction it comes from, it is a rather scary inference. Could it be that some superhero had taken action against them without them knowing? Especially yesterday, their factory was even attacked by an unknown masked hero. This made him, who was already a little irritable, even more irritable now. A vehicle appeared directly on the street without any disguise. The sudden braking left dark tracks on the road. This simple and direct way of parking has shown how irritable the guy's inner emotions are now. I hope that what I hear next is good news. A gray and white man walked straight out of the driver's seat. As soon as he showed up, he had already reprimanded his little minions. If things were really as simple as he said, the world would no longer be what it is now. Sorry, boss, there are too many people there and we can't do anything. The minion who called Tombstone before immediately stood up and admitted his mistake. After all, the sound was so loud that it attracted all the surrounding residents. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the time to make a move. Moreover, when they arrived there, surrounding residents had already called the police and medical calls. All they can do is get out of there and make sure they don't get involved. Tombstone took a deep breath. He also knew that killing people in public was definitely not advisable. But things have gone really bad lately. Does anyone know who he is? He did such a thing? Huh. Tombstone suppressed his anger and tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. But at this time, the little people around just looked at me and I looked at you, and finally chose to bow their heads and prepare for the storm. That means you didn't even see who attacked them, did you? Tombstone really didn't know how many brain cells he had died at that time, so he had the idea of recruiting younger brothers, and asked them to act as eyeliners for him to monitor the Parker family. If it weren't for the red and blue police lights flashing in the distance, the current Tombstone really wanted to pull out his gun, count each of these guys in front of him, and collapse them all. Listen, after those guys are in the hospital, I don't care what method you use to deal with him, otherwise I'll deal with you. Tombstone sat in the car after leaving such a sentence. But what the Tombstone didn't find was that the moment he closed the car door, a small black spot had been nailed to the trunk of his car. Tombstone thought that by coming here, he could get some information about the guy who destroyed their factory. But I didn't expect that the guy here didn't even see the specific appearance of the attacker. But think about it. The people from the previous factory also said that the guy was like a bat moving at night, without any trace at all. Almost without exception, the guys who have faced that masked freak have become vegetative. One guy roughly saw that person's outfit, but it was just a back view. The only useful information the guy gave Tombstone was that person was wearing a pitch-black battle suit and a cloak like a bat's wings. Compared with the previous Spider-Man, the guy who attacked them now really saved their lives, but the same guy's attack was much more ruthless than Spider-Man. Do you think you are Batman? Tombstone said angrily as he squeezed the steering wheel of his car. This feeling of being provoked is really unpleasant. Wayne looked at the small red dot that was constantly moving on the map displayed on his armor. He believed that when such a thing happened, Tombstone would definitely go to Jin and report it. If it was just the meaning of the tombstone itself, it would be impossible to arrange so many eyeliners here. It's only possible that Fisk wanted to see if anyone wanted to help Spider-Man get revenge. Perhaps Fisk himself hadn't even thought about it. It is true that some people will take revenge for Spider-Man, but some people are eyeing the Fisk group in his hands. The tombstone stopped, and the tombstone, which was somewhat different from Wayne's previous guess, did not stop in Manhattan or the more affluent Long Island. Instead, it stopped in Brooklyn not far away. According to Fisk's obsession with Vanessa and his son in this universe, it should be their warm family. Moving his neck, Wayne is now ready for a tough fight. So after the friendly New York City neighbor we sent off, we've got a darkened Nightbringer. Jin Bin, who was sitting on his seat, was even asking about the tombstone. His eyes were still fixed on the group photo on the coffee table. It was a woman with a rather warm face and a well-behaved and sensible child. These are the two most important people in the world for Fisk, but he pushed it away with his own hands. All he needs to do now is bring them back to him. Everything else can be put aside. Even if a superhero similar to Spider-Man appeared again, as long as he didn't come to hinder his plan, he could pretend that he didn't see it. But he also needs to know whether this superhero will become an obstacle to bringing back his lover. Yes, boss, but now it seems that this guy is much more ruthless than Spider-Man. Those who have met him face to face are basically disabled for life. The tombstone has gathered all the information that is known now. Indeed, no one lost their life because of that guy's shot. But now turning them into a vegetative state or even being disabled for life, this appearance is no better than death. Put his affairs aside for now. The more important thing to me now is not embarrassing a small factory, nor the disabled members who are left behind. Picking up the photo frame in front of him, Fisk touched it gently with a soft expression. It's hard to imagine that this person with such a soft complexion spoke so cruelly and coldly. But obviously, Tombstone is the same kind of person as Fisk, and he doesn't care about the life, death, and disability of those guys. The only important thing for him is his career and himself. Nothing else will disturb him. Understood the boss. Nodding to Fisk, Tombstone already understood what he should do next. Maybe he couldn't catch the Night Apostle, but he could ignore the destruction and property loss that the Night Apostle brought to them. This thing is fairly simple for Tombstones. Seeing Fisk looking at him from the corner of the eye again, Tombstone bowed to Fisk with great interest. I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tombstone had already walked out of the house and out of this space filled with happy memories of Fisk and his family. Instead of paying attention to the Tombstone, Fisk refocused his gaze on the framed picture of Vanessa and his son. Vanessa, Richard, I'll bring you all back. It's hard to imagine that Fisk, who is in charge of the wind and rain in the underground world, would show such a loving expression now. Wayne, who had just arrived at Fisk's residence, saw this Fisk. Wayne would not care about how much Fisk loved his wife and son, a criminal who directly or indirectly destroyed the happiness of countless families. After losing his loved ones, he wants to drag them back to him. How can there be such a good thing? Pressing the control surface on his right arm armor, the world Wayne sees now is no longer the normal field of vision before. The house was no longer a normal residence in Wayne's eyes. He can see that every place in this house has been specially treated now. Although this house is an extremely monumental place for Fisk, it does not mean that he will remove all his backing because of these things. Sure enough, the current Wayne has indeed found a special elevator leading to the bottom of the house. Wayne knew very well that the things hidden there could not be documents about the Fisk group, and some might just be about Fisk's criminal empire, but it was already within Wayne's acceptance range. Well hidden. After taking a deep look at Fisk, who was still there secretly feeling sad, Wayne did not choose to enter directly. Wayne needs a complete plan that will allow him to get all the stuff about Fisk's criminal empire during this time. Reflecting all the structures of Fisk's current residence in his mind, Wayne directly chose to retreat. I was able to get Fisk's address and his house structure today. Wayne is satisfied. Sometimes bats don't necessarily only appear at night, it is also possible during the day. Leaving here in a flash. Tomorrow is the daytime when Wayne needs to do things now. Wayne stopped as he passed an apartment building in Brooklyn. Sometimes, people you don't want to meet always appear in front of you in an extremely unexpected way. For example, the scene now looks like a crime scene. The victim was none other than Spider-Man, who had been nagging by his side before, and the person dragging Spider-Man is a kid wearing a poor-quality Spider-Man peripheral costume. Oh. The sudden sound from the fire escape scared the child. Dragging Spider-Man's hand, he subconsciously let go and raised it. Poor Peter Benjamin Parker fell straight down the fire escape after being let go by the kid. As long as he is not Spider-Man, he can already be directly admitted to the supreme luxury ward of the hospital, which is simply the ICU. I didn't kill him, and he didn't die, he just fainted. I just wanted to take him home and take a good look at his injuries. There was absolutely no other intention. The kid quickly explained everything. It's just that maybe it's because of his language talent. To Wayne's ears, when he spoke quickly, it sounded like he was saying rap. Wayne didn't say anything, but just this unclear tone of voice made the child a little confused. Aha. He tentatively repeated what Wayne said to see if this masked, suspected superhero, who didn't look easy to mess with, would explain to him what that meant. What I said is absolutely true, you have to believe me. The child is really frightened by Wayne's expression now. He was bitten by a spider and he had very strange superpowers and saw the fight between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. He even saw how Spider-Man died. But anyway, he's just a kid. He was still a little terrified when he met a superhero that he couldn't understand at all. Especially the appearance of this superhero, it is obvious that he is not a good talker. Hey, all he can do now is to be good, make yourself look harmless. Oh my back. Spider-Man's voice interrupted the frozen atmosphere between them. Spider-Man, who had a small belly, stood up slowly while holding onto the wall. As he stood up, he made a sound because of the pain in his back. It's just that now Spider-Man no longer looks like a mask, but more like a desperate homeless man. A green coat and a pair of elastic pants that don't look very comfortable. In every respect, he can't be compared to Spider-Man. Spider-Man rubbed his forehead. He wanted to think carefully about what he had experienced before. A child stunned him with electricity and then followed him behind a light rail car in New York, hitting one thing after another. Especially at the end, they actually fell directly from it. If it wasn't for his strong body, he would have been sent to the hospital by this meal. Spider-Man also has numb claws in the surrounding environment. He has never seen this place before. When he raised his head, he saw the child who had given him a hard time and the first person he knew since he came to this universe. Big fan of that bat. Hey, I knew you would come to me. Peter was happier now, regardless of the pain in his back, pointing at Wayne and laughing. Do you know each other? The child now felt that he must have stabbed the lair of some strange organization. Otherwise, at the same time as these two people knew each other, he could meet both of them. I don't know, this was Wayne's answer. No, was Spider-Man's answer. Obviously, two people spoke at the same time, but they gave two completely different answers. And obviously that Spider-Man is more excited. What does it mean that we don't know each other? Yesterday, I helped you well and attracted so much firepower. Now you turn around and say that you don't know me. Peter apparently reacted rather violently to Wayne's statement that the relationship between the two of them was unfamiliar. In Peter's opinion, the two of them had experienced a friendship that could be regarded as a battlefield of life and death. How come two people don't know each other here in Wayne? When the child heard Peter's words, he also cast his eyes on Wayne with great interest. But Wayne just glanced at the child sideways, and the child immediately put his eyes away and looked elsewhere. For this half-child, Wayne's deterrence is obviously much higher than Spider-Man's. First of all, you came to find me, and secondly, I didn't force you to stay with me. Spider-Man couldn't imagine how Wayne could speak such a cold and biting language with a 37-degree mouth. Are you saying I'm meddling? Are you saying we have nothing to do with each other? Do you know that saying something like that can hurt a fragile spider's heart? Although I don't know if Peter himself has realized that there is something wrong with what he is saying now. But Wayne's original mask of bitterness and hatred became even more angry at the moment. Wow, tilde, that child seemed to have heard some shocking gossip. First cast his eyes on the Spider-Man dressed as a homeless man below, and then cast his eyes on. Oh no, he doesn't have the guts. He could only lower his head and stare at his untied shoes. Wayne glanced at Spider-Man below, then shot out his hook and left. What was originally a simple matter became more and more difficult to explain after being said by that Spider-Man, and the more this kind of thing was explained, the more difficult it was to explain. So between you. This kid was obviously very confused and interested in what Peter said before. Spider-Man wouldn't pay attention to what the kid said. All he had to do now was catch up with the bat. That bat, it is very likely that he knows how he came to this universe. Don't go, I have something to ask you. Looking at Spider-Man below as if he was trying to leave, the child immediately jumped down from the fire stairs. This time he really faced the child, and Spider-Man's spider sense had already been activated. You are the same as me. Spider-Man was a little puzzled if it was based on the theory of parallel universes. There should be only one Spider-Man in a universe just like his world, and today he just attended a funeral of Spider-Man during the day. Tonight, I could meet a child with this ability. Quantum theory is amazing. Spider-Man muttered to himself. What are you talking about? The child asked curiously, but soon he himself interrupted with a question of his own. Now he needs to understand what is going on in this world. And the guy in front of me who looks like Spider-Man is the answer to everything. And of course, there's that guy who looks like Batman from the comic books. Why are you so like Peter Parker? Because I am Peter Parker. He patted the dust off his body, although Spider-Man didn't want to discuss anything with here anymore. If he had left a little later, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the bat's fur. Then why are you not dead and your hair is different? Why are you getting older? And your body shape, why do you have a small belly? A series of questions. It seems that the current Spider-Man is a bit big-headed. He really didn't know where a child came from. With so many questions, the previous children were obviously easy to coax. Although I know you're saying I'm fat, I don't care about you now, and you have to remember that superheroes never buy their own peripherals. Having said that, Spider-Man has stood on the wall and is walking slowly upwards. So you're from another time and place. It's like a parallel universe, similar to each other but not the same. Are you Spider-Man there? And then you travel here and you don't know why. After a while, the kid figured it out. How did the Spider-Man with a small belly get here? And when he said this, the kid had unknowingly followed behind Peter and climbed up the wall. Yes, you are right. Spider-Man was really a little annoyed by his nagging. He turned to the kid and said quite solemnly, I'm going to find that bat right now to find out how I got here. Perhaps in this universe, he is the only one who knows how I got here. And you're right now going to make me lose track of that bat. But what if I also knew how you got here? The kid said to Spider-Man rather excitedly. Spider-Man stopped in his tracks and looked back at the child in poor-quality peripheral clothing with some doubts. I was there when our cosmic Spider-Man died. I also know what brought you here. What's your name, kid? Spider-Man didn't stop but continued to walk up with the kid. Miles Morales, can you teach me how to be Spider-Man like Peter said? Then we won't talk about it until we find the bat. While speaking, Spider-Man had already reached the roof of the building. In the vagueness, the figure of the bat can still be seen. Miles obviously couldn't understand why they were still looking for the bat, when he had already explained that he had seen everything. But the Peter Parker in front of him was still looking for the vicious-looking bat. Can we discuss not going to him? Miles, who followed Peter Parker, tried to persuade the Spider-Man to change his mind. Miles really didn't want to see that bat again if he didn't have to. He always felt that the bat was not very friendly to him. Miles, you have to trust me, he is a very talkative guy. Peter Parker felt that Wayne was not unfriendly at all. In his eyes, it was just a sign that Wayne didn't want to talk very much. He doesn't like to talk, so wouldn't he just talk a little more and be done with it? But I always feel that the way he looks at me is full of deep disgust. Miles was a little scared when he thought of Wayne's fierce eyes. Peter Parker felt that he was just a normal Link, and in his impression, it seemed that the bat always looked bitter and hateful when it looked at anyone. Peter Parker stopped his walking pace, turned around and patted Miles on the shoulder lightly. Believe me, he doesn't just look at you that way even when he looks at me. After saying this, Peter Parker didn't say anything more and he flew directly in the direction Wayne left before. Okay. My own Spider-Man coach has already said this, and Miles can only agree. But to be honest, the speed at which Peter Parker is advancing now really makes it impossible for this kid who has just acquired the spider ability to keep up. After running for a while, Wayne found that he was followed by two little tails. The skills from that Batman clearly told him how to avoid the immature pursuit of those two little tails. In fact, the big tracking ability is pretty good, but the small one is really full of loopholes. The hook gun shot out, directly pulling Wayne's figure to another location. Only this time, Wayne's figure was no longer as slow as before, but left the original position extremely quickly. This sudden increase in speed obviously caused Miles to be taken care of from behind, and Peter Parker, who had slowed down his pursuit, was somewhat unable to react. He can't care about Miles now, they must first catch the bat before they can settle Miles' matter. Even if he reached the landing point of the bat as quickly as possible, he still didn't see the bat, as if the guy suddenly had superpowers and could become invisible here. Whoosh! A batarang flew directly from his ear and nailed the wall not far away. If it hadn't been for the fact that his spider sense hadn't issued an early warning, Peter Parker might have thought that the batarang was heading for his throat. There's no need to say hello with something like this. Looking back, Peter Parker said to the bat slowly walking out of the shadows, "Why follow me?" Wayne's words have always been concise and to the point. He couldn't understand what this guy wanted to do after following him. "We may need your help." The caution shown by Peter Parker was something Wayne hadn't seen from the movie before. After all, a guy who dares to go to Kingpin Base Camp to solve the incident after listening to the child's explanation will definitely not be as meticulous as he is showing now. Of course, this may also have something to do with the fact that Peter Parker has always been fighting alone. I'm not completely familiar with these abilities yet. I think you might need to be a little slower. It wasn't until this moment that Miles rushed to the two people's side. This guy should have explained everything to you. You two can solve it by yourself. I still have my own plan, so it's best not to disturb each other. When Wayne said this, he immediately threw down a smoke bomb. No matter how different Spider-Man's senses are from ordinary people, he can't be stronger than Superman's senses. When the smoke cleared, Wayne's figure had long disappeared. Ahem, cough, cough, it looks like you are right. Miles, who was choked by the smoke bomb and coughed, weakly put his hand on Peter Parker's shoulder. This time he was convinced that what Peter Parker said was true, that the bat was what it was to everyone. Wayne would not care about what Peter Parker and the others were going to do. Following the normal plot flow, they would never have any problems, and they would also be taken to other Spider-Man. What's more, if these Spider-Man did not go to the private research laboratory sponsored by Kingpin, does that mean that Kingpin might not go there as per the plot? No matter from which aspect, Wayne feels that if he interferes with the progress of the plot will deviate. Not only will it cause problems for Spider-Man, but more importantly, it will make Wayne's plan go wrong. Wayne's choice satisfied Thomas in his head. In Thomas's view, Wayne's choice is absolutely the right one, and everything must be based on the completion of his plan. It is only possible to help others if it does not affect the normal progress of your own plan. Likewise, this is why Thomas refused again and again. An invitation from Cyborg, who serves as an advisor to the American military. At that time, he only wanted to maintain the order of Gotham, and other things had no meaning to Thomas. Before returning to his home, Wayne carefully checked whether there were any spies of Jin Bin in the entire community. Although what has been done today is already a warning to them, but be careful in all things. Perhaps Jin Bing and Tombstone are planning to let this poor community go. There are no more eyeliners watching the Parker family at all times, and no more itinerant bums as mobile watchers. Wayne landed lightly in the backyard of the house he just bought without making any sound, as if his body weighed nothing. Maybe I can get a good night's sleep. Walking into his own room, Wayne put his equipment away neatly before walking into the bedroom with his neck twisted. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. But just 2 short hours later, Wayne, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes again. Motherfucker. Now Wayne finally understands how Batman can fight criminals at night and still be able to socialize normally during the day. I even have time to find some actresses from the Far East Ballet Company and discuss the philosophy of life. With this kind of sleep that can fill up all the energy in just 2 hours, anyone else might be able to do this. It's just a pain for Wayne that he needs to get used to this sleeping style and sleeping time. In Wayne's opinion, sleeping until dawn is the best thing, but now the sky outside is still black. Rubbing his head, Wayne really couldn't accept this kind of thing now. After 2 hours of sleep, Wayne still hasn't recovered. So you are the same. After drinking a glass of water, Wayne asked this question to Thomas in his head. I can't do it, I can't sleep like this, I have to sleep well for at least a while. Thomas said directly that he couldn't do it. There is still a big difference between Thomas and Bruce. Especially when it comes to Wayne Group, the two of them are completely different. Bruce at least still had time to fix some of the Wayne Corporation's problems, but Thomas had already put the Wayne Corporation behind him. Thomas' most important person had already collapsed in that alley. And because Thomas habitually uses guns to solve problems, he is much worse than Bruce in fighting. Naturally, there is no way to compare with Bruce's physique. However, I suggest that you use this time to exercise yourself. I don't know how Bruce does it, but at least it is based on your current physical condition. If you don't control your diet and exercise well, your body will not be able to maintain its current extreme state. Although Thomas didn't know much about this aspect, from his perspective, Wayne's health must be well maintained. Do you have any recommended exercises and recipes? Wayne was also bored now, so naturally he chatted with Thomas. Although the old man's attitude towards criminals has always been that of a punisher, at least Wayne can understand how he should maintain his physical fitness. He didn't want to be like that Peter Benjamin Parker, who couldn't even keep himself in shape when he was going through a midlife crisis. Jogging, 32-mile-kilometer long-distance running, yoga. I also need to train my fighting skills at night. Thomas spoke out a series of activities. But when he finished speaking, he stopped and looked at his surroundings. You also need a huge training facility and housing. I know. Wayne felt a little helpless when he heard this. Was it because he didn't want to have a super good place to train himself? If he wanted to find a place suitable for exercising and having his own Batcave, by the way, then Wayne felt that he should spend half a month running around in the underground world. But even then, Wayne couldn't be sure whether he would have enough wealth at that time. But now he just needs to wait quietly for something to go wrong with Jin Bing, and he will be able to transfer everything to himself with his own technology. This is the easiest and most harmless way. As for what will become of Kim, Wayne doesn't care. What's more, after this matter was over, that guy was directly sent to the police by the little black spider. Wayne wants to get everything done before the police and them. As for the recipe, let's talk about it after you have money. Thomas has no intention of telling Wayne the recipe now. When the ingredients are not guaranteed, even if Wayne is told all the recipes, there is no way to guarantee that the ingredients that Wayne can find are consistent. Do you want to be so straightforward? Wayne has changed into a tracksuit at this moment, ready to go out and run a few laps. This is the most suitable exercise he can do so far. On a dark night, few people would think that anyone would come out for a run at this time. Even now, New York City has long since had fewer ordinary criminals because of the existence of those masked heroes. However, the criminals appearing now are not the guys who dared to come out to rob with only a pistol before. There are no criminals living in New York City now who don't have their own special skills. Otherwise, if you say it, no one will believe that you are a super criminal. Walking out the door, Wayne moved his limbs, pulling himself to the best state possible. Wayne really wanted to see what monsters and monsters there were in New York today that would come out at night. But now that Spider-Man is dead, despite what he did in Hell's Kitchen, those super criminals obviously don't think about working at night. There is no way to get the little spider. I have to say, Spider-Man is really the group favorite, whether in the hero camp or the villain camp. Just like when outsiders want to see bats, they often need to have a good conversation with the top bat fans. If he can be accepted, he might be able to see the bat, but usually they are unable to negotiate. Although the movement of Wayne running at night was not big, it still attracted the attention of a certain spider. Run late at night. Seeing Wayne running outside, Shadow Spider frowned. After Shadow Spider took back the spies around the tombstone, he was already observing everything outside. He wants to help the dead Spider-Man protect his family. Naturally, Wayne's every move was seen by him. Thanks to his black and white painting style, even if he appears directly in the dark now, it is difficult for anyone to notice his appearance. However, if someone noticed him, most of them would probably faint from fright. A guy with no color at all is a bit scary no matter how you think about it. The Shadow Spider dodged and shot Spider Silk in the direction Wayne was running. He wanted to take a good look at the identity of this person. If he is a villain, then he will help the world and clean up this guy. If he's a good guy, then avoid his problems with bad guys that haunt the night. Although Shadow Spider was shocked that New York now was far from New York in, judging from the fact that Spider-Man could die in New York City. Over the past few decades, not only did the level of public security fail to improve, but the level of public security declined. As for the guy who came out at night, Shadow Spider didn't think it was very likely that he was a good guy. But in this short period of time, the Shadow Spider found that he had followed Wayne for several miles. This kind of speed is completely beyond the reach of a normal human being. Now the Shadow Spider is even more inclined to believe that this guy should be a bad guy, just no substantive evidence. Wayne breathed steadily and enjoyed the run quite a bit. At the same time, he is also paying attention to the little tail that has been following behind him. As a detective, the Shadow Spider's stealth skills are really good, and with the color of his body, it is simply perfect. But Wayne himself is a cheater. Not to mention having a real Thomas Wayne in his head. Wayne didn't know that Shadow Spider was determined to follow him. He just thought that this guy was monitoring all suspicious things around him. Just run on your own. But the next moment, the Shadow Spider that had just shot out its silk thread and was about to swing in front of Wayne suddenly flashed a black and white ghost. He split into several people at that moment. The severe pain made him unable to control himself and fell directly. Boom! Even if Wayne wanted to pretend he didn't hear the sound, it would be impossible. Hello, are you okay? Wayne turned back and called into the dark alley. Do you need help? Wayne walked cautiously into the alley. It wasn't until Wayne walked in front of the Shadow Spider that the Shadow Spider would recover. It's okay, I'm fine. The Shadow Spider, a carp, jumped up straight from the ground, patted the dust on himself when he fell, and even raised the brim of his hat quite confidently. You are Spider-Man, didn't they say you were dead? Wayne looked surprised, even with a little fear, and you are dressed like this now. While speaking, he moved his footsteps slightly backwards. Obviously, he was a little scared to see a guy who didn't know whether he was a human or a ghost. The acting skills shown by Wayne this time will definitely be able to win the statuette. Wayne's acting skills are indeed online, but this does not dispel Shadow Spider's doubts. But it is impossible for an ordinary person to run in the middle of the night, let alone have the courage to come to this place that is obviously very convenient for murder after there is movement. It's just that the first thing the Shadow Spider has to solve now is how to conceal his identity. The Spider-Man of this world is dead, and that's a mourning ceremony in full view. If one fails, it is really possible for that Spider-Man to be charged with fooling the public. Oh no no no, I'm just a big Spider-Man fan and just added some of my own ideas to his suit. You have to think, how could Spider-Man fall off the wall, right? Sir, why do you go out for a run at night? After saying those two sentences, Shadow Spider began to take the initiative as soon as the conversation changed. He felt that there was absolutely no problem with his own problem. I have insomnia, I've been under too much pressure recently, I'll see if running can help me sleep better. Wayne rubbed his eyebrows with a look of discomfort. Isn't it said that people sleep well when they are tired? I don't want to take sleeping pills. If I leave them at home, I'm always afraid that one day I won't be able to think about it anymore and I will commit suicide. Wayne's tone of voice was full of helplessness about insomnia and anxiety. Shadow Spider didn't know what to say. At that time, there weren't many people who could only rely on sleeping pills to sleep. At this time, he always felt that as technology became more advanced, people became more tired. The Shadow Spider reluctantly let go of its vigilance against Wayne, took a step forward, and wanted to put its hand on Wayne's shoulder. It's just that this posture is a little strange. A 1.8-meter man puts his hands on the 1.9-meter Wayne, and there is always a sense of disobedience. But Shadow Spider wasn't just there to comfort Wayne. He wanted to see if this guy was wary of him and would show resistance to his abrupt behavior. An anxious, insomniac person is definitely wary of a stranger invading his body space. Shadow Spider did feel Wayne's resistance, but it only lasted for a short while. Wayne did show resistance, and the Shadow Spider couldn't continue, so he let go of his hand immediately and apologized. I'm sorry, I'm always willing to do this when I talk to others, the Shadow Spider said apologetically, pressing his hat. It's okay. When Wayne said this, his expression was obviously a little stiff. I wish you a comfortable sleep in the future. The Shadow Spider left the alley before leaving. Even when he was walking out, part of his attention was on Wayne. He wanted to see what this guy would do about his behavior. But what Wayne has come up with is pretty much in line with all the good things about the Shadow Spider. All kinds of signs finally convinced the Shadow Spider that this guy was just a guy who was troubled by insomnia and came out to run at night in the middle of the night regardless of the danger of his life. It seems that insomnia is more terrifying than losing life. The Shadow Spider has never felt what insomnia is, but seeing Wayne's appearance now, he really felt that insomnia was a terrible thing. If possible, he doesn't want to lose sleep in his life. When Wayne walked out, there were still traces of the Shadow Spider outside, but he still showed the appearance of being terrified by the disappearance of the Shadow Spider. Then he pulled his legs and walked in the direction he came from. Upstairs not far away, Shadow Spider was really relieved to leave after seeing this scene. He's really a cautious guy. When Wayne ran back to his home, he couldn't help but admire the prudence of the Shadow Spider, but think about New York at that time. As a private detective, Shadow Spider was able to live safely not only because of his superpower, but also because of his caution. Otherwise, with the situation in New York at that time, he would have died if he was not careful. Even private detectives in New York are not sure whether they will die mysteriously one day. But the current situation has indeed intensified Wayne's desire to get rid of Kingpin. If you go out for a night run at night, you will be watched by people, which is really hard to let go. After the Shadow Spider on the other side returned, Penny Parker, who was also Spider-Man, hadn't fallen asleep yet, quietly waiting for the Shadow Spider to return. What happened? Little Penny was obviously a little worried about what might happen to this guy she had just known for a short time in this completely unfamiliar world. Being able to kill one Spider-Man means being able to kill the second. Whoever it was, Penny didn't want anyone to have problems again. A guy who came out for a run because of insomnia, hoping to make himself tired enough to fall asleep. For little Penny, the Shadow Spider was naturally not the same as before with Wayne. He spoke to little Penny quite sincerely. Little Penny also heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the news. Sure enough, at any time, insomnia is uncomfortable. Penny is also quite aware of insomnia. The world she came to is already so developed, but there is still no way to solve the problem of insomnia. Some can only use drugs to force people to sleep. The rich and big households use the sleep cabin to forcefully relieve fatigue when they suffer from insomnia. However, that sleeping cabin is beyond the reach of many people and lifetime wealth. Okay, go to sleep quickly, child, you still have to sleep well. The Shadow Spider pushed little Penny to let her go back to sleep quickly. You should go to bed early too. Little Penny was still a little scared. Shadow Spider didn't explain the situation to them, so she went out to detect the situation again. It would be really worrying. I know. The shadow spider nodded, lying on the sofa. Say hello to show that you are sleepy. Little Penny looked at the shadow spider like this and left with a smile. After all, she was already sleepy, so she should fall asleep soon. However, after Little Penny left, Shadow Spider changed his tiredness and opened his big white eyes wide. He always felt that there was something he had missed when meeting Wayne today, and it's quite crucial. What is it? The Shadow Spider looked at the warm ceiling and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he found that he seemed to be led by that person to fall into the horrible thing of insomnia. I quickly closed my eyes and kept saying to myself, sleep. But the problem is, no matter how he hints that he should go to bed, he doesn't feel sleepy. This feeling is really too uncomfortable. Wayne didn't know that he had succeeded in causing insomnia to a Spider-Man who was a good sleeper. He is currently stretching at home. Make sure you don't lose your flexibility after exercising. Otherwise, during combat, some actions will be quite strenuous. Once something goes wrong, it could put him in a dangerous situation. In Brooklyn, in a small coffee shop, a man who attracted a lot of attention was sitting. The man is just sitting by the window. It was actually able to make their coffee shop, which didn't have a lot of customers, become a bit full. The black suit is paired with a gray Empire collar shirt and a black tie with dark flowers, making the man's movements full of aristocratic temperament that is not often seen in the United States. The suit, which is also relatively slim, clearly highlights his muscular figure. But what didn't match that muscular figure was his slightly melancholy face. This is not inconsistent, but creates a different flavor. When today's Wayne puts on this outfit and walks out of the house, he is no longer the knight walking in the dark. Instead, it was Bruce Wayne who was wandering in social places. Because I was a little curious before why he kept calling himself Wayne instead of Bruce. The answer Wayne gave was simple, that is, the name Bruce represented too many things, and he was still not sure if he could bear it. It's like he never stated that he was Batman. The meaning of that thing is too heavy. You have become him, and everything about him has completely become a part of you. How can there be anything heavy or not heavy? Thomas' words have completely awakened Wayne now. He has become the Bruce Wayne of this universe. So what is he still worried about? Bruce is holding a Daily Bugle news report about Spider-Man's passing. It looked like Bruce had been perusing the news the whole time. But in fact, Bruce's eyes have always been on the house opposite him. Jinbin's house. Handsome, do we want to get to know each other? A woman with long hair sat across from Bruce quite confidently. To be honest, this woman looks really good-looking, with long black hair and a healthy figure. No matter how you look at it, she can be a very good partner. If he wasn't facing Bruce, we can be sure that 8 out of 10 men would be smitten by her approach. Putting down the newspaper in his hand, Bruce neatly pasted it aside. Bruce said to the woman with a smile on his face, "I'm sorry, miss, but I don't like your type." The woman wanted to say something more, but Bruce had put a dollar bill under his coffee cup. "I'm sorry, I still have something to do." "It's a pleasure meeting you." After Bruce finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the coffee shop. Although the woman was a little unhappy about Bruce's rejection of her, when she saw Bruce's graceful and polite movements, she put this little bit of unhappiness behind her. Men feel happy when they see beautiful women, and women feel happy when they see handsome men. Bruce is obviously a handsome guy in the popular sense, and he is the kind of handsome guy who is very attractive. Even though Bruce had walked out, the woman was still unwilling to take her eyes off him. The feeling of melancholy and a touch of aristocracy is really hard to take away. It must be very pleasant to live with such a man. The woman muttered to herself. Her words, if those guys who have worked with Bruce Wayne know, will definitely give her a big white eye. When the noble Bruce came to the front of the Golden Room, the 2 bodyguards looked at Bruce very vigilantly. "Sorry, sir, Mr. Fisk is not at home today. If there is anything I can help tell you." A bodyguard walked towards Bruce in advance and stood in front of Bruce. He put his hand on Bruce's shoulder. It has to be said that even the bodyguards that Jin Bing found for himself were all big men with a height of more than 19 meters, which looked extremely intimidating. Standing in front of Bruce, he was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. "Oh, that's really unlucky. I managed to make an appointment today, but I didn't expect that Mr. Fisk would have something to do." Bruce looked annoyed when he said this, but he had already looked at these 2 people with his peripheral vision. The position of the pistol on the bodyguard's waist. "Then you can only make an appointment again." The bodyguard saw this kind of thing a lot. He just kept his icy demeanor. "Okay, thank you." Bruce also put his hand on the bodyguard's shoulder but moved it slightly towards the neck. The bodyguard felt powerless all of a sudden, rolled his eyes and fell towards Bruce. "Hey, what's wrong with you, brother? Are you okay?" Bruce supported the bodyguard quite worriedly. Seeing this scene, another bodyguard did not rush over but stood there cautiously, putting his hand on his waist. He has no way to determine whether Bruce has done something. After all, there is physical contact between the two of them. And he knows very well that there are many ways in this world that can make people comatose with just a little contact. What if Bruce used this method to pass out his colleague? Please put my colleague where he is. Thank you for your cooperation. This bodyguard was indeed very conscientious. He stretched out his hand to signal Bruce to put his colleague on the ground. But the other hand is always ready to draw a gun. Okay, no problem, you don't need to be nervous. I don't want you to shoot and kill me because of my mistake. Bruce looked very much like an ordinary person who met an accident. Look, I'm going to let him go. Even when Bruce was putting down the bodyguard, he was explaining the situation to another person. Slowly lower the unconscious bodyguard to the ground. The other bodyguard always felt that Bruce's behavior was a bit strange, but he didn't know what was wrong. Bruce suddenly lifted the hem of the unconscious bodyguard's suit, and an anesthetic needle popped out of his hand and hit the other bodyguard's neck. The bodyguard looked shocked and slowly fell down, covering his neck. Even before he fell into coma, he kept his hands on his waist. It was obvious that he had always been wary of Bruce. No matter how cunning a fox is, it can't beat a good hunter. Bruce quite easily dragged the fainted bodyguard up and walked towards Jin Bin's door, set the two bodyguards aside nicely. Bruce took off the anesthesia needle he had thrown. Look at this incomparably small anesthetic artifact. Bruce can only say that it is a product of Batman, simple and efficient. But I have to say that Wilson Fisk is really confident in the security of his home. Even though he has left now, he has not locked the door. Push lightly. The home of this New York underground king has already opened the door to Bruce. And that's where the bat dives in. Bruce walked to the private elevator made by Jin Bing quite naturally. It's just that this thing was hidden perfectly by Kingpin. If Bruce hadn't completely scanned the house before, it's really not necessarily possible to find out. Nice painting. Hanging there to cover everything is an oil painting of gods and demons fighting, but the picture is so huge that it can perfectly cover everything. Next to this painting is a bust of Copernicus. Looking at the bust placed there, Bruce used both hands before barely breaking it to the other end. As the oil painting rose, an elevator door with a sci-fi shape slowly opened. No special biometrics, just a single switch at the door, but according to Wayne's inference, there is no way for ordinary people to easily break the bust. Anyway, the guy who designed this thing is a guy who can lift a car with his bare hands. Bruce was able to break that thing. It must be said that Bruce's own physical fitness is pretty good. Walking in, the elevator closed the door directly. There is nothing in it except an up button. With a sense of weightlessness, Bruce could feel that the elevator was falling too fast. Even Bruce has a slight tinnitus. As expected of a guy who has always been in love with Little Spider, it doesn't seem surprising that he can have such a physical quality. When Kingpin's underground space was revealed in front of Bruce, Bruce had to admire this man who was able to create such a large space under Brooklyn, New York. It's just that Bruce doesn't think how good this place is. No matter from which aspect, Bruce would not choose this place as his residence, unless it is used as a temporary base. Otherwise, the best thing for Bruce is a place like Wayne Manor, which has a natural bat cave. Wilson Fisk doesn't put much here. A few old-fashioned push-button phones, a few notepads, a few file folders, and that pile of training equipment. All have fully explained Wilson Fisk's uneasiness about technological products. Bruce was quite calm about it all. How could a person like Wilson Fisk easily place some electronic devices that might be hacked into his secret lair? Besides, according to Bruce's impression, basically all Spider-Man are technological experts, and in this universe Spider-Man is even more of a technological genius. Grab a notebook at hand. Under Bruce's flipping through, he could already see many familiar names. Only after seeing these things did Bruce understand why the Wilson Fisk of this world was able to do this. It can even be said that it has almost ruled New York City. One in New York counts as one, but basically all the famous people have appeared in this notebook. Mayor of New York City Police Commissioner, New York City Alderman. Putting down this notebook that would make the whole New York City tremble, Bruce opened the notebook next to it. And there is another part of the people recorded there. The bosses who belong to the New York underground world also appeared in Wilson Fisk's notebook. The boss's weakness, the boss's secret base. Even the location of the factory they used to make a profit has been thoroughly recorded in this notebook. If one day Wilson Fisk wants to turn the tables and quit playing, these things alone are enough to turn the entire New York City upside down. And Bruce has reason to believe that since this Jin can get so much evidence, It's not just the things on the notepad. Putting down the notebook, Bruce didn't intend to continue exploring. These things are really useful, and he will take them away at that time, but it's not the time yet, since the things recorded in the notes obviously have nothing to do with money. So what kind of surprises are waiting for you in the folder on the other side? What was in the folder was a real surprise to Bruce. There are a large number of bearer bonds as well as various accounts of Jin Bing. Everything has already been shown. Bruce had found what he needed, but to avoid missing something, Bruce opened all the other folders. There were still a large number of unknown bonds in 2 folders, but the contents of one folder surprised Bruce a bit. Shield. That's right, in that folder is a list of SHIELD's agents in New York. It can already be said to be quite detailed. The agent's level, position, and specific address. It even said that what the agent usually likes to eat, whether it is a hamburger or a hot dog, has been marked on it. It's all clear. Logically speaking, the list of SHIELD agents is quite confidential anyway. With such a terrifying ability to collect information, Bruce doesn't believe that this thing is gold, and this guy can get it. The fact that this thing appeared in Jin Bing's hands already explained a lot of problems. Perhaps Jin Bing's ability to become the king of New York is very likely to be related to the person who gave him these materials. Being able to obtain such confidential documents, it is a breeze to deal with several high-level officials in New York City. It doesn't take much effort. Bruce raised his head suddenly. If it was true, he would be absolutely in danger now. Supporting Jin Bing in this way, with the style of this guy, he will definitely not let Jin Bing so easily and develop freely. There are too many things they want. Maybe Jin has been living under their surveillance. All he needs to do is evacuate from here. I once thought it was a simple thing, but it turned out to be like this. Pack up the things you need here, and immediately start looking for another way out here. How could a person like Jin Bing only give himself away to leave? Sure enough, there was indeed a small problem in Bruce's observation. Just as Bruce was about to leave, there was movement in the elevator behind him. It's really coming. Wayne immediately pulled out a portable bat mask from his suit, covering his face, immediately into the darkness. When the elevator opened, a steady red laser was already inspecting the surroundings. The well-trained team is fully armed and advances slowly. The whole body was dark, and there was nothing to show what organization they belonged to. Find someone out. Following a man's order, the surrounding team members started their search quite consciously. Working in pairs, they were searching to avoid someone replacing the lone one among them. Even the person who gave the order before was accompanied by another person. Their discipline and meticulousness in their actions fully reflect how professional the organization that cultivated them is. Bruce squinted at the guys. They really don't have any markings on them, but it's pretty obvious to Bruce where they came from. Besides Hydra, who else could do such a thing at the doorstep of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I just don't know what the relationship between Hydra and Aegis in this world is. It cannot be that there is Hydra in Aegis and there is no Aegis in Hydra. It would be embarrassing if that were the case. Likewise, Bruce is evaluating how long it will take him to resolve them. Hydra's agents are indeed powerful, but in Bruce's eyes, they are not considered a threat. 2 Hydra agents were searching from left to right in Bruce's direction. It can be seen that these 2 guys are quite nervous. A guy who can instantly solve the 2 bodyguards they arranged for Jin at the door is definitely not a petty thief. They had already defined the guy who entered Jin Bing's house as a guy with superpowers from the very beginning. And it wasn't superheroes that came to mind. Few superheroes would go right into someone's home and do their own thing. So their targets are supervillains. But the problem is, none of the supervillains they can monitor come out to make trouble at this time. Everyone knows that the current New York City is Jin Bing's stage, not to mention that Spider-Man is dead now, and few people have come back to solve this matter. Although the so-called Spider-Man appeared in Hell's Kitchen before, no one would think that it was true. Just feel like a poor imitator. After all, according to those guys who fought against the so-called Spider-Man later, that guy's body was a bit middle-aged and fat. And everyone knows that it is impossible for Spider-Man to become fat in middle age. How could Spider-Man, who has so many things to do every day, gain weight in his middle age? So that could only be a Spider-Man impersonator. At best, the guy is using gear that really makes him look like Spider-Man. There are not many such things as folk inventors in this world. Marvel's folk science is really science. It can even be said to be science fiction. And suddenly, a super criminal who can easily enter Jin Bing's house appeared in their sphere of influence. How could this not let these guys come out and take a good look? We also need to see if this guy who suddenly appeared is worth their training. If the situation is right, there is no problem in upgrading his equipment and the like. It's that they may never have imagined in their life that the people who entered Jin Bing's house were the so-called super criminals. Another world, but it has always been called a superhero. Although Bruce doesn't think he is a hero, the two guys coming towards Bruce just stepped into Bruce's attack range. The bat moved. Appearing in front of an agent in an instant, the guy felt that a demonic mask suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and the next moment he felt a heavy blow to the left side of his head. The whole person hit the ground in an instant. There was no gradual blurring of consciousness at all, and he passed out directly. Another agent who was his teammate had already turned and was ready to shoot at the first sign of Bruce's appearance. But where is the figure of Bruce? There was only the companion who had fallen to the ground. Mingaming had already adapted to this kind of thing in training, but now this weird situation filled his heart with fear. His sight could not be stabilized for a while. His eyes were looking everywhere. Bruce ducked to the agent's side, and his powerful leg sweep had already made the agent fly into the air. Grasping the moment the agent vacated, Bruce had already handed his knee out early. Crack. Even now, amidst the voices of other agents rushing here, there is no way to conceal the crisp cracking sound. Broken back. This skill that was once used by Bruce was given to others by Bruce. What? There was only one cry of pain, and then there was no sound. This made the agents coming here involuntarily stop, looked at the companions around them, and made sure that they were all people who got along day and night, so they barely dared to move forward. Bruce did all this, which sounds very long, but in fact it only happened in a few seconds. Facing these guys, Bruce's combat power is still directly crushed. Groups of 3 and 3 control the surrounding situation well. The guy who had spoken before spoke again. Their movements were quite quick, and they had already started to pull their figures to their comrades' side in the first time. It's a bit difficult. Bruce watched these guys slowly move closer to him. Even though he said so, there wasn't any so-called difficulty in those eyes. It's still shockingly calm. He turned his hand over and conjured up two weapons like finger tigers in his hands. It's just that the shape on it looks like a bat with spread wings. Gently press a button, and the bat logo instantly turns red. At this moment, Bruce had no intention of covering up his figure. Stepping out, the moment Bruce's foot landed on the ground, the Ding-Zin elbow, which belongs to Bajiquin, had already knocked an agent into the air. With such a big commotion, it was hard for the agents not to pay attention. But their reaction speed was obviously not as fast as Bruce's. After closing the distance between himself and the other agent, an uppercut with red light had already knocked him away. When the fist touched the agent's jaw, a burning smell had already begun to spread. As experienced agents, the weapons they used, as well as the torture they used on the enemy, have already let them know the reason for the smell they are smelling now. Raising the guns in their hands, they know what is the most important thing. Even if shooting at this distance is likely to kill one's comrades, that is only a necessary sacrifice in the mission. What's more, within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. Oh. The gun went off. Even the well-known sharpshooter in their team fired the shot, but all they heard was the sound of bullets hitting the wall. As for the target he wanted to hit, he didn't even scratch the edge. Even the person who fired the gun looked at his gun in shock. He was sure that there was absolutely nothing wrong with his gun, and he aimed the gun at someone. But why didn't it hit? Team members all have doubts about this issue, but now is obviously not the time to consider such a thing. Bruce is obviously not the kind of thing that makes them think about why they can't hit him within 7 steps. Bruce, who dodged the bullet, disappeared from their sight again. It has even extinguished all the light sources in the entire underground space. The current agent is just blind. When Bruce came out again, the branded knuckles on those fists, which had long been burnt red, had already started flying up and down in their sight. Pulling over an agent, Bruce's hand tightly clamped the agent's wrist, ensuring that he would not make any unnecessary movements. The other hand directly broke the agent's elbow. What? The severe pain caused the agent to yell directly in this unsuspecting situation. Without waiting for their commanding officer to order, the other agents made their best choices. As long as they don't want to become the same as the previous few colleagues, everyone will make this choice. Bang, 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 the continuous gunshots brightened the surrounding area. Obviously, what ejected from the muzzle was not only the bullets, but also the fear of the agents. In this kind of shooting, the agent whose arm was broken by Bruce and shouted turned into a sieve without accident. In other words, the forensic doctors in the future should only be able to find some human tissue of this unlucky guy from the pile of bullets. The agents did get objective results. One of their agents was turned into a pulp by one of their own. But what about Bruce? At this moment, the suit on his body wasn't even stained with much dust. This environment is too convenient for bats. In Bruce's eyes, these agents are clearly in a state of fear. They have no way to determine whether what they are dealing with is a human or a ghost. If it was a human being, how could it be possible to dodge their shots over and over again? Only the ghosts can do this. If it's ghosts, their special agent team, which specializes in dealing with normal emergencies, is obviously no match. They need professional help. What are we fighting against? When someone opens his mouth to communicate, it means that this guy's psychological defense is obviously no longer good. Quiet. But the only answer to him was the cold words from the commander. He could only suppress his fear. I don't know how long I can last. Under fear, their combat effectiveness has begun to decline. Things that were a little troublesome for Bruce before have become easier now. Who made Bruce not think that behind Jin Bing there is still the shadow of Hydra? When I came here, I also brought myself a simple bulletproof vest, plus a bat mask ready to conceal my identity at any time. It is impossible to open Wushwang directly. But this also reminded Bruce that this is a real world, and everything cannot be viewed simply according to the situation in the movie. At the funeral of Spider-Man, there was no superhero like Captain America. But in this world, all the heroes who had interacted with Spider-Man appeared on the scene. There is no way to fake this. Retreat. The commander didn't plan to continue fighting with Bruce here at this time. Not to mention that they were facing a guy who didn't know what was going on. This kind of physical and psychological tension really made him a little bit unbearable. As a commander, he felt that his nerves might collapse at any time. What about the action team member who asked before? For them, this is a silent fear. What he has to do is to bring all his remaining players to the ground. Unfortunately, Bruce will not give them such a chance. He had already set his sights on the agent who had asked aloud before. That guy is on the verge of breaking down. Just apply a little more force. He will be Bruce's breakthrough point to defeat the others here. Bruce, wearing a bat mask, appeared in front of the agent at an extremely fast speed. Then it fell back into darkness like a ghost. Although it was just a fleeting appearance, Bruce was sure that the guy must have seen his appearance clearly. What? The ferocious bat mask that appeared in front of the agent had already turned into a green-faced and fanged demon under the agent's own imagination. He can no longer bear the pressure. Ignoring the orders given by his commander, he held the gun and fired wildly at the space in front of him. Gunshots echoed everywhere in this dark space. In the flicker of gunfire, Bruce's figure appeared again. The originally neat formation had already become a bit chaotic as the agent lost control, and this is Bruce's best chance. In the eyes of that agent, it was obvious that every time he shot in the direction of that erratic figure, but it just didn't work. Ka. After the firepower poured out, the sound of empty warehouses continued to sound. At the same time, there was the wailing of teammates on the side. Bruce's punch has left an indelible mark on his body for life. Bats are already on them. The mentally broken agent sat down on the ground, unable to stand up at all. He just watched his teammates being knocked to the ground one by the demon in the suit. What was left to him in the end was the same fist. The searing bat logo left the same expression on his shoulder blade. When Hydra's agents came to support them, all they saw were overturned agents. There is also a clear and unusual bat logo. All these performances made Crossbones look dignified when he came here. Everything is not fatal, but it is very tricky to make people faint in the shortest time. Crossbones had already come to a conclusion after checking the injury of an agent. However, it seems that our previous judgment was wrong. That guy may not be a super criminal, but more like a superhero. Only the drag freaks will survive. Crossbones clapped his hands and looked at the place where the notepad and folders were originally placed on the other side. We don't have any agents who failed their missions and survived. After Crossbones said this, the surrounding agents had already treated him with the unique courtesy of Hydra. The next moment, they had already raised their guns at their former comrades in arms. Boom. It's been taken care of, but I can't get there in time at the Scientific Research Institute. When Crossbones walked out, he was already talking to his boss. His first assignment was to a private technology park in the Hudson Valley, the research site of Ockmax Corporation. What Jin Bing did there, even Hydra was a little moved. Besides, some of the scientific researchers there are from Hydra. As a result, it was invaded by two guys who looked like Spider-Man. They also took the computer of their chief scientist. The development of this matter far exceeded their expectations. Before Jin Bing made that thing, Hydra also knew that he was likely to destroy Brooklyn directly. But what does it have to do with them? They just want the collider that Kim made. A machine that can bring people from other universes to their universe is indeed very attractive to Hydra. As long as they transform it properly, they can use this thing to bring other things back. Everything will work out. But in order to maintain their good relationship with Jin Bing, when they received the spies saying that there was a problem with Jin Bing's house, they had already arranged a team to investigate. In the end, all you get is the loss of troops and generals. It also caused them to have no time to support Okmax and capture the two Spider-Men, all because of that masked freak who showed up here at the wrong time. Crossbone's eyes were filled with resentment for that bat monster. I think he might be a guy imitating Batman. At this time, the sound of discussion attracted Crossbone's attention. What do you mean? Seeing their captain coming to their side, the two soldiers immediately stood up straight. I just don't know what the captain said. I mean, what's going on with Batman? Crossbones doesn't have much patience. Now that he can speak so calmly, it's already time for him to have a good temper. We basically found this kind of bat logo on the players' bodies. Although the logo is a bit deformed, I probably still have some impressions. Batman, DC Comics' leading comic book character, is such a symbol. So, I think it could have been something done by a huge Batman fan. After saying these words, the team members looked at their captain cautiously for fear that they might say something wrong. What's his weakness? Crossbones asked the question directly. He is just a mortal without any superpowers. The only thing he can say is his clever head and his reaction speed that is different from ordinary people. If you take a bullet, you're still going to die. The players don't really like bats very much. He always felt that bats were too dark, not for him. Those words were enough for Crossbones. An ordinary person who is mortal is much easier to deal with than those masked freaks. Although judging from the scene, that guy is not a simple guy, but at least he is not a freak with superpowers. In the coffee shop in the distance, Bruce sat there again, but this time what he was holding in his hand was no longer a newspaper. Instead, a glass of milk. Although Thomas in his mind has been saying that this milk is not very good, at most it is of a level that he will be able to eat. Bruce turned a deaf ear to this complaint. While drinking the milk in his hand, he looked at the Chevrolet Suburban evacuated from Jin Bin's direction. In what world are agents forever in love with this full-size SUV? It has become the standard configuration of these agents. People in the United States will choose to avoid such full-size SUVs when they are not sure whether the people in that SUV are ordinary people or government agents. After the last sob left, Bruce got up and put a Franklin under the milk glass. Bruce, who walked out, looked like a rich kid with nothing to do. It was after meeting a good-looking girl that Bruce would throw a heart-pounding wink. Bruce's behavior would often arouse the girl's excitement, but because the playboy was walking so fast, even if the girl wanted to strike up a conversation, she would eventually return in vain, compared with Bruce's current casual and comfortable. The three Spider-Men who had just escaped from Okmax were sitting on the bus back to the city exhausted. Whether it was Peter Parker or Miles, they were all surprised when they saw the Spider-Man who saved them. After all, they had never seen a female Spider-Man before. Especially when the Spider-Woman's name is Gwen Stacy. Looking at the obviously damaged cracking key in his hand, Gwen asked Miles calmly, "Did he break it?" Yes, he also felt very embarrassed. Maybe it was because of the pride and self-esteem of the adolescent boy when he faced the girl he liked. He was not allowed to tell the truth about the damaged USB drive. He blamed the damage to the USB drive on Peter Parker, who was lying behind. But it's clear that the middle-aged Spider-Man isn't willing to do anything that would ruin the relationship between the two kids. He just smiled slightly after hearing Miles speak. Miles may also feel that this statement is not very good. He quietly lowered his voice and spoke again to Gwen, "So just pretend it's nothing, okay?" As Gwen, who has been carrying out justice for a few years, how could she not see Miles' little things? But she didn't choose to expose Miles directly. There are more important things for them now. Gwen chuckled, even though that smile was quite happy, but it still made people feel the loneliness in it. "I do know where I can make a new one, and he won't break it this time." Gwen's eyes were relaxed and indifferent, but Miles did not have Gwen's relaxed mentality. "I'm sorry about your friend." Miles didn't want to continue talking about this kind of thing. He changed his topic, and at the same time expressed his regret for what Gwen said before. "Thank you, Miles." Gwen showed a relatively relaxed smile. In her world, Peter Parker's death has always been an indelible scar in her heart. "I know how to answer that, Bat. I finally know how to answer that, Bat." All of a sudden, Peter Parker, who had been lying well behind, bounced up violently. He spoke to the other two with a look of surprise. "Bat?" Gwen was obvious, not quite sure what the middle-aged Spider-Man meant. Gwen put her gaze on Miles, and sure enough, this one was also in a daze. Miles knew about the bat, but what he didn't know was what the Spider-Man wanted to answer. A guy who can help us all get out of here. Peter Parker smiled confidently at Gwen. It's just that the bat in Peter Parker's mouth just returned to Queens at the moment. The people who have come to mourn the dead Spider-Man since the mourning have not decreased in the slightest until now. Even in front of his room, there are already people standing. Hey, brother, if you also want to commemorate Spider-Man, I suggest you line up at the back. Seeing the man Bruce was going to jump in line, he pushed Bruce rather dissatisfied. However, instead of pushing Bruce, this push made Bruce directly grab him and pin him to the ground. The movement was smooth and graceful. If it wasn't for an instant, the man would have been pinned to the ground. Some people might think that Bruce showed an extremely high-end dancing skill. The people in the front and back lines all stayed away from Bruce and that man because of this little episode. First of all, I want to go home, and you are standing in front of my house, and then don't touch other people's clothes easily. After saying this, Bruce directly pulled the man up, then took his arm and said something to the man again. It may hurt a little, you bear with it a little bit. The man has not yet realized what Bruce meant by saying this. In the next moment, Bruce twisted and pushed, and took back the man's arm that was dislocated because of his grabbing hand. Obviously, at this time, the man's brain nerves reacted, and that kind of severe pain swept up. Patting the dust on the man, Bruce showed him an extremely kind smile. Then he walked towards his house. The little girls who were waiting in line at the back of this scene were extremely excited. A man who was so polite and possessed a powerful force was simply the standard mate choice in their minds. As for the world where basically everyone can get a gun in a place like America, what is the use of having such fighting ability? They don't care. As long as it's handsome and strong enough, it's enough. Better still have money. Bruce fit the first two perfectly. As for the last thing, Bruce did not meet that requirement. Some people who know the goods can already see that the suit on Bruce is mass-produced by Gucci, but it is not something ordinary people can handle. The only thing that makes people a little suspicious is that the place where Bruce lives now is really not good. But none of this is a problem. The little commotion here naturally attracted the attention of May Parker, who received those Spider-Man fans. However, none of this caused any disturbance to the well-informed Aunt May, who still received every fan who came here quite calmly. It is not unheard of that in this part of the United States, guns can be fired at each other just because of some small friction. A small grappling hand is nothing. But this reminds May that the spontaneous behavior of these fans should really stop now. It's almost time to get off work. Neighbors in the surrounding area also have to go home and have a good rest. Their continued presence will only disturb the normal routine of those around them. I am very grateful for your concern, but it is very late now. Everyone should go home early and rest. May Parker waved to the fans behind, indicating that he would no longer receive fans. As fans of Spider-Man, they naturally know to be considerate of this Spider-Man's aunt. Maybe this aunt has been receiving uninvited fans like them from morning till night. The fan who was about to give him a souvenir smiled at May Parker and then shouted loudly behind him, "Let's stop here today. We'll come back tomorrow. Just remember to arrive early." I'm already very tired. I hope everyone can understand. That guy's voice was just as loud and thick as his body. Although the fans in the back were slightly resentful after queuing for a long time, they still dispersed slowly, very obediently. Even if he arrived at Bruce just after taking a shower at home, he had to admire this scene. As expected of a fan of that little spider, so understanding, so friendly. It's just that it wasn't just May Parker who saw that scene, but also the shadow spider who had been worried about May Parker's accident. Such a simple and powerful counterattack action, and that extremely neat bone-setting action. All let Bruce cast a veil of mystery in the eyes of the shadow spider. What kind of purpose does a man who dares to go out to run in the middle of the night, fight back, and act extremely neatly live in such a backward community? Shadow Spider is not so clear. No matter from which aspect, he had to take care of the dead Spider-Man and eliminate the risk of that man, not just for Aunt May. It is also for the future that New York will not have a crazier super criminal. "I'll go out for a while," the shadow spider said to Penny, who was enjoying the cookies. Although Penny is very young, she can still feel that something is wrong with the current situation of the shadow spider. "Are you okay?" Putting down the cookie in her hand, Penny spoke to the shadow spider quite seriously. "Just go out and check the situation." After leaving such a sentence, the shadow spider's figure had disappeared from Penny's sight. Penny was a little worried about whether the shadow spider would encounter something he couldn't solve when he went out this time. However, Shadow Spider is also Spider-Man after all, and Penny believes that he can solve most things. Bruce, who was exercising at home at the moment, was keenly aware that someone had landed in his backyard. After buying the house, Bruce has already prepared a complete monitoring network in the backyard with his own equipment. It seems to be in use now. Being able to avoid all the defenses outside so lightly, it is obvious that in this small community, only Spider-Man can do all this. After stopping his exercise, Bruce had pulled a white towel from the side and wiped his sweat. He opened the back door of his house directly. There stood a black and white Spider-Man. "You're not an insomniac." Shadow Spider said this the first time he saw Bruce. After all, that's what Bruce said when confronting him. "You're not a so-called Spider-Man fan either, are you?" Wiping his sweat, Bruce didn't care what Shadow Spider said. He turned around and walked into his own house. What was left for the Shadow Spider was a completely empty back. "Aren't you going to come in and sit down?" The Shadow Spider, who didn't know what medicine Bruce was selling, walked in out of his own sense of responsibility. At least he had to figure out whether this guy was dangerous to other people. Looking at the fitness equipment scattered all over the place, the current Shadow Spider can be sure that this person does not have any superpowers. Other things still need to be observed and observed. It's just that he doesn't know how long he can stay in this world. Shadow Spider just sat down. Bruce had already spoken. "How long can I stay in this world?" Bruce pushed a glass of water in front of the Shadow Spider. The hand of the Shadow Spider that originally wanted to catch the water hovered in midair. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. In the end, he put down his hand, but did not take Bruce's water glass. Now he has no way to figure out what kind of guy this person is. Obviously doesn't have any superpowers, but it seems to know a lot of things happened. Bruce just crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, quietly looking at the black and white Spider-Man. "It seems that you know far more things than I know." Straightening the brim of his hat, the Shadow Spider sitting on the sofa was so out of place with this colorful world. Bruce was non-committal about what the Shadow Spider said. "The Spider-Man in this world is dead. This is something everyone knows, but now counting you, I have met two Spider-Man. Even if I am dull, I understand that this situation is impossible, especially when one of these two Spider-Man's art style is completely out of this world." He looked down at the clothes on his body, and then at the world around him. The Shadow Spider naturally understood what Bruce meant by that. Although the world he sees is always black and white, it doesn't prevent him from knowing how special he is in this world. Just like that little cube he's always been curious about, he can't tell the color of this world. "So you're not from Jin Bin?" Shadow Spider turned his head and asked Bruce. "Will you be a super criminal?" Bruce didn't answer Shadow Spider's question directly. Anyway, another question was raised and thrown to the Spider-Man. Bruce's rhetorical question made Shadow Spider laugh suddenly. "I like you." This time Shadow Spider picked up the glass of water that Bruce had handed him before. "I like women." But obviously, Bruce didn't intend to follow up on what he said. The Shadow Spider froze for a moment, but then the guy understood what Bruce meant. "I hate your completely humorless look. You don't look like a person from our world, nor do you look like a person from this world." He lifted his mask slightly. Shadow Spider drank the water Bruce poured him in one gulp. "Okay, I'm leaving now." Putting down the cup and rearranging his mask, the Shadow Spider didn't intend to stay here any longer. The man in front of him has been completely planned in his cognition as the kind of person who will not cause harm to anyone. Of course, if Bruce knew the classification that the Shadow Spider had given him, he would probably disagree. He didn't know how many people Bruce had already admitted to the hospital in just a few days. What's more, those people are likely to be permanently disabled and may even have to lie in bed and be a vegetable for the rest of their lives. "If possible, I'd like to see if we can become friends." Shadow Spider looked back at Bruce as he left. Bruce didn't answer. The Shadow Spider didn't feel any loss either. He directly shot out the spider silk from his wrist and left here. Bruce quietly closed his door and restarted his training plan. Compared with the middle-aged Spider-Man with a red and blue color scheme and a belly, Bruce has a better impression of this Shadow Spider-Man. Maybe it's because they're both pretty good detectives, or maybe it's because the Shadow Spider-Man is less powerful than Peter Benjamin Parker. But only sometimes. Some people really can't just think about it. Bruce, who was just about to pick up his training plan again, saw an extremely familiar sign appear in the distant sky that had begun to dim. In this world, the bat lamp unexpectedly appeared. "Wipe your hands," Bruce already knows who made this kind of thing. Is there anyone else besides the Spider-Man who was asked away by him a few questions before? A little nostalgic. Thomas saw the bat lights in the sky through Bruce's eyes. Trouble is coming. Bruce knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for that guy to find himself just to answer his own question. It's very possible that they got some important information from Akmax or encountered some major setbacks. "Are you going?" Thomas felt that Bruce should not go there now. He had nothing but the equipment he brought over, no logistical support, no one to help him off the field. Going to a battlefield full of superpowers in this attitude is obviously not a wise move. Turning around and walking towards the bathroom, Bruce echoed the Batman in his mind. My name is Bruce now, but my identity is Batman. How can a Batman not pass by when someone else lights up the Batlight? Thomas was not surprised by Bruce's choice. Rather, this is the choice that Batman will make when they see the Batlight. On the other side, Gwen and Miles now looked at what Peter Parker had done and were really confused. Are you sure he will come here? I think my method is more reliable. Let's find a place first, fix the key, and then fix it all. Gwen felt that Peter Parker had done this. Things are simply a fantasy, just turn on the Batlight and someone will come to help them. How could this kind of plot that only appears in comic books appear in the real world? Although the plot of them traveling to another world is quite comic book-like, but at least there is a scientific basis. But Batman is not a person who exists in their universe. Believe me, he will definitely come, as long as he is still a diehard Batman fan. Peter Parker spoke to Gwen quite confidently. Gwen could only nod in agreement. It's this female Spider-Man who obviously doesn't believe that there is such a Batman in this world. There really is a Batman. I saw him when I was working with this Peter. He is indeed dressed as Batman. Miles quickly told Gwen the scene he had seen, although the Bat at that time really didn't like him. But how could such a thing be said and told to Gwen? Here he comes, he's here. Peter Parker suddenly changed his anxious look from before. He repeatedly waved to Gwen and Miles. When Gwen and Miles walked over, they found a figure already standing upstairs opposite them. Wow. It wasn't until seeing Bruce in real life that the female Spider-Man now believed that there was really a Batman in this world. Everything that Peter Parker said before is true. There really is a Batman. Gwen looked at the Bat in front of him, obviously a little surprised. This feeling really made her a little novel. A character that obviously only existed in comic books but now appeared in front of him like this. There is always a feeling of dislocation. Thank you for being able to think of this way to find me. As for Gwen and Miles, Bruce had no intention of looking at them at all. He spoke to Peter Parker as soon as he arrived. After all, you are a fanatic of Batman. I think this way will definitely find you. Peter Parker spread his hands indifferently and then cut off the power of the Batlight next to him. A takeoff has already come to Bruce's side. Peter Parker landed lightly and put his arm around Bruce's shoulders quite familiarly. Seeing that Peter Parker had already jumped over, how could Gwen fall behind others? And with a light jump, he also landed beside Batman. Just bitter Miles, he just had the powers of a spider. He hasn't fully discovered it yet, and he is reluctant to even absorb the wall at the most basic level. Although he used the spider silk proficiently in the pursuit of Oakmax, the problem is that the situation is different in that place and now. It was really difficult for him to cross the gap between two tall buildings. Miles looked at Gwen, who was already standing there, patted his cheek, and took 2 steps back. You can do it, you can do it, you can do it. While cheering on himself, Miles accelerated his sprint, and finally came to the side of the building and was about to jump up when he stepped on his scattered shoelaces. The takeoff was quite successful, but it was obvious that he was unable to follow up because he stepped on his shoelaces and would definitely not be able to survive. Facing Miles, who was about to fall, Gwen and Peter Parker almost simultaneously wanted to shoot out their own spider silk to pull him over, but there was one person who was faster than them. Bruce shot his hook gun in an instant, wrapping around Miles' arm. Press the trigger and lift Miles straight up. Thank you. Looking at Bruce, who was expressionless on the other side and packing his hook gun, Miles said thank you to the fierce-looking Bat. Bruce didn't answer, just raised his hook gun again. If you want to talk to me, I suggest you change the place now, or someone will come to you in a while. When he said this, Bruce had already shot his hook in another direction. Without waiting for Spider-Man's reply, Bruce's figure was already hidden in the darkness. Really, I think his current style of painting is so dark compared to ours. He couldn't really have come out of a comic book, right? Looking at Bruce, who disappeared directly from their sight, my Earls complained involuntarily. Peter Parker nodded to Miles at this time. I think you look a lot like Spider-Man in this regard. After saying this, Peter Parker shot out the spider silk and followed behind Bruce. Gwen originally planned to shoot the spider silk and leave here with Peter Parker, but when she saw Miles, she hesitated. You can keep up. But in the end, she just left this sentence to Miles, then shot out the spider silk and left. Miles really didn't know how to describe his feelings now. What is this all about? All he can do now is to muster up the courage to follow behind Gwen and the others. But he is indeed quite smart. At least now he can keep up with the speed of Gwen and others, But what surprised Miles was that the two people who were obviously Spider-Man could be said to be the most handy guys in the city. He can only follow behind the bat. Bruce was right. After they left, a group of people rushed to the rooftop. This time, the armbands of this group of people are an eagle made of simple patterns. Apparently, the current SHIELD has noticed this unusual thing. For them, they must try to control all extraordinary events within a controllable range, especially like this kind of superhero who doesn't know where he came from. It looks like we're still late. The leading agent looked at the lights that had gone out and pressed his communicator. Keep an eye on it, maybe some things will be solved in 2 days. The guy on the other side is obviously not too concerned about this matter. In the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., the guy who appears now is just a street hero. For a street hero, there is absolutely no need for S.H.I.E.L.D. to carry out surveillance in such an unstructured manner, as long as one person is always paying attention to every move in this area. There are so many street heroes in New York City, it's impossible for every guy to be closely guarded by SHIELD, understood. The team leader directed his team members to take off the bat symbol on the simple bat lantern. Send it back for testing to see who posted this here. Yes, as for Bruce and those Spider-Man at the moment, he had already approached the community where May Parker lived. Gwen suddenly speeded up and jumped up to stop in front of Bruce. At this moment, Miles understood that it's not that Spider-Man can't overtake the bat, they just need to wait for the bat to stop. Wait, Gwen stared at Bruce with her eyes fixed on her. Why are you here? What the hell do you know? At this moment, Gwen was like an exploded cat in front of Bruce, and the thing she protects is naturally May Parker's home behind her. Wow, what happened? Peter Parker was clearly stepping out as the peacemaker. He didn't want to see a Spider-Man and Batman have any conflicts. Although he is quite confident in Spider-Man's abilities, facing a Batman who has a backup plan for everything in the comics, he still has some psychological shadow anyway, especially since the Batman he knew didn't have any scruples in his hands. Then let's talk here. Bruce, who was stopped, didn't show anything anyway. He was just looking for a place to have a good talk. What do you want from me? Bruce no longer paid attention to Gwen, but moved his eyes to Peter Parker. This guy is the one who lights up the bat lamp. First of all, let's discuss the question from last time. I have already thought about how to answer you. However, Peter Parker did not explain what he was looking for first. First, I want to have a good debate with Bruce on the issues left to him last time. Once again, Miles was intrigued by Bruce's unintelligible syllables. He really wanted to know what Batman's meant. We are not criminals because we have always known what kind of path we choose, and we have always known that our choice must follow our own justice. At least I dare say I do. When Peter Parker said this, his eyes were full of energy. So you came to me, what's the matter? But what the middle-aged Spider-Man didn't expect was that Batman didn't want to continue discussing this matter with him at all. This was driving him a little crazy. He couldn't believe what he had been thinking about for a long time, and he couldn't even arouse any interest in the eyes of the bat. You are such a great friend. Peter Parker said this sentence to the bat, almost gritting his teeth. Even though Peter Parker showed kindness towards Bruce, for Gwen, the man in front of him was a bit too mysterious. Although Gwen knew that May Parker's home address was already fairly well known in the world, but the fact that this bat can directly bring them here speaks volumes. Bat, I know what they probably want to do. Answer my question. Gwen obviously wouldn't let Bruce go easily. She is extremely worried now whether this person will have plans for one of them. Bruce didn't mean to talk to Gwen at all. He just looked at Peter Parker quietly. The gaze revealed in those eyes, even Peter Parker has experienced many things, still can't bear it. I hope you can help us get back. Peter Parker wanted to explain all this to Bruce. But Bruce had explained one step ahead of him, go back to your universe. Yes, that's right, that's it, Peter Parker said to Bruce very excitedly with a hammer on his palm. Did you already know that I am not from this universe? When Peter Parker said this, he leaned in front of Bruce to see if the bat had any emotional changes. Although he is old, his brain is still very useful. Did he remember what the bat said to him before, and he might have been seen through by this bat at that time? I told you, your matter is a problem. Bruce just repeated what he had said before. It was this series of conversations that left Gwen and Miles on the side completely confused. So, you already knew about our problem before. Gwen looked at the bat that seemed to be forbidden to anyone in disbelief. Very simple reasoning. When Bruce said this, Miles on the other side suddenly became embarrassed for a while. He had been asking Peter Parker a lot of questions before. Although in the end he got the same inference as the bat, he was not as indifferent as the bat at all. Besides, at that time, that look was more like what Spider-Man told himself. Wait, why are you willing to come to see us? You have already said before that what Peter is involved in is quite troublesome. Besides, judging from your appearance, you probably don't want to get involved in this matter. Gwen didn't know what the previous Bat and the other Spider-Man were talking about, but what she knew was that when a person said something was troublesome, they basically wouldn't get involved. Because that kind of person is afraid of trouble. That's right. Miles still remembered that Bat left quickly after seeing them again. If not because you don't want to be involved in this kind of thing, why come to see them? First, the Bat light is on. Bruce walked up to Gwen and held out a finger. The height of more than 19 meters, coupled with that muscular figure, completely covered up the little Gwen. Obviously, Gwen knew that the Bat would not be a person with superpowers, and it might not be as powerful as Dr. Octopus, but when facing this Bat, the sense of oppression and threat far exceeded her previous experience. The enemy you face. Raising her eyes to meet Bruce's blue eyes, Gwen saw nothing in them that was melancholy, let alone any heartbeat. Some are just palpitations. This Bat brought too much pressure. She just looked at each other and she couldn't stand it anymore. You scared her. Miles rushed to Gwen. But when he really raised his head and met Bruce's eyes, even though he thought he was brave, he couldn't help but take a step back. In their eyes, Bruce is simply a ghost walking in the world. There was only endless fear emanating from his body, and the kind of darkness that was hard to forget after seeing it. Secondly, your enemy is also my enemy now. Bruce withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Peter Parker. And now Peter Parker was raising his hands a little at a loss. Obviously, he wanted to prevent Bruce from continuing to scare the two children. It's just that he didn't expect Bruce to end one step ahead of him, his own oppression of those two children. So we are allies now. Peter Parker put down his hand, walked to Bruce's side, stretched out a hand and took off his mask. Peter Benjamin Parker from Another World Spider-Man. Peter Parker didn't ask any more questions. He knew very well that everyone has their own secrets, and he wouldn't ask why Bruce and Kim were on the same page. Some things are not necessary to know too clearly. Gwen took a few breaths before slowly raising her head and also chose to take off her mask. Gwen Stacy, also a Spider-Man. Miles also wanted to introduce himself, but he suddenly realized that he seemed to be just a person with the ability of a spider, but without the name of Spider-Man. So you're not going to take off your mask, and let us see what kind of person is hidden under this fearful appearance. Peter Parker couldn't help but said teasingly when he saw that Bruce had no intention of taking off his mask. Gwen was also a little curious. What kind of guy was the face hidden under this mask? There is one of you who doesn't have the will to become Spider-Man. Although Bruce didn't directly mention it, the people here are naturally quite clear about who this Bat refers to. Originally, Peter Parker thought that Bruce had said this sentence in a slightly euphemistic way, but the next moment, Bruce was already facing Miles. Am I right, Miles Morales? Miles was a little unconvinced. He was appointed as a disciple by Peter Parker, the Peter Parker of this world. He even wanted to teach himself a few tricks, even though he was dead. He was a little unconvinced, but when he met Bruce's eyes, he felt a little cowardly for some reason. The words that I had already planned to say were swallowed back in my stomach at this moment. This kind of performance of Miles made Peter Parker a little discouraged, and he might also be quite optimistic about this kid. No matter which aspect of the ability he showed, he had high hopes for this kid, but when he faced Bat now, he lost the confidence to refute just because of Bat's look. Okay, let's solve it now, how to fix this little thing. Peter Parker raised his mind again, inserted between Bruce and Miles and blocked the Bat gaze. At the same time, he raised the damaged USB flash drive. You need to find a place to repair this thing yourself. When Peter Parker stopped Bruce's gaze, Bruce had already set his sights on Peter Parker. Of course, I also roughly know where the place you are looking for is. Bruce raised his hand and pointed to the house full of Spider-Man memorabilia at the door. It seems like nothing can be hidden. Gwen had given up. In front of this Bat, they have no secrets at all. If you are Batman, shouldn't you have your Batcave? Why can't we fix this thing in your Batcave? As a Miles who has read several DC comic books, naturally will be remembered fondly by Batman's Batcave. Let's not talk about the strange facilities in the Batcave, but just mentioning the mechanical dinosaurs used for defense in the Batcave is exciting enough. Miles really wanted to see the scenery inside the Batcave, and also a little curious why the Batman didn't show his Batmobile or other Bat vehicles from the beginning to the end. There is no Batcave yet. After Bruce gave Miles such an answer, he jumped up, touched the cloak behind him and glided to May Parker's door. What? To Miles, such an excuse sounded like it was an excuse that Bruce just said casually. How could the wealthy Batman not have a Batcave? Peter Parker probably knew what was going on. After all, he had followed Batman before to steal from the rich and give to the poor, and the person who helped was this Batman. Patting Miles on the shoulder, Peter Parker picked up a computer host he was holding and jumped directly. "I suggest you better talk to him less." Gwen said such a sentence to Miles when she left, but it was also Gwen's warning to herself. The Bat's attitude and atmosphere really made Spider-Man like them feel uncomfortable. What else could Miles say? He could only walk there together behind them. Putting down the computer mainframe of Ockmax, Peter Parker looked a little nervous now. He didn't know what May Parker would look like when he saw him. Peter Parker shot spider webs and rang the doorbell of this house, but it was obvious that his expression was a bit indescribable. "Why not let's go?" Standing at the door of this familiar home, Peter Parker's mood was extremely complicated. He wanted to see Aunt May but was also afraid of what would happen after seeing Aunt May. "Peter, we're all at the door." Gwen signaled Peter not to leave, and this was indeed the only place where they could find a second key. What a terrible idea. What a terrible idea. Peter Parker turned around and wanted to leave, but as soon as he turned around, he met Batman's disapproving gaze. "Thank you for your concern, but we won't be hosting fans today, thank you." Aunt May's rather kind voice sounded from behind the door, and Peter Parker, who heard this familiar voice, might as well stand still on his own. However, May Parker, who opened the door, was obviously on guard against the person knocking on the door at this time, and he also had a baseball bat in his hand. But the moment she saw Peter Parker, her expression became extremely shocked, and the baseball bat fell to the ground involuntarily. "I'm not mentally prepared yet." Although Peter Parker's expression had recovered a bit now, it was obvious that he would not be able to welcome another Aunt May so soon. Peter. Aunt May was obviously shocked by this other Peter Parker who suddenly appeared in front of her, but the look in those eyes quickly turned into love for Peter Parker. "Hey, Aunt May." Peter Parker's voice was a bit vicissitudes. She walked up to Peter Parker in disbelief and gently placed her hand on the spider logo on Peter Parker's chest. Feeling the familiar spider logo, May Parker put his hand on Peter Parker's vicissitudes of face in disbelief. "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm actually from." Peter Parker tried to explain to Aunt May that he was not from this world, but this time he was preempted by someone to say something, and what he said, the kind old woman in front of people looked squarely at him. "Another time and space." "Yes." "You look tired, Peter." Aunt May stroked the face of the bearded Peter Parker in front of her. "Well, I'm really tired, a little old and plump." Only then did Aunt May have time to look at the figure of Peter Parker in front of her. When Peter Parker heard this, he looked helplessly at the bat standing quietly by the side without saying a word. Yes, someone has already said that. When Aunt May saw the pair of pants that Peter Parker was wearing now, she said in surprise, "Oh my God, are these slacks?" Gwen nodded helplessly and answered Aunt May's question, "That's right, it's slacks." Miles walked slowly towards Aunt May. "I was there when Peter left and I'm really sorry." Miles expressed his apology to Aunt May. "Which time and space did you come from?" Aunt May asked Miles curiously. "Brooklyn." It was at this time that Aunt May saw Bruce, who was obviously higher than the others on the other side. "I didn't know that my nephew turned into Batman in a certain time and space." Batman obviously still maintains his absolute popularity in this world. "I belong to this world." Facing such a kind old woman, Bruce even softened his deep and terrifying voice a bit. "Okay." Miles took out the secret key that he had ruined, handed it to May Parker and said, "Is there any place for Peter that we can redo this?" "It's a gadget." After taking the USB flash drive that Miles handed over, May Parker called this thing the same as Peter Parker. Raising her head, the old woman showed extremely determined eyes. "Follow me." Kicking open the back door of his house aggressively, May Parker had already led them to the inconspicuous grocery store in the backyard. "Well, I also have such a place, a small room for storing equipment." But when May Parker keyed the shape and its vintage brass lock, something amazing happened. The spider logo belonging to Spider-Man shines on the copper lock. The wooden door that looks no different from other storage rooms has a big spider logo painted on it by a dazzling light bar. May Parker turned his head and tilted his head at several people, letting them follow him. "This place is so packed." Peter Parker, who also has a storage room to store his equipment, made some helpless complaints when he saw this scene. As the elevator slowly descended, the space and scope of this spider cave obviously surprised the other two people. When seeing the facilities inside, Miles was quite excited. Isn't this the place where he could store his secret equipment in his dream? Mysterious, full of sense of technology and so much space. "So is your Batcave as big as this?" Miles suddenly turned his head and said such a sentence to Bruce. Unfortunately, Bruce ignored him at all and just stood there quietly, like a silent sculpture. Obviously, he has no way to get any effective information from Bruce. Dude, is it the same as here? Seeing that he couldn't get any effective information from Bruce, Myers immediately changed the object of his inquiry. He said this to Peter Parker. Almost, but without jeeps and planes. As Peter Parker spoke, the elevator reached the bottom of the spider hole. A row of spider suits lit up behind them, and Peter Parker is still talking about the difference between his place and here. Imagine it's a smaller version of here with multiple mattresses. Young people today are really. Peter Parker wanted to say something else, but he saw the photo frame placed on the table. He didn't speak anymore, just walked over with sad eyes and picked up the photo frame. The picture in the frame was always the love of Peter Parker's life, Mary Jane. Looking at the bright smiles of the people in the photo, Peter Parker couldn't help but think of his lover. At this time, Miles was looking at Spider-Man's various suits with great interest. Looking back at the somewhat silent Peter Parker, Miles wasn't sure if calling Peter Parker now was a good choice, but he did find the best evidence to refute Peter Parker. Peter Parker in his own world has a spider suit with a cloak. Hey. Peter, don't you think this is a cloak? Pulling the cloak of the spider suit, Miles said to Peter Parker with a smile on his face. Perhaps remembering what he said to this kid before, Peter Parker couldn't help smiling. Miles withdrew his hand and then continued to visit Spider-Man's suit, but soon he stood still in front of that Spider-Man's classic skin. Red and blue spider suit. It's hard to continue to see them in this universe. Gwen watched the interaction between the two people with a little interest. After all, Gwen had no idea what kind of experiences they had had before. But soon Gwen was attracted to a wall of relationship diagrams on the other side, which caught her eye. Peter knows how dangerous his mission is. Aunt May also noticed that Gwen looked at the relationship diagram on the wall and spoke slowly. But he also knows that the only person in this world who can stop that guy is Spider-Man. Aunt May couldn't help but feel a little lonely when she said this. There are indeed many heroes in this world, but those heroes are often dealing with more difficult things for them. As for guys like Kingpin, it's hard for them to have the time and effort to fight against him. Not to mention that from the beginning to the end, what Wilson Fisk showed in front of the public was the side of the great philanthropist. Even Spider-Man's funeral was planned by the great philanthropist. Apart from Aunt May, perhaps few people in this world have truly recognized the true face of Wilson Fisk. Of course, there are a few more now. Everyone in this spider hole also understands what kind of guy Wilson Fisk is. Jin Bing knew that we were going to find him, but unfortunately we are outnumbered. Miles put his hands in his pockets, speaking a little lonely. For him, it was the first time he fought crime in an identity similar to Spider-Man, but the final result was so embarrassing. This made him true and he couldn't accept it. Outnumbered, that's not necessarily the case. Aunt May smiled slightly after listening to Miles's words and then handed them 3 pens and 3 name tags. You guys might use this. Of course the other one doesn't need it. Aunt May didn't prepare this kind of thing for Bruce at all. As the only guy who was completely different from everyone else, Aunt May believed that others should be able to tell the difference. Just when Gwen and the others wanted to ask why this was happening, their spider sense was triggered. Did you think you were the only ones thinking of coming here? When Aunt May was talking, Gwen and the others raised their heads in unison and looked towards the ceiling. On the ceiling that was like a cobweb, a pair of red eyes slowly opened, followed by 3 other pairs. Hey guys! Shadow Spider raised his hat very politely. Then there's Penny Parker, who drives a spider robot, and Peter Pork, who was bitten by a pig. The appearance of this scene surprised them all. I have to say that the current situation is indeed weird, and it makes people's scalp tingle. Except for Bruce, who has been reducing his sense of existence since entering the spider cave. The Spider-Mans were each sizing up each other, getting a good feel for each other's condition. And he is also introducing himself. Bruce did not interfere in the conversation between the spiders. He just found the coffee in the spider cave and made a cup for himself and also made a cup for Aunt May. You're different from them, aren't you? Aunt May seemed to know everything. After taking Bruce's coffee, she looked at the bat with a deep expression on her face. Bruce didn't speak, but just tilted the corner of his mouth slightly, showing a half-smile expression. Seeing Bruce's expression, Aunt May probably understood that what she thought was indeed correct. After all, these guys are all Spider-Man. Only Bruce is another hero who has nothing to do with Spider-Man's 8-pole. Neither of them paid attention to the noisy exchange the Spider-Men were having over there, just holding a cup of coffee and watching all this happen quietly. Just when Spider-Man was discussing who should turn off the collider, a sudden change interrupted the rhythm of Bruce and Aunt May drinking coffee. Among the few Spider-Man who came here from other universes, one of them had strange folds on their bodies, and they could even see many different appearances. The longer they stay in this universe, the more their cells decay and the deeper they are rejected by this universe. In the end, it will only lead them to death. Go, child. Aunt May took the coffee cup from Bruce's hand and spoke to Bruce quite calmly. I'm sure you'll help them. Bruce was a little flattered by Aunt May's trust. To be honest, Bruce had never given his full trust to anyone. You can't stay here and you're going to die. It's up to me to turn that machine off. I'll wait until you all go back, I promised him, so I have to. Mayor, what C said was very passionate. Everything he said made quite sense. But at this time, Shadow Spider stood up and said, "Who are you? I think if I leave it to you, it would be better to leave it to the bat over there." The Shadow Spider speaks extremely fast. Shadow Spider had already met Bruce when they entered. He knew who it was, and he also believed that if Bruce was involved, he would be able to help them return to their own world. This time, even Peter Parker didn't speak. They also know very well that when faced with a choice between Miles and Bruce, basically the vast majority of people will choose Bruce instead of the little guy who has just acquired the spider ability. Even if Bruce is just an ordinary person without superpowers. Like Bruce said. Miles wasn't quite ready to be Spider-Man, but at this time, Peter Parker really wanted to explain the current situation of Miles to others. This guy's name is Miles. He helped me get the main unit from Ockmax. And this kid also knows the art of invisibility. Watch out, he can become invisible now. When Peter Parker said this, he excitedly motioned for everyone to take a look at Miles' ability. Only Miles let his introduction fail. Now Miles has no way to freely control his invisibility. He struggled to appear invisible. Looking at his original hands, Miles put his hands in his pockets. I can't just say invisible. It's just that at this time, when the Shadow Spiders looked at Miles, their eyes had changed, although they believed that Peter Parker would not lie to them. But that kid was clearly not ready. Gwen pulled Peter Parker and brought the other Spider-Man together. You can't kid yourself, he's not ready, it's obviously not going to work, he's just a kid. I'd rather have that bat help us than have a kid like that help us with our mission. Although she didn't have a good impression of Bruce, Gwen still spoke. While the guy looks rather gloomy and terrifying, it has to be said that he does look like he has a few brushes. You should know that when you talk, he can hear it there. Bruce walked forward slowly, grabbed Miles, who was about to slip away invisibly. Not only did Miles' eyes widen in this scene, but even the Spider-Man's faces looked incredulous, because they clearly saw just now that Bruce seemed to be grabbing the air, pulling Miles out of his invisible state. I don't believe you don't have superpowers now. The Shadow Spider looked at Bruce cautiously, and he really couldn't connect this completely extraordinary behavior with Bruce's identity as an ordinary person. Can you see me? Miles looked at Bruce, who grabbed his hood in surprise. I can't see it, but I probably know what kind of state you should be in. Bruce dragged the little guy to the side of the Spider-Man just like that. If I hadn't stopped you, wouldn't you have gone to the person you trust the most and explained that you are likely to be on a mission? Bruce put Miles on the ground and let him stand there. Miles now looks at the bat in amazement. He really doesn't think this guy is Batman in the comics now. This kind of thing is completely mind-reading. How could Batman have superpowers? It's not mind-reading, it's just a little bit of simple reasoning. Bruce looked at Miles' surprised expression and said indifferently, I think you are reading minds. Bruce ignored Miles' words. Have you ever thought about a question? Wilson Fisk's eyeliner can be said to be all over New York City. It is very likely that your words and deeds will be exposed under the eyes of Wilson Fisk. When Bruce said these words, other Spider-Man also probably knew what kind of thing would happen. But Peter Parker didn't think it would be such a coincidence. How could this kid easily attract Jin Bin's people here? My suggestion is that everyone try not to leave here before the plan is implemented. Bruce's voice was calm like a robot giving ruthless instructions. At this time, everyone basically agreed with Bruce's point of view. Although Miles wanted to leave here and explain the current situation to his uncle, but after hearing Bruce's explanations, he still chose to give up this idea. Now let's make 2 keys. Bruce looked at Penny Parker, who was lying on the spider robot. Wait, we don't have that much time. We can only repair the original key and make a perfect one. Gwen is very clear that it is simply impossible to directly make 2 keys at this time. It is impossible. One is fake, one is real. Bruce said lightly. Can it be done, Penny? No problem. Penny gestured to Bruce quite confidently. Then start working and let other people do what they should do. After leaving this sentence, Bruce turned and walked towards the computer with a large display. Myers, let's exercise. Peter Parker pulled Miles up from the ground, and now he wants to exercise this kid well. Obviously possessing abilities that none of them possessed, he couldn't let this guy sink down like this. Gwen looked at Peter Parker, who was taking Miles to the side for training, and then looked at Bruce, who was sitting in front of the computer screen with his hands flying. Gwen chose to lean on the edge of the table to Bruce's left, quietly watching the work of the others around her. Of course, some people can't be regarded as work, but can only be regarded as pre-war preparations. For example, Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham are restoring the Rubik's Cube. Do you know something? Thinking of all the signs of Bruce before, Gwen had reason to believe that there was a reason for Bruce to prevent Miles from going out. I'm just talking about a possibility. Bruce's eyes remained fixed on the screen without any sign of turning. What is displayed on Bruce's screen at this moment is the images of surveillance cameras on various avenues in New York. Just follow the roads in these pictures, and there is only one final destination: Fisk Building. Looking at the man next to him, whose style of painting was completely different from theirs, Gwen really didn't know what attitude he should use to face it. "We'll succeed, right?" Gwen could feel that Bruce's flying fingers paused slightly when he said this. I thought Bruce would say something, but Bruce just resumed his movements. "Sure enough, I still hate you." What Gwen said was completely indifferent to Bruce. What he needs to do now is to limit Jin Bing's backup to the greatest extent. Although Jin is very serious about his plan for the Collider, but when facing those real agents, that place in Jinbin is still a hornet's nest full of loopholes. The current Bruce can guarantee that by Jin Bing's side, there is definitely a Hydra person. People from SHI. ELD may have gathered around Jin Bin. The movement in Brooklyn was simply too great. As New York, which is not located on an earthquake belt and there are no large-scale earthquakes, it is difficult for Brooklyn to attract people's attention to such problems. As for why there was no action to stop Jin Bing, Bruce will only think that the current Aegis like Hydra wants Jinbin's Collider. What to use, perhaps only they themselves know. What Bruce needs to do now is to turn all the agents around Jin Bing into headless chickens who cannot deliver messages in time. A small EMP should be able to handle all this. It's just that the premise is that the Collider is not damaged. Time is passing slowly, but no one bothers Bruce and Penny Parker. They have all left the spider cave. They should at least replenish their physical strength, but there is an exception in this world. Aunt May brought a sandwich and a cup of coffee and placed them next to Bruce. "Don't forget to eat." Aunt May patted Bruce on the shoulder and said this softly. The simple and unadorned sandwich on his left made Bruce stunned. Turning around, I wanted to say something to Aunt May. But at this moment, Aunt May was talking to Penny Parker, and it could be seen that the sandwiches Aunt May made for Penny were quite childlike. It was a sandwich cut into the shape of a bear. Penny is naturally very fond of it, and the smile on her small face is really pleasing. Bruce didn't say his words, he just turned around and started his work again. However, when Aunt May came back from Little Penny's and looked at the sandwiches that had been eaten on the plate, she still laughed. Even the coffee had been drank by this gloomy-looking child. Aunt May put away the plate with a smile, without any thought of disturbing Bruce. "Good sandwiches." Bruce's low voice sounded. It's just that when Aunt May looked at Bruce, the child was still working on his work carefully. It seemed like it was just her auditory hallucination. However, she didn't believe in auditory hallucinations. What's more, she believed that this child was a good child from beginning to end. "You can come here often in the future." After leaving such a sentence, Aunt May took the escalator again and left the spider cave. Bruce didn't speak, but the working hand paused for a moment. He is a very gentle person. Thomas suddenly spoke. Bruce just reburied himself in his work. Now he just wants to get everything right. At that time, everything can have a relatively good ending. When the night passed, the sun had slowly turned to the west. Penny cheered, "I've done it." There was a lot of joy on Penny's little face, although this matter was not very difficult for her, but that joy cannot be faked. "Great." Bruce walked to Penny's side. His voice was not as deep as before, but rather gentle. "Hey, according to your request, I made 2. Penny handed the 2 secret keys into Bruce's hands. The spider logo on the fake secret key is 4 horizontal webs, but there are really 3 horizontal webs. "I see, you go up and meet them first." Bruce put away the key and walked towards his office area. Although Penny didn't know what Bruce was planning to do now, everyone trusted this guy so much, so she naturally trusted Bruce. "Okay." Penny happily walked towards the elevator and left. And when Penny left here with her little robot, Bruce looked down at the 2 secret keys in his hand. "Hey, hello everyone." Penny smiled happily when she appeared in front of the other Spider-Man. Gwen tentatively looked behind Penny Parker when she was sure that there was no bat behind Penny. She frowned at Penny and said, "Where's the bat? His work doesn't seem to be finished yet. After I handed him the secret key, he came out first." Penny naturally said something. It's just that she didn't know that from the perspective of Gwen, Miles, and Peter Parker, the original things might develop completely unpredictable. That guy is a bat. After glancing at Peter Parker, Gwen was about to leave. I gonna go see. Just as Gwen was about to push the back door open, the door was already opened. The bat hidden under the cloak slowly walked in front of her. We can implement the plan. A hand stretched out from under the black cloak, which was two secret keys that had been threaded on ropes. Which one is real? Gwen took the thing, wanting to identify which of the two is the real one, but Bruce didn't answer. Even when little Penny wanted to explain the situation, Bruce shook his head to stop her. Even though she had only known Bruce for a short time, Penny always felt that Bruce was doing the right thing. She also chose not to speak. You take this, colorful Peter Parker takes this. After handing one of them to Gwen, Bruce handed the other to Peter Parker. The two of them glanced at each other. Although they always felt that something was wrong, it was best to listen to the bat in this matter. I think you should know when Kim plans to have the next collision. Bruce looked at Peter Parker and said, tonight. He remembered this clearly. After all, what those guys like to do most is to leave a 24-hour deadline for others. It has almost become the standard mantra of the villains. It just made them a little tired of hearing it. How is his training? Until this time, Bruce looked at Miles, who was obviously frustrated on the other side. Peter Parker didn't speak, he just pursed his lips. He really didn't want to say anything against the kid. The ability that child possesses does make people look forward to his future. But now, he is really not ready to take on the responsibility of Spider-Man. This is a question that Peter Parker cannot avoid. While Miles is looking forward to Peter Parker, he can say he's ready, but even he knew very well that he was not ready. Bruce didn't say anything, he just looked at the kid. He is the person here who knows the child's normal trajectory best. If he didn't have himself, he would still follow the normal trajectory yesterday. In the end, he will understand his responsibilities like a normal Spider-Man. Should I go to school now? Miles couldn't look Bruce in the eyes, he could only look down at his untied shoelaces. Bruce didn't say anything, just walked outside. The Spider-Man knew that this meant the start of the plan, and they looked at the somewhat lonely Miles, intending to comfort him. But I don't know what to say. They can only walk away from Miles one after another. But when he left, almost everyone patted him on the shoulder. When Gwen passed by Miles, although she wanted to speak several times, she could only swallow her comforting words in the end. As it is now, Gwen doesn't feel that anything she says is comforting this guy. She could only say goodbye to Miles. Bye, Miles. Miles raised his head in frustration, looked at the slim figure who had walked out, opened his mouth, and finally swallowed. I understand your child, you can handle everything, but you need to step through a door. Peter Parker squatted down and spoke to Miles solemnly. Miles looked at Peter Parker and nodded heavily. With Miles' approval, Peter Parker can no longer drag himself out here. He's about to catch up with the peloton now. There must be no problems with today's plan. Miles looked at the retreating figures and a look of yearning appeared on his face. He also wanted to be able to perform such tasks like them. Of course, it's just Spider-Man like the Bat, and that's not what Miles wants to be. Why do you have no confidence now? Aunt May smiled, drank her coffee, and looked at the child. Miles immediately turned to Aunt May and said, how is it possible? I promised Spider-Man to become just like him. It's just that it was obviously Peter who gave me the task, but now I've handed it over to someone else. Isn't it not good? When Miles said this, he couldn't help but think of Peter Parker in this world who had been seriously injured at that time. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but now he can't even control his basic abilities well. How to take that responsibility? Then why don't you train well? Aunt May spoke to Miles easily. How to train? I have been trained by a very mature Spider-Man all night, but I haven't accomplished anything. Miles felt a little inexplicably disappointed when he thought of this. He wondered if he wasn't born to be Spider-Man. Otherwise, all these problems cannot be explained at all. Spider-Man, sometimes what you need is not training from other people. Aunt May put down her coffee cup. My Peter, can anyone train him? Listening to Aunt May's words, Miles's eyes slowly glowed. Seeing Miles regaining his fighting spirit, Aunt May walked directly towards the spider cave without saying anything. And Miles followed behind Aunt May. The sun gradually sets in the west, and the sun slowly converges its light. But human beings' own lights have completely turned this city into a city that never sleeps. Not to mention the Spider-Man and Bruce's goals, the Fisk building is even more magnificent at the moment. The bright lights have illuminated the building, making it seem to be the brightest place in the area. No one would think that the guy who built this building would be the underground king of New York City. They would only think that Wilson Fisk is one of the few good people in the world. Crouching on the boom of the tower crane, the Spider-Men are now carefully observing the surrounding things. The Kingpin has a private elevator that goes directly from the top floor to the collider. Penny Parker, who was sitting in the spider mech, was manipulating the mech to plan their route to the collider. It sounds simple. As long as they can enter the building normally. What happened after that was much simpler. I didn't expect there would be an audience. Shadow Spider noticed the red carpet ceremony being held below the Fisk building. Those twinkling lights and those eye-catching stars are walking towards the Fisk building. Apparently, they had been invited by Wilson Fisk for some event. What's our plan? Gwen raised her head and looked at Bruce, who was standing at the far end of the crane. Standing there, Bruce looked like a demon operating in the dark. The surrounding surveillance cameras have been controlled by me before. Bruce said quite calmly, now those cameras have a safe passage made up of tiny dead spots. Follow me. After Bruce finished speaking, he shot his hook gun first and swung towards the top floor of the Fisk building. For Spider-Man, it is extremely simple to see every step that Bruce swings past. After all, the dynamic vision far surpassing that of ordinary people, as well as the rapid learning ability, can be regarded as some small improvements brought about by them after they became Spider-Man. Not to mention their own IQ is not low. Gwen was the first to follow behind Wayne, and then the other Spider-Man followed directly. But when they arrived at the Fisk building, everyone except Bruce was surprised by what they saw. Are you kidding? But all this is a big joke to Spider-Man. What did they see? Spider-Man's mortal enemy, the New York Underground supervillain, was actually holding a morning meeting for Spider-Man, and it looks like the specs are quite high. A person who should not be here can be seen in the venue, Mary Jane, but it is reasonable for her to appear here. For her, although she knows that her husband is Spider-Man, she is far less aware than Aunt May. Not to mention that even the Spider Cave was built by Peter in Aunt May's house. This kind of thing is already doomed. Mary Jane has no way of knowing what kind of guy Kingpin is. Jin on the stage was making his own speech. Thank you all. I am honored to be able to commemorate Spider-Man with you tonight. When he said this, Kingpin's tone was so sad that he couldn't help himself. We used to be really good friends and he was like. But obviously Spider-Man couldn't listen anymore. What a pighead. Gwen narrowed her eyes and was quite dismissive of Jin Bin's speech. I can hear you talking. It's just that Spider-Ham is a little unhappy. Wait a minute, look at how those waiters are dressed. They are really tasteless, but it can't be that simple. Shadow Spider looked at Bruce. They could see that the waiters serving around them were all dressed in Spider-Man costumes, which was obviously a special arrangement for this Spider-Man commemoration event. Maybe this is the easiest way for them to sneak in. Bruce just glanced lightly, then walked in the other direction. Go from here. Isn't it better for us to go directly from here? Peter Parker said such a sentence to the Bat. If you think Kingpin really can't recognize you because of your so-called disguise, then it is unlikely that he will survive until now. The Bat's pace of walking in the other direction paused. Also, since he had already held a memorial service for Spider-Man before this, why did he have another one? Turning his head to look at Peter Parker, who was now a little confused, Bat felt helpless. Because he knew we would come here. Gwen figured it out instantly at this moment. The Bat restarted its movements and walked towards the location it had first found. Doesn't that mean that this is a trap prepared for us? The Shadow Spider also understood. Kingpin had prepared everything and was just waiting for them to fall into the trap, and they had to come. Then where are we now? Spider-Horse rubbed his chin, thinking seriously. There is no way this is a naked conspiracy and we have to go in. Peter Parker's IQ seemed to be slowly regained in this world. If we don't come, Jin Bin will also open the collider, and then his goal will be achieved. As for us, we will not be able to return to our own world. Gwen continued what Peter Parker had said. I can only wait in this world for the cells in my body to completely decay and die. It's probably a pretty painful way to die. The Shadow Spiders now also understand the source of the pain before they are rejected by this world. If they do not return to their own world in time, the only way to meet them is death. So what are you doing? The Bat has opened a passage directly at this moment. The ladder used for passage below is exposed. Whoa, how did you know that? Seeing this channel, Peter Parker was very excited and talking to the Bat. They really wanted to enter the building through a passage before, but it wasn't here. They were going to turn in from the downstairs window, who made the height of the event hall exceed the average 3-story building. If you go downstairs, you can probably go directly to the edge of the venue. At that time, you only need a little camouflage to ensure that you will not be discovered. It's just that now Bruce obviously found another suitable way for them to sneak in. The Spider-Man of this world has already put the design of the Fisk building in his computer. As long as someone is careful, he can find it. Bat's words made the surrounding Spider-Man really embarrassed. To be honest, in their own world, they do act as Spider-Man. But few guys will be like the Spider-Man before this world. It has a spider hole of its own. Of course, it's quite consistent with Bat's character to know these things. Doesn't Batman have his own Batcave? When facing the spider hole, it is natural to check all the equipment quite naturally. To be honest, I really doubt that you are not a fanatic fan now. You are not the Batman who traveled through time and came to this world like us. Peter Parker suddenly hugged the Bat's shoulders, even if that overlapping effect flashed across his current body, but it didn't make him less interested in bats. The Bat just glanced at him and fell down without saying anything. The Bat with its own cloak as a buffer did not make any noise when it fell. I'll know, the Bat's behavior of not talking to itself has already explained a lot of things in Peter Parker's eyes. Okay, let's get ready to do something. Gwen didn't seem to have much idea about the true identity of the Bat, and she wanted to go home as soon as possible. Peter Parker spread his hands. I just want to know his true identity. Don't say that you are not curious about his identity. What Peter Parker said made Gwen purse her lips, but nothing came out. She just dodged and fell into the passage, moving forward quietly. It seems that I was right. Peter Parker smiled and fell down equally lightly. It is estimated that everyone will be interested in what that guy looks like under the mask. Spider-Hogman also said such a sentence. As a newspaper reporter, if you can know what the vigilante looks like under the mask, it will definitely increase the sales of the newspaper. When Spider-Ham said this, he showed a rather anime-like expression, obviously already imagining the sensation that knowing what a vigilante looks like under the mask will cause. But it can only be imagined. Because as a character who is a kind of vigilante in itself, it is quite aware of the importance of masks to them. He always made me feel like I met my father. Penny expressed her feelings quite directly, then jumped right in. Spider-Ham didn't know what to say for a while. He could only shoot out spider webs and hang behind Penny's spider mecha. Only the shadow spider remained silent and did not say anything. After all, he is someone who knows the true face of the Bat. The true appearance of the Bat is no longer a point of curiosity for him. Like the other Peter Parker, he wanted to know if the Bat was like them. But as they were marching, a tremor was transmitted to the Spider-Man and Bruce through the surrounding walls. It's just that Bruce is quite calm about this matter. They have already started taking action. Bruce said indifferently, "So what should we do now?" Peter Parker now felt that it was good to have such a person helping him think about what to do. At least a lot of things he can already solve. Wait until our super philanthropist finishes his speech, and Bruce turned to look at the Spider-Man hanging on the ceiling as he spoke. We need to separate for a while and carry out our own actions. You can just carry out your own actions. After saying this, Bruce didn't say anything more. Just staring at the projection on his arm, what was shown was Jinping, who was finishing his speech in the hall, and the tombstone that has long since disappeared. The tombstone has already gone to the bottom layer, preparing to deal a heavy blow to those uninvited guests who are about to come. And Jin Bing is now moving out of the hall. Everything is now under Bruce's control, and there is no major deviation in the trajectory of everyone. As Jin Bing entered his private elevator, the two bodyguards who had been guarding the entrance of the elevator, before they could react, a figure had already appeared beside them. Boom. What happens when two good heads collide with each other? Naturally, it makes people feel quite crisp collision sound. Who wouldn't love the sound of a roll-up? Release the heads of the two unconscious bodyguards. Bruce looked indifferent. When the two heads collided, the Spider-Man on the ceiling couldn't help shrinking their necks. It must be painful. Spider-Ham has changed the most. He feels that if he is hit so hard, he must take a good rest for a while. Step into the private elevator guarded by those two guys. The Shadow Spider's thoughts were quite straightforward, and he immediately planned to kick open the closed elevator door. According to Spider-Man's ability, it can certainly be done, but the Bat stopped him. Throwing a small object casually, the originally closed elevator door was directly opened by the Bat. A useful little gadget, Peter Parker said. Taking out his hook gun, Bruce shot his hook directly to the top of the elevator shaft and then fell straight down. "Now I think I hate him too," Peter Parker said to Gwen. But now Gwen didn't reply. She always felt that there was something else this Bat didn't tell them. The Spider-Man flipped over and landed at the bottom of the elevator shaft. It's just that the Bat has long since disappeared. Now I feel more and more that this guy is the real Batman. This behavior of turning his face away is exactly the same as the Batman comics that Peter Parker has read. Even Superman has no way of knowing where Batman has gone after turning around. Well, According to what the bat said, the Kingpin has definitely prepared an army for us and is waiting for us. Gwen took a deep breath, hoping that the next thing would develop in the direction they thought. Now it's time to tell us which one is true. Gwen turned to look at Penny Parker. The one with 3 horizontal lines is true, and the one with 4 lines is fake. Penny felt that at this moment, whether or not to talk about such things is naturally not particularly important. They may be leaving this universe soon. Gwen and Peter Parker took out their keys at the same time. Damn bat. Looking at the key in her hand and then at the key in Peter Parker's hand, Gwen really hated that bat more and more now. The keys in the hands of both of them are the same, all of which are 3 horizontal nets. Just when Penny was shocked, suddenly her spider mech received an email from a bat. I know that you should have told them the authenticity of the key and how to distinguish it. I can only tell you that any key in your hands may be genuine. But don't worry, you guys will go back and I will also destroy the collider. When Penny Parker read the bat's mail message, now Gwen really wanted to tear off the bat's mask and teach the bat a lesson. So what should we do now? Shadow Spider didn't do anything during this period of time. He was looking at the positions of people who might hide Jin Bin around the collider. It really made him discover several figures in white coats. What you hold in your hand should be a portable rifle. Get rid of those who interfere with us. Gwen was very angry now, not only because the bat gave them 2 keys that they didn't know the true and false, but also because of the bat's distrust of them. When the Spider-Man acted, Bat had already touched where he should be. He stood quietly in the corner of the large laboratory like a shadow. It can make Bruce invade here so easily. I have to say that these guys don't like to turn on the lights, which really gave Bruce a good chance. I don't know the reason. It seems that these villains' experimental places don't like to turn on the lights very much. Even if the lights are turned on, they are not bright. Start the program. Jin walked directly into the laboratory, and now he just needs to wait for his equipment to bring his family back. Upload the genetic sequences of Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk. Start searching for space matches. The methodical communication in the laboratory really highlighted the professionalism of these guys, but it also made the current bats discover a few rather suspicious guys. From the very beginning, although they were doing their own work, they were also doing their own little tricks on the other side. In the dark laboratory, it is indeed difficult to detect their behavior. Secondary ignition countdown starts 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Violent energy is ejected from the nozzles of the 2 colliders, and a violent collision occurs in the middle. The collider had started, and the opportunity Bruce had been waiting for had presented itself. A small EMP has already appeared in Bruce's hands. According to Bruce's calculations, this thing will not affect the ongoing collider at all. When the special container that was about to be pushed into the energy collision flow just appeared, Bruce had already thrown the EMP in his hand to the center of the laboratory. Dang bang tilde dang bang tilde. The sound of metal collisions is a bit abrupt in this laboratory that has already processed the noise. Kingpin was not attracted by the sound. All his attention was on the collider. He probably wouldn't have a problem with whatever happened here. When Tombstone heard the sound, he had already pulled out his gun and scanned the surrounding environment, but he only saw the door of the laboratory closing slowly. When he lowered his head and saw that thing, he immediately chose to make Jin and leave here. It's a pity he couldn't make it. Dr. Octopus also discovered the little thing. Just when she was about to throw the thing out with her tentacles, EMP exploded. Destructive broadband electromagnetic radiation enveloped the laboratory in an instant. As a scientist, Dr. Octopus naturally knows what it is, but she never thought that someone could construct EMP so small. What happened? Kingpin looked back at the computer screen that was plunged into darkness, and then at Dr. Octopus, who could no longer control his own tentacles. He still didn't know that his plan had been ruined. But it wasn't just Jin who made his own inquiries. The Spider-Man who was dealing with those minions outside also found that the container didn't continue to rise. What happened? Spider-Pigman was a little curious why the thing didn't move. Gwen looked at the laboratory, which had become completely dark, and Jin Bin, who could be seen clearly under the light of energy. It looks like the bat succeeded. Although Gwen hated the bat, she had to admit that when such a person became her teammate, many things could be handed over to him with ease. Suddenly, Gwen felt that having a teammate was not such a bad thing. Of course, it won't be a teammate like the bat. Who knows if the bat will do something behind the scenes? That guy clearly didn't trust anyone at all. Okay, let's start doing our thing now. Gwen turned to Peter Parker, who had already dealt with Ockmax's miscellaneous soldiers in the distance, and shouted. Peter Parker made an okay gesture directly to Gwen, shot out spider silk from his wrist, and swung directly towards the ceiling. Okay, now let's see if this little thing is real. Peter Parker found the control panel used to change the collider with ease. When he had just knocked open the shutter covering the control panel, his spider sense had already activated. Well, I knew it. Peter Parker has almost become accustomed to this kind of script. When a decent character is about to succeed, a villain will always appear, right, Prowler? Peter Parker looked helpless as he looked at the guy swooping towards him. But it was clear that the Prowler had no desire to talk to Peter Parker at all. The expression hidden under the purple mask is extremely serious, even showing through the eyes on the mask. Can't you just stay aside and let me finish this matter? The Prowler came over and grabbed Peter Parker's neck and pushed him away from the control panel. Peter Parker lost, and Gwen took Peter Parker's place quite naturally. Both she and Peter Parker have keys, and it's unclear which key is the real one, but at least now they're getting a second chance. Come in. She inserted the key in her arms into the control panel, and Gwen looked a little anxious. But apparently nothing happens from the control panel. The key Bat handed to Gwen was a fake. Oh damn, Bat. Gwen directly extracted the fake key and crushed it into pieces. Although I thought that my key was fake, but when this kind of thing really appeared in front of me, Gwen still couldn't accept it. But now all Gwen can do is get another key back from Peter. Or let Peter come over and try to see if his key is real or not. Leave that, Peter, to me, come and try it. Gwen was really angry now, spraying out spider silk, and Gwen pulled himself to an astonishing speed in an instant. He kicked the Prowler on the back, and this person who relied on high-tech equipment to make himself walk on the upside-down ceiling as if on the ground, flew out directly. So yours is fake. When Peter Parker saw Gwen's performance like this, he already understood that Gwen's key was fake. Does that mean the thing in his hand is real? It seems that the Bat still has some emotions. Peter Parker said such a sentence, but Gwen rolled his eyes. Who made him say this like a bat, trusting him more than other Spider-Man? Gwen didn't punch him directly on the spot. It was considered Gwen's temper. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Peter Parker immediately showed an awkward smile to Gwen and then quickly evacuated the battlefield. The Prowler is back. I'm really angry now. When Gwen was tossed like this, she had automatically brought the Prowler in front of her into the appearance of a bat. Obviously, Prowler still doesn't realize what Gwen will do to him. He only knew that his mission was to completely strangle these unlucky Spider-Man to death here. Although there seems to be something wrong with his allies, the Prowler himself is not someone who needs teammates. The running posture like a ninja makes this Prowler even more terrifying. But all this may be nothing in Gwen's eyes. Now Gwen has long regarded the Prowler as the dead bat. The pair of sharp iron claws had just been raised by the Prowler, ready to attack Gwen. The white Spider-Man in front of him had already disappeared. Instead, a foot wearing a ballet shoe kicked directly on his waist. Even though Gwen's strength is small compared to other Spider-Man, kicking on the Prowler still made him a little painful. At this moment, the other Spider-Men naturally had their hands free, and they couldn't help but sigh a little while watching the battle taking place on the ceiling. Who messed with her? Shadow Spider could naturally see that the current Gwen was definitely not the same as when she first dealt with those Ockmax minions. It was obviously a real fire. Penny Parker noticed Peter Parker, who had arrived at the control panel. Maybe it's the Bat. Penny explained why Gwen was so irritable. After thinking about that Bat, Shadow Spider suddenly felt that everything made sense. But then under their gazes, Peter Parker crushed his secret key angrily. Should we inform that Bat? He may be guilty and will suffer. Spider-Pigman said this tentatively. I think you should worry about yourself. A hideous voice rang in their ears, and a guy who could completely transform himself appeared in front of the Shadow Spider and the others. When Scorpion saw the three Spider-Man in front of him, he showed no interest at all. He just showed a rather happy expression. It's like he could rip all three Spider-Men to shreds. The Shadow Spider put on his fighting stance for the first time. It looks like we really didn't have a winner last time. This time it's not about victory or defeat. This time you will die here. Scorpion showed an extremely ferocious smile and then swooped towards the Spider-Man with his 4 mechanically modified legs. Why don't you so-called heroes come out and face me? Don't you just hide your head and tail? Wilson Fisk roared loudly towards the empty space of the laboratory. Now his anger can completely ignite here. He was about to bring his family back, but because of a guy, his perfect plan was ruined. How can one not be upset by this kind of frustration? But at the same time as he was annoyed, the current Jin did not completely lose his mind. He motioned to the tombstone to start searching. One person may not be able to deal with that guy, but 2 people will definitely be fine. And now the researchers, shivering from the sudden event, are hiding under their desks, not knowing what to do. Going out is obviously not an option. It doesn't seem right to stay here. Although a few of the researchers had already hid under the table, their expressions were relatively calm. They really didn't expect that when there are heroes fighting now, they will first throw out an EMP. He is really not afraid that due to the effect of EMP, the collider outside will completely lose control and open a black hole directly under Brooklyn. Is the person who did this thing so confident in controlling the scope of EMP damage to this extent? I originally wanted to report it to my superiors, but obviously I couldn't do it anymore. Damn. A female researcher gritted her teeth, obviously disgusted with this intrusive hero. It's just that no one will care about her voice. The tombstone has already reached the gate, and the firearm in his hand has been prepared long ago. As long as that guy shows up, Tombstone promises to let him experience what is called American EI. What does emptying the magazine mean? Bang. The shock wave of the explosion blew the tombstone away in an instant. Kingpin didn't react to the sudden change. He only saw the tombstone flying out. The next second, a hook rope was hung on his neck. A figure also continued to enlarge in front of him, and it was only at this moment that the bat really appeared in front of Jin Bing. Kingpin reacted very quickly. The pistol in his hand was already pointed at Bruce. When he was about to shoot, a small metal piece was already attached to his pistol. There is also this twinkling red light on it. Following the strength of his hook lock, the bat came directly behind Jin Bing. Oh, boom, two dull voices sounded. The first sound was the sound of the metal piece attached to Kingpin's pistol exploding, and the second sound was the sound of Kingpin smashing the table after being thrown directly by the bat using the throwing technique. The bat who did all this didn't feel anything. Instead, he looked at the big man who slowly stood up more solemnly. Kingpin's resistance to the beating was expected by the bat, and the bat even did it in the same way as it dealt with Bane from the beginning. It's just that there are no micro-explosives. But now it seems that the big guy has caught up with Bane without the venom injected into him. This ability to withstand blows is even more surprising. Kingpin stood up, looked at the exploded pistol in his hand, and crushed the broken pistol into a ball again. Looking up at the bat, I don't know why you guys always come to interfere with my family. You are not saving your family, you are just making up for your lack of family. Bruce's voice is still so steady, but now he is obviously ready to meet Jin and fight back. The muscle groups on the body have already been mobilized, allowing the bat to make the best response at any time. Under the light of the collider, the current golden body looks like a strong devil. I've already killed a spider, I don't mind killing a bat. Kingpin's huge body started to move when he said this. I don't know how this guy trained himself. Even with such a huge body, he was able to burst out with amazing speed in a short period of time. The pair of fists that looked quite bluffing smashed towards the bat's head. But the bat's reaction speed was far beyond his imagination. He just bent down lightly to avoid it and got through the gap under Jin Bin's arm. Steadying his steps, a cannon punch hit Jin Ping's ribs. Even with Jin Bin's tonnage, he would inevitably move 2 steps horizontally under the bat's cannon punch. The bat will not miss the opportunity. He stepped forward and without giving Kingpin any chance to react, he raised his feet and sent him out. An amputated kick hit Jin and bent his knee. Half a ton of force hit Jin Bin's knee directly. Even though he was thick-skinned, he could feel the problem in his knee at this moment. A successful hit, the bat immediately followed by a backspin kick. It's just that this time it didn't work. Kingpin had already put his hands on his head just to prevent the bat from following up. He even grabbed the bat's calf and threw the bat directly. Bang! The bat hit the outer window frame of the laboratory, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Tilda the tombstone, which had been knocked unconscious by the bomb, slowly came to life, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the bat that had been smashed on the frame. Bat stood up and rushed towards him, punching Bat in the abdomen. But he was entangled by the backhand of the bat, and he locked the arm of the tombstone with a cross and brought himself down from it. When the tombstone fell to the ground again, the tombstone wanted to punch Bruce. Obviously, the bat's reaction speed is much faster than his. The bat suddenly fell backwards and his arm directly pressed down on Tombstone's arm, breaking Tombstone's right hand. What? But apparently Bat's action wasn't finished. After breaking Tombstone's arm, he ducked up and punched Tombstone in the face. The Tombstone, which was still howling, became silent when it was punched down. Bruce was panting a little at this time. It wasn't because of lack of physical strength, but because the pain from being gold and falling on the frame started to slightly interfere with his actions. Careful, Thomas in his mind suddenly spoke at this moment. Even though Bruce has reacted quite quickly now, he still hasn't been able to make any effective response. In particular, Tombstone firmly grabbed Bat's ankle before falling unconscious. Although the strength has been reduced now, when facing this kind of battle, any problem may cause huge problems. That hand made it impossible for the bat to get away for a while. Jin Bing rushed over like a humanoid tank, even if this tank is a little limping now. But his lethality will definitely make no one think it is not fatal. Kingpin swooped out with the bat. It is on the bat's ankle that there is a tombstone that has passed out. When they rushed out of the laboratory, the original researchers immediately dispersed. They all ran out through the gap in the wall that the bat had blasted earlier. Let's go to hell together. Jin Bin was obviously stunned at the moment. His face was full of anger and he could no longer control his expression at this moment. It was obviously a sick look. Even when he was talking, he was already a little crazy. What happened in the direction of the laboratory has attracted the attention of all Spider-Man. Bat. Peter Parker, who was silently cursing the bat just a moment ago, was already kicking off the wall to accelerate his fall. Spider Silk has even been shot out. Gwen even threw off the prowler and moved quickly towards the bat, and the Spider Silk aimed directly at the bat and launched it. Hurry up, hurry up! Looking at the Spider Silk getting closer and closer to the bat, Gwen still roared in her heart. But how could the prowler on the other side let Gwen get her wish? After the run-up, the prowler jumped down and knocked Gwen to the other side. Gwen could only watch helplessly as her spider web was deflected under the impact of the prowler. Do not. At this time, Peter Parker is still at least some distance away from the bat, but there is obviously no way to catch up. The bat didn't look too flustered, it just raised its head back and then directly bumped into Jin Bin's head. At this moment, the bat mask showed an unparalleled defensive power. After all, what can defend against pistol bullets at close range? How can it be possible that there is no hard attribute on it? The same head hammer made Jin Bin a little dizzy. Simultaneously with the head hammer is Bruce's trapped hand. Although the strength is not strong enough, it is enough for Bruce to make the movements he needs. The fist hit hard on the position that he hammered before. In the midst of severe pain and trance, Jin Bin felt slightly relaxed for a moment. That's the opportunity the bat was waiting for. He pulled out a hand suddenly, and that hand was still carrying a hook gun, and shot his own hook lock directly in the direction where Peter Parker fell. Don't even think about it. Jin Bin had already reacted and wanted to continue to trap the bat, but now he found that his figure was flying backwards uncontrollably. A small propeller was placed directly on Kingpin's chest by Bruce. The blazing tail flame even slightly changed the armor on the bat's chest, but this is not a problem for the bat. His purpose has been achieved. I caught you. Catching Bruce's hook, Peter Parker quickly shot out his spider silk, allowing himself to hang on the ceiling. And Jin can only watch helplessly as the bat is getting farther and farther away from him, so that there is absolutely no way to catch him again. I won't let you go. Even at the last moment before falling, Jin Bing was roaring at the bat. He once thought that his biggest enemy would be these Spider-Men, but now it seems that his preparations should be aimed at this bat. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground even somewhat covered up the sound of the collider. But that was only for a moment, and many buildings that do not belong to this universe have appeared in the center of the current collider. That's the universe that belongs to those Spider-Mans, and it's constantly squeezing towards here. If the collider is not shut down in time, black holes will still appear. You are really heavy, I think you should try to lose some weight. After sending the bat to a safe laboratory platform, Peter Parker said this to the bat first and then went straight to the bat. The fist landed in the bat's face. It can be seen that the spider is still holding on. Otherwise, the current Bruce is definitely not a scene where he was punched and fell to the ground directly. But that doesn't mean you don't have to give me an explanation for those two fake keys. Speaking of this, Peter Parker thought of the way he swore to Gwen at that time. Now he really wanted to smash the bat's hood all over the place. He breathed a sigh of relief and Peter Parker stretched out his hand towards the bat. Get up. The bat didn't say anything, just put it on Peter Parker's outstretched hand and slowly got up. At this moment, the other Spider-Man dealt with the scorpion that had transformed itself into a biological weapon and jumped up directly grabbing the spider's thread. I shouldn't be so confident in handing over the key to you. Little Penny was obviously a little unhappy because of what Bruce had done before. Holding his hands, he spoke to Bruce angrily. Her spider mecha also showed a rather angry expression on the screen. Suddenly, the surrounding Spider-Mans all moved out of their way, and a white figure jumped out from them. Even Peter Parker, who was closest to Bruce, immediately let go of Bruce's hand. After Gwen got rid of the prowler, although he already knew that the bat was nothing serious, the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed no matter what. When she came to the bat, she had already punched the bat in the abdomen. Even though she is an agile Spider-Man, her strength is still not weak. This fist really made Bruce a little uncomfortable, but the bigger blow should come from Thomas in his head. It's not the tradition of the Wayne family to be hated by women like this. I suggest you study hard in the future. Thomas simply didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement. Even Bruce could hear a hint of ridicule about being beaten in that guy's tone, but Gwen from the outside world did not easily release his anger. I told you I hate you. You actually did something so irritating. Why don't you speak? Aren't you eloquent? Gwen pinned Bruce's face and knocked him to the ground. Facing Bruce left and right is a meal output. When the shadow spiders saw this scene, they quietly touched Penny Parker's side and covered Penny's eyes with their own hands. The child was too young to witness such a brutal scene. Peter Parker and Spider-Pig watched this scene with great interest and even commented on where Gwen should hit the bat. It's just that everyone knows that Gwen's strength is quite precise, basically the kind of strength that will not cause any harm to Bruce. At most, he looks a little embarrassed. Do you know if you do this, you may die at any time? Holding the bat by the collar, Gwen yelled frantically at Bruce, but the bat didn't say anything, just took the real key out of his gauntlet. Looking at the key taken out by the bat, Gwen may have thought of something, and tears slowly came out. It's just blocked by a mask, and no one has discovered all this. Go back to your world and I will solve the problems here. The bat's voice remained unchanged. Even though he had been pressed and beaten by Gwen, he didn't say anything. Okay, it's time for us to end this. Peter Parker stepped forward, pressed Gwen's shoulder, and said softly. Taking the key from the bat's hand, Peter Parker now pulled the bat up. Well, you know that Spider-Man can't be fooled casually. Taking off his hood, Peter Parker now stretched out his hand to Bruce. Also, we will definitely be someone you can trust. Can we really get to know each other now? Hearing this sentence, all Spider-Man has already focused on Bruce. They really have no confidence whether the bat will get to know them or not. Peter Parker spoke first. Peter Benjamin Parker, Spider-Man from another world. Peter Parker reached out his hand to Bruce, but the meaning of this stretching was no longer the kind of courtesy it used to be. Gwen, who had said harsh words to Bruce before, looked at Bruce at this moment. We're friends, aren't we? Peter Parker smiled. He really wanted to know what kind of person the bat in front of him was, but Bruce just shook Peter Parker's hand. Batman, that's all. After saying this, Bruce let go. He turned and looked outside the laboratory. The collider obviously couldn't bear it now, and other worlds were squeezing towards this world. What you need to do now is to return to the world you should return to. Bruce's almost indifferent words made the current Spider-Man really overwhelmed. I knew I should have taken off your hood at that time. If he could go back to 1 minute ago, Peter Parker would have told himself that when he knocked over the stinky bat, he would take off his hood. Otherwise, this guy will continue to play charades with them on this kind of thing now. To be honest, you won't be able to make friends like this. Peter Parker walked up to Bat quite dissatisfied and punched Bat on the shoulder. But who made me soft-hearted? Peter Parker suddenly smiled and spoke to the Bat. It's a little bit of a loss for me to take the initiative to be a friend of this indifferent guy, lest a guy who has no friends go home and cry. Peter Parker took the key from Gwen on the other side. Gwen wanted to say something to Peter Parker, but Peter Parker just smiled at her. Then he turned over and swung towards the control panel. Don't be too happy. Even as Peter Parker was falling, the guy could be heard yelling at the Bat. He's right. The shadow spider came to the Bat's side. We will be friends. And me. Little Penny was lying on her spider mecha at this moment, talking to the Bat with a smile on her face. However, if we meet next time, remember to prepare candy for me, otherwise I will make trouble. If possible, I hope we can sit down and eat a hot dog together one day. Spider-Ham's words seemed a little more simple. Goodbye. When Spider-Ham also swung out, only Bat and Gwen were left in the entire laboratory. An annoying person like you, it's hard to find friends. Gwen looked at the various Spider-Men who had begun to return to their own universe and said to the Bat beside him, even your image is impressive, feeling afraid. The Bat didn't speak, just stood there quietly. The black cloak completely concealed the figure of the Bat, make him more like a demon image carved by a sculptor. However, maybe I can reserve a place for you as a friend, if one day you want to. Gwen took off her mask and looked at the Bat beside her. Thank you for not letting me experience the feeling of losing a friend again. After saying this, Gwen didn't wait for the Bat to move and already swung towards Peter Parker's position. Now only the two of them are left in this universe that does not belong to them. Are you ready? Peter Parker said to Gwen with a smile. Yeah. Gwen took a deep breath and spoke to Peter Parker, goodbye, Spider-Man. As he spoke, he already let go of his hand stuck to the wall, but just when he let go, he heard Peter Parker shouting, Look, Bats, When looking back, Gwen clearly saw the face of the bat exposed in the light of the collider. Bruce held his mask in his hand, revealing his face. Nice face. This was the last thing Gwen thought of when he fell into his own universe. It seems that we are friends, Peter Parker nodded to Bruce. He has already relaxed himself, allowing himself to fall directly into the universe that originally belonged to him. Bruce put on his mask again, raised his head, took out a batarang, and threw it directly towards the control panel, right in the middle of that green button. It's just that when the collider started to self-destruct, Bruce used his own hook gun and landed directly in a humanoid pothole that was smashed out. Jin and the Tombstone had smashed through the bottom of the collider container they had built earlier. And what Bruce needs to do now is to take these two guys and leave here. Otherwise, neither of them would survive. It is even possible to go to another universe and finally die completely because the cells rejected by the universe decay. But that's not what Bruce wants to see. He needed Kingpin alive, and at least for people to see him in prison, even if it was only for a short period of time. When he arrived at the lab platform with the two big guys, Bruce threw off his hook gun, and there was no time for the thing to get back. Dragging the two guys, they ran straight towards the direction. The energy collider built by Jin Bin has begun to explode with majestic gravitational force, absorbing everything around it into the machine. If Bruce hadn't run fast enough with those two guys, they would have been sucked in by now. Bang. Continuous explosions began to sound continuously, and the light produced by the explosion in Brooklyn could be seen clearly even from Manhattan Island. This makes it impossible for many people to sleep well. There was such a big explosion in New York again, they had no way to determine whether it was a terrorist attack. If there were one more Twin Towers, New York would really be nailed to the pillar of shame for anti-terrorism in the world. The police department, anti-terrorism units, and National Guard all rushed to Brooklyn as soon as possible. Even the policemen on patrol were inevitably ordered to go over and see what was going on. Jefferson Davis was naturally one of them. Rather, it was because he was now worried about his son's condition and was searching everywhere in Brooklyn. Naturally became the fastest police to arrive at the scene. Looking at the Jin Bin and the tombstone tied to the fire hydrant beside him, the police officer opened his mouth in disbelief. Especially beside those two guys, there is a batarang. No matter how you look at it, it's a little weird. On the other side of the roof, Miles naturally saw all this. He came late. You are late. A deep and terrifying voice sounded behind him. What? Miles jumped up instantly, and when he was about to fall off the roof, he shot out a spider web and pulled himself back again. Hey, it's going to be scary. Looking at that bat, Miles is really angry now. This kind of behavior of quietly coming up behind others can really scare people to death. The bat didn't care about Miles' words. The Prowler is not dead yet, and I haven't found him yet. You'd better pay attention. After leaving this sentence, the bat turned and left. It's just that Miles is not the kind of guy who would leave easily, and he followed Bruce's pace directly. They've gone back, haven't they? When Miles caught up, the first thing he said was to know if the other Spider-Man had returned to their own universe. The bat looked back at this guy. He didn't think that this guy's brain was not working well before, but now he really should change his identification with this spider's information. Maybe Miles felt that he had spoken nonsense now, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Do you think we will meet again in the future? Miles spoke again, only this time his tone was quite serious. He really wanted the bat to answer him, but the bat didn't say anything and shot out its own hook and disappeared directly in front of Miles. This time, Miles did not catch up. He knew that he would not get any formal answer if he did. All you can get is the silence from the bat. He just needs someone to talk about his recent experience, even though I can't tell everything. Taking a long breath, Miles slowly stood up, looking at the bat figure that could still be seen vaguely in the distance. He patted his face. If you promise something to others, you will naturally do it. Since he didn't fulfill the agreement with Peter Parker, he didn't get the collider with his own hands. Let him replace that Spider-Man and guard the city that belongs to him. When the bats and spiders were separated, the current journalists were like sharks smelling blood, rushing towards here in a swarm. They naturally knew that after an explosion, the scene would probably be quite dangerous. But in this city, in the eyes of their profession, danger often coexists with opportunities. As long as they get some shocking and explosive news, they can already be said to be on the rise. Even a Pulitzer would not be something out of reach. The New York police once thought that these reporters were more suitable for their positions at certain times, and reporters who could match the speed of the police would sometimes arrive one step ahead of the police. Clearly, there is now a situation where journalists are outpacing other response forces. It wasn't even a police helicopter hovering in the sky, but a reporting plane belonging to a news TV station. All eyes are on the explosion. They want to know if New York has experienced another frightening terrorist attack. When the reporters actually arrived at the scene, they couldn't believe their eyes at all. Jinbin, their more familiar name should be Wilson Fisk, who is being tied to the fire hydrant by something at the moment, and on the other side is the bodyguard who has always appeared beside Jinbin, an albino black man. But what the reporters really couldn't believe was the batarang stuck on the ground next to Kingpin and the others. Comics have truly appeared in the world. A reporter who had read those superhero comics muttered to himself. This kind of shock did not make him hesitate much, and he immediately took his microphone to confront Jefferson Davis, the highest-ranking police officer on the scene. "Officer, what's the reason for the big explosion? What's the relationship with Wilson Fisk? Does the bat dart next to them represent the appearance of a masked hero in New York after Spider-Man?" The serial gun-like problem made Jefferson really overwhelmed now. The cause of the Big Bang is under investigation. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, another microphone came up. Did the person who arrested Wilson Fisk borrow the image in the comics to carry out his own actions? Is this a terrorist attack? Why hasn't the NYPD heard anything? Jefferson is really one of the top 2 players now, and this kind of thing is obviously not something he can answer at this level. If he didn't answer well, he might offend not only these guys, but also the office staff in the police station. Okay, fellow journalists, I think you should not continue to trouble this police officer now. A man rescued Jefferson from the reporter's hands. Although he was grateful to this man for saving him from the reporter's series of fatal calls, Jefferson still dutifully asked about the identity of the man beside him. Besides, who made that guy wear a pair of black sunglasses even at night like this? It looks like an agent from the TV. I'm sorry, are you a police officer? Although Jefferson has been patrolling outside, he is still quite confident in his memory. He had never seen the man next to him in his police station. And recently there has been no rumor that anyone will tune in. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing a fairly honest face, and even took out his ID from his suit, FBI. Similarly, when the man took out his ID, there were already black suits around and blocked all the reporters from the cordon. Jefferson had already started communicating as soon as he saw the certificate. He has no way to use his naked eyes to judge whether the guy in front of him is real or fake. The man obviously didn't care about Jefferson's review of his documents. He walked up to Jin Bin, who seemed to be waking up, and looked at the former New York City underground boss. He smiles, pick up the bat dart on the ground. Newcomer. When the sun of the next day pierced through the clouds and shone on the city, the early morning news had already reported the explosion that happened last night. After investigation, the big explosion that happened in Brooklyn yesterday was created by Wilson Fisk, a former New York City philanthropist and businessman. Bruce didn't care about the copywriting on the news, and now he just looked at the big guy who appeared on the screen, which was enough. I believe that when this Jinha appears on the TV screen, the Fisker Group will definitely be a fresh face. For example, as directors of the Fisker Group. Now they really don't want to stay in this group any longer. No one knows whether this kind of thing will burn on his own head later. In America, anything is possible. What's more, they are not good citizens who obey the law in the true sense. It killed people. When will Fisk be able to make people feel at ease? How did this happen? Although the name of this group is now Fisk, even Jinbin is only built on the framework of the previous Osborne Group. Most of the directors sitting here are former directors of the Osborne Group. They have always been quite disgusted with Fisk's eloquent appearance. Originally, if something happened to Fisk, it would only make them quite excited. But now this matter is really too big. It can be said that Jin directly caused the worst bombing in New York after the last Twin Towers. They are afraid to avoid it. Sir, you can't go in, you can't. The secretary's voice at the door suddenly sounded. Then the door of the conference room was pushed open. Several bodyguards who looked quite professional had already stood still. Afterwards, the righteous master slowly revealed his figure. A custom-made Gucci suit fully displayed Bruce's aristocratic temperament at this moment. Hey boy, who are you? Wick John Kane. Bruce spoke to them with a smile on his face. What's the use of asking his name? Let the security guard come up and take him away. Another director directly patted the table and stood up, yelled at Bruce. Bruce pulled out a chair quite naturally and sat down. Give me the shares of the Fisker Group in your hands. I believe it is your best choice. Bruce propped his chin and spoke with a natural expression. Some directors were so angry at this young man sitting here that they laughed. Who are you, talking to us like this? The director said lightly. Bruce smiled. Triff Bogard, I think you should read this report and talk to me. Bruce motioned for one of the bodyguards to bring over the document bag that Bruce had asked him to carry with him. I found the document signed by Triff Bogard from it and threw it directly in front of the guy. Triff glanced at Bruce, then slowly opened the document with Bruce's smile on his face. Although the other directors were quite curious about what was written in that document, they still maintained their identities and sat in their seats solemnly. Nothing moves. What they could see was that Triff's expression changed from being careless at the beginning to becoming serious and finally full of horror. They could vaguely see the cold sweat on the guy's face. I agree. After reading his documents, Triff immediately raised his head and spoke to Bruce. After Triff finished speaking, a bodyguard placed a contract in front of Triff. The contract is ready and your compensation will follow. Thank you for your cooperation, Bruce said with a smile. But how can Triff think so much now? He just wants to sign his damn name on it and then leave this ghost place. He didn't mean to read the contract at all. He turned directly to the place where he should sign and signed his name with a big stroke of his pen. Immediately stood up and prepared to leave here, but when he was about to leave, he was still clutching the document that Bruce had given him before. Bruce stopped him. Don't be so anxious. Standing up and walking over, looking at the name Triff left on the contract, he smiled and said, "Good signature font, but you seem to have forgotten something." Bruce pulled out the so-called compensation that came with the contract. Naturally, it was the bearer bond found in Jin Bing's basement. Don't forget this thing. Carefully placing the unregistered bond board squarely in the folder in Triff's hand, Bruce grabbed the director's arms and patted them with a smile on his face. That's what an elite person looks like. Sorry, I can't send you down. I have other things to do. As he spoke, Bruce patted Triff's left shoulder with the back of his hand rather frivolously and sat back down again. When Triff left, he had no intention of looking back at all, and now he just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Triff's various reactions explained to the other directors how extraordinary the young man in front of him was. This made all the directors look at Bruce with caution in their eyes. Oh, by the way, I still have some documents of other directors here. How could Bruce not respond to the sight of other directors? Taking out the documents, Bruce motioned to the bodyguards behind him to place all the documents in front of the directors themselves. By the way, they also put the share transfer contract on the side of their documents and even thoughtfully prepared pens for them. Don't misplace it, it won't be good if others know about these things. Bruce sat in his seat, talking completely casually. The bodyguards just kept silent and carried out their tasks seriously. All the directors received their own documents, and they had already prepared for it by looking at Triff's appearance. But he didn't feel that this young man could come up with any powerful documents. At most, Triff's hands and feet are not clean, leaving people with a clue. But when they saw the document in front of them, they finally understood why Triff was so horrified. Because the documents in their hands have almost revealed everything they have done. Tax evasion, kickbacks for government projects, and even some dirty things that have been done have been exposed. Ta tilde ta tilde ta tilde, the sound of Bruce tapping on the table added urgency to the current environment. The surrounding directors were almost numb. This young man is really too ignorant of martial arts. Come up and zoom in, who can bear this? A director suddenly raised his head and looked at Bruce, who was sitting there tapping the table lightly. Young man, I hope you can take care of yourself. You can't eat such a big thing. I don't have that life to eat. Wow, can I think you are threatening me? Although Bruce sounded quite surprised in his tone, he still had a faint smile on his face. And do you really have the guts to threaten me? Bruce lay back, leaning on the back of his chair and talking nonchalantly. Don't say whether I can eat or not. Isn't the Fisk group a hot potato? You really don't want to let go. As soon as Bruce's voice fell, the director wanted to say something, but many directors around him had already started the signing process. But they were a little calmer than Reeve. At least they remembered to take their compensation with them. Bruce just sat there quietly waiting for these guys to slowly leave here. Finally, even the guy who threatened Bruce with his words was ready to sign, but Bruce got his contract back. Sorry, sir, this contract has been voided. Bruce smiled and sat on the table next to the man. At this moment, he was playing with the pen he took from the director, showing a bohemian son to the fullest. What do you mean? The director was visibly annoyed, glaring at Bruce. Bruce just kept playing with the pen, but soon another noise came from outside. Sorry, PDNY. A policeman stepped up and showed his ID to the bodyguard who stopped him. Let people in. Bruce nodded and asked the bodyguards to let the officers in. Excuse me, did you call the police? The police officer was obviously quite polite looking at the environment here. He first asked the person who called the police inside the house. "That's right, officer." Bruce put down the pen in his hand and came to the officer. He conveniently took over the document that the director had put aside. "We found a pretty nasty guy today. I didn't even know there were such scumbags in my company." Bruce was filled with righteous indignation. "Originally, I just wanted to find out if someone was enriching their own pockets, but I didn't expect that someone would do such an annoying thing." When handing over the documents to the police, the director immediately couldn't sit still. He wanted to step forward to say something, but was held back by Bruce's bodyguard. Although the police saw it, they didn't say anything. The guy just now really looked like he was going to come over to commit violence. Their bodyguards did nothing wrong. But when he saw the document in his hand, he already understood that it was impossible for him, a young police officer, to make a judgment on this matter. All he can do is take people away. "Thank you." Watching the police take the man away, Bruce smiled and waved. The director didn't say anything, just stared at Bruce as if he wanted to eat him alive. But he already understood all these emotions when he saw his wife and children who had just entered the company building. There is no room for a comeback. Bruce stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, just watched the man being escorted into the police car at last without saying anything, silent like a statue. Everything that is happening with the Fisker Group is under everyone's radar. When the cause of the explosion last night was announced, people began to march towards the Fisker Group. Some people have spontaneously started distributing slogans boycotting the Fisker Group. But when they just approached the Fisker Group, they saw Fisker directors in a hurry, and one person was even taken out directly by the police. This kind of thing makes them feel a little strange. According to any reason, even if the current Fisker Group has already had a major event, the arrest efficiency of the New York Police Department cannot be so fast. Moreover, it is impossible to take away a director. It all seems a bit confusing. The citizens who originally gathered here to hold protests and marches were completely confused by such things. Only those reporters who came here to take a good look at the Fisker Group or to talk about something vaguely sensed something was wrong. "I think we may have found big news," a young reporter said, but his words aroused the scorn of the cameraman around him. "Okay, if it was really big news, we wouldn't have sent the two of us here. If it weren't for the previous explosion, there would be no news this year that could be bigger than what happened in Europe." Hearing what the cameraman said, the little reporter also smiled. He naturally knew what the cameraman was talking about, but he always wanted to give himself a little comfort at such times, didn't he? What's more, only the news about super soldiers and people with superpowers in this world can be counted as the most earth-shattering news. It's the kind of news that obviously won't be accessible to the two of them. It's nice to be able to report the kind of news that gets the attention of New Yorkers. Just when the two people looked at each other and lowered their heads with a sigh, bustling figures began to come out of the Fisk building. After quickly setting up all the things needed for the press conference, he was already standing quietly waiting for something. "Let's do our job well." Seeing that Fisker Group seemed to be planning to deal with this matter head-on, the young reporter stopped saying any depressing words, conscientiously moved closer to Fisk's podium. It's just that there is indeed a fence in front of them to prevent them from getting too forward. There are even security personnel from the Fisker Group standing ready there. Although it was a bit hasty, no matter how you look at it, this press conference can be said to be quite formal now. Wow, he does look like a nice guy. All of a sudden, the little reporter heard the voices of people around him. If he remembered correctly, when he heard this voice before, he probably yelled, "There is no good person in the Fisker Group," and the like, but why did he suddenly change his mind now? Glancing at the woman who had silently put away the protest signs, the little reporter shook his head. He could only say that the people of the United States will always be like this, and they have no firm position of their own. But he is different. He will judge everything from the most objective perspective. Even if it's about your favorite hero, it's the same. Looking back, the little reporter couldn't help but admit what the guy said before, that is, the new spokesperson of the Fisk Group really doesn't look like a bad guy. It seems that everyone is really concerned about the affairs of the Fisker Group, who made the chairman of the Fisker Group do such an appalling thing yesterday. Bruce looked at the crowd below and said quite angrily. This tone obviously made those in the surrounding area who originally came to protest and march think again about their purpose of coming here. They raised their signs again and started their denunciation of the Fisker Group again. Correct. Wilson Fisk should be executed. He's a lunatic. Various voices rang out, making the current young reporter confused for a moment what the spokesman meant. Are you really afraid that Fisker Group will not go bankrupt? However, all this will be a thing of the past, but this does not mean that we will not compensate for the wrong things we have done, even if it is something a person did without permission. The Fisker Group, starting today, will no longer bear this name. This sentence made the restless parade personnel around once again turn off their lights, and they probably heard the meaning of the spokesperson. The Fisker Group probably no longer exists. From this moment on, Fisker Group will officially change its name to Cairn Group. The Cain Group will resume all work and will form a special foundation dedicated to the Brooklyn bombing. After Bruce finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. May I ask who will be in charge of the Cain Group in the future? Why didn't he come forward to explain these situations, or is the actual person in power of the Cain Group now still Wilson Fisk? The young reporter looked like he was breaking the casserole and asking for the truth. He didn't care at all about the security personnel of Faith and Cain Group who were beside him. Am I not? He turned around and smiled at the young reporter. Bruce didn't say anything and left the simple press conference directly. The little reporter couldn't imagine such a thing at all. It seemed that the guy was about the same age as him, or even not as big as him. He has become the chairman of one of the super companies in New York. Even the people around were quite shocked. It never occurred to them that a guy as young as Bruce would be the head of a behemoth. Even when the two Tony Stark brothers took over Stark Industries, there was no such sense of surprise. After all, Stark Industries itself is someone else's family business, and the matter that is now appearing in front of them is completely two concepts. But one thing is the same, that is, the current Stark industry is only supported by Tony Stark, that playboy himself. As for his brother, according to the news, he died of a brain tumor. What really happened, no one knows. The little reporter suddenly became excited at this time, and now he suddenly thought of something. He has no way to interview those truly extraordinary people, but he can create a superhero that only he can imagine. Who knew that when Wilson Fisk was arrested, there was a batarang on the ground? And now the Fisker Group has been directly acquired and renamed, and all these things make this little reporter extremely excited. He looked up at the cameraman beside him and said, there will be a bombshell. I have to say that in this world of superhumans running around, it is quite surprising that an ordinary person can occupy the front page of New York news for several days. Of course, the vast majority of the reasons are because a small reporter put his speculation on the newspaper. It is said that in this world, newspapers are no longer something people ask to buy, but someone will always buy it, especially with such an explosive news headline. It's hard not to be curious to see what happened. Young New York billionaire with suspected connection to Wilson Fisk's arrest, there is even an even more exaggerated subtitle underneath. Is our world invaded by comic book characters? Is the new chairman of Cain Group related to the emergence of Batman? All the titles set off a wave of decryption. But after the Cain Group's official website was maintained and the names of the executives were posted, the originally turbulent wave of puzzle games had already started to slow down. Because that handsome man's name is Wick John Cain. This name has already made them have no interest in continuing to investigate, but then another article by that reporter brought it all to a climax again. Could the super-rich Cain Group be the superfinanciers secretly funding Batman? Everyone is looking for clues to see if they can figure it out. Some people even went directly to the gate of Cain Group to block Bruce. Unfortunately, all of them did not get a satisfactory result. They just looked at this young rich man with a beautiful girl in and out of the paparazzi's cameras every day. Although some guys are still quite persistent in their own squatting, but nothing. That guy is a playboy. It's better to watch Tony Stark than to watch Playboy. At least everyone has a private video between Stark and a red-haired beauty. Occasionally I can take it out and laugh. As for Batman, never saw a single figure. Moreover, various cases in the city did not appear infrequently. After learning that Bruce had moved to a manor in the suburbs of New York, the manor was named Cain Manor by Bruce. Everything seems to have shown that the current young rich man has nothing to do with what they call bats. They have all contacted the person who sold the Bruce Manor to see if they could get any news from it, but the news they received made everyone feel a little lonely. When the man bought the manor, he didn't look for a manor with a lake or anything like that. I just chose a manor with an upper medium area. All the signs have shown that everything is just a gimmick made by that unscrupulous journalist. It's just that this gimmick turned into a joke that got them involved. Anyone can enjoy a joke, but when they become a joke, they don't have the mood to laugh anymore. All the anger was vented on the newspaper that published the article at that time. Faced with many complaints, there are also abuses from American troublemakers. In the end, the newspaper itself could not bear the pressure, and it also wanted to give an explanation to the society. The little reporter was fired. As for what the young reporter will do later, no one will care about him. Everyone's life is just back to their original point. Nobody ever brings up so-called Batman anymore or asks a billionaire if you're a masked hero, really stupidly. The vigorous decryption operation ended in such a sloppy way, but no one would know that they were actually pretty close to the truth. But no one persisted. However, Bruce didn't pay any attention to the previous vigorous Batman decryption campaign. In this era, it only takes time and some other things to attract all people's attention. Many things will be completely forgotten. Bruce, wearing a welder's mask, was carefully welding something together in front of him. It's almost the same after all. After packing up the tools in front of him, Bruce slowly straightened his body and moved his body that was a little stiff after a long period of movement. This is a bit like the Batcave. Thomas said in Bruce's mind as he looked at the current situation here. Not even close. Bruce shook his head. He didn't think what he made looked like the Batcave. At most, it only occupies the name of a hole. Although many people think that what Bruce chose is just an ordinary manor. There is no lake water, let alone any natural caves. Some are just an air raid shelter that no one knows about. Even Bruce inadvertently found some clues when he was screening information on estates around New York. It can really be said to be lucky. If he hadn't paid attention at the time, then Bruce really needed to take such a big risk to choose a manor with a lake or a natural cave. But it's going well for now. It's pretty good. Thomas just shook his head at Bruce's words and didn't think it mattered at all. Without waiting for Bruce to speak, a voice suddenly came from a cell separated by Thomas. "Perhaps you can try to ask me to help, right?" It was a somewhat distorted voice. It was a little different from Batman's usual deep voice. His voice seemed to be mixed with other people's voices. What Thomas was sure of was that the person who was mixed in the body of another prisoner was definitely not old and should be a strong young man. "Shut up, I don't know what you did, but I only know that my son will not be as fragile as you." Thomas directly grabbed the cell door and yelled crazily to the other side, "There is no manners at all." He knew that the man in that cell was also named Bruce Wayne. However, he really didn't want to believe that his son would become like that. The guy in the cell didn't say anything, it just fell silent again. Bruce outside didn't care at all that the two guys were communicating in his mind. He was just doing his own thing meticulously. Bruce knew exactly who the new guy was in his mind. A Batman who believes that he has not brought stability to Gotham from the beginning to the end, and a Batman whose tragedy has already happened because he is angry with himself when he acts. A Batman with his eyes on the Flash.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.